She wiped off her hands on her pants. I jumped down from the stretcher and reached for my backpack.
I hope whoever did that to you got what they deserved.
At her words, I froze for a second before picking up my backpack. It jingled with the extra antibiotics I'd stashed. We wouldn't need that many, so I pulled out a bottle and placed it on her desk. She picked up the bottle and looked up at me. "Consider it payment," I said, by way of answering her unspoken question.
"Thank you. These are getting harder to come by."
She placed the bottle among the other medication in her cabinet like a found artifact. I left the office and headed back toward the common area. The smell of tomato sauce wafted into the hallway. The people inside were all slurping away on spaghetti, but I couldn't see the source, as the common room didn't have a kitchen.
"Bailey!"
Chloe waved at me from one of the plastic tables they'd propped up. I walked over. Her lips were stained tomato red like a childish rendition of lipstick. "Where'd you get the spaghetti from?" I asked, my stomach growling at the tangy smell.
"Apartment 1F, Roy answered. "It's just down the hall. Go help yourself."
I put down my backpack next to Chloe and set off in search of hot food. I followed the apartment numbers until I hit 1F. A larger set man stood inside the apartment kitchen, serving up food to a line of people. When it was my turn, he passed me a plate with a smile. "Thank you," I said.
"You're most certainly welcome, miss."
He winked at me, the corner of his eyes crinkling. He reminded me of a neighbor from back home and seemed friendly enough. When I got back to the common area, Chloe had already eaten her entire serving. Guilt flared. I'd been too preoccupied with the drive that I forgot to check if she was hungry, and she didn't say anything along the way. "Want some more?" I waved a hand over my full plate.
"No, I'm stuffed."
She patted her stomach. After I scarfed down my food, I noticed the looks we were getting from all over the room.
"Wanna play cards?"
Amanda asked Chloe, clearly happy to have a new playmate.
"Sure. Go fish?"
Amanda nodded at Chloe's suggestion and produced a well-used deck.
"We're missing a few cards, so we'll have to take those out."
Once they started in, Roy turned to me, eyeing the bruises on my neck.
"Stairs, eh?"
"Yup. They're dangerous. Should come with a Surgeon General's warning."
"What was the good nurse's verdict?"
He leaned in, his elbows resting on the scratched plastic surface of the table. "Chloe's arm is healing well and no permanent damage for me. Probably the best checkup I've ever had," I answered. "By the way, you wouldn't happen to call this place Hargrove, would you?" Roy shook his head.
"You heard the broadcasts, too?" "No, we're not them, but some have been trying unsuccessfully to find Hargrove. It's like a needle in a haystack."
I guess we'd have to keep looking for our oasis in the desert. Luck was not on our side, but a stomach full of hot food was a decent consolation prize. "Well, not exactly. Chloe said she heard a broadcast with the others a while back. Apparently, they like to keep me out of the loop," I muttered, hiding the bitterness from my voice.
"You're not missing much. They don't put them out a lot. They rely more on word of mouth from the few who have heard them. It's just the usual babble about how Hargrove has protection, medical care, food, etc. I half expected the guy making the announcement to end with, 'You are the resistance,'" Roy said.
I laughed. It had been a while since I'd heard a joke that wasn't in my own head.
"The one thing that bugs me is that they never give directions. Like, maybe they're trying to avoid overpopulation?"
"That is weird," I said. The broadcasts sounded like those Disneyland commercials. All you saw was magic on TV, and then when you got there, you realized it was all 2-hour wait times and guys in lice-infested costumes. You could call me a cynic, but it was true.
"Is that where you're heading to?"
The intense curiosity in his voice betrayed his aloof composure. Maybe he wanted to find this place, too. I had a hard time believing he would just pack up his daughter and leave this place, but I didn't know enough about him to judge. I deliberated telling him about John's gun store. We would need all the ammo and guns we could find, and if they wanted to come with us, they would cut our haul down considerably. But if they did come with us, we'd have extra bodies to watch our backs. Eventually, yes. Hargrove is the goal, I admitted. For now, we're heading to a friend's gun store.
What makes you think it won't be picked clean?
Its location.
And where's that?
I assessed Roy and leaned over the table, matching his posture. Look, you seem like a nice guy, but I don't know you. So I feel like keeping that information to myself is probably best. He looked me in the eyes and then finally said,
I suppose you have just as many trust issues as we do.
Trust me. It's a recent development. He didn't laugh at my bad joke. A yawn escaped me and a heaviness weighed my eyelids like hooks were pulling them down. People began lighting lanterns around the room as the sunlight outside started to fade.
Come on, I'll show you to a spare room,
Roy said, getting up from his chair. I gathered my backpack and Chloe. We followed Roy up the 3 sets of stairs to the top floor and down the hall. The room was literally as deep into the building as we could go, and I had a feeling it was for tactical reasons rather than a lack of space. If we decided to leave during the night or do something worse, the creaky floor and stairs would give us away. Roy opened the door and revealed a sparsely furnished apartment. A sofa bed, which was permanently left down, occupied the living room, and the rest of the furniture had been pushed off to the side. The kitchen table was propped up on its side, pressed against the bay window, leaving only the corners for light to seep through.
It's nothing fancy, but it's a clean bed to sleep in. There's a queen bed in the bedroom. The bathroom and kitchen don't work. If you need to use the washroom, we hooked up a system in 1E downstairs.
Thanks. I placed my backpack beside the sofa bed. I noticed the mesh tote full of yarn and knitting needles on the floor beside the pull-out couch. If they thought I'd spend my day making scarves and itchy sweaters, they had another thing coming.
Well, have a good night's sleep, ladies. I'll see you tomorrow.
And with that, Roy shut the door behind him. I walked up to the door, flipped the deadbolt, and pulled the chain across, just to be on the safe side.
Which bed are you taking?
Chloe asked, rubbing her eyes. You take the bedroom. I'll sleep out here. She muttered something and then shuffled into the bedroom. I quickly brushed my teeth in the bathroom sink, using bottled water to rinse. I collapsed on the bed, then laid my head down, hoping to get a peaceful sleep. Chapter 5. I awoke to the sound of feet running up and down the hallway. I shot up, the dizziness taking a second to dissipate. Dim light shone through the cracks between the window and the upturned table, allowing me to see. Barely.
Bailey?
Chloe appeared from the bedroom, rubbing at her eyes.
What's going on?
I don't know, I said as I got up and looked out the window. The sky was a gnarled mass of blue-tinged clouds. In the last few months, I'd seen only a handful of rainy days. Why did today have to be one of those days? Were I the type? I'd say it was a sign. Luckily, I didn't believe in that stuff. A burst of gunfire yanked my view to the ground, where I spotted the reason for the commotion. Infected littered the surrounding streets. They ambled toward the apartment in unhurried numbers. Roy was on the street, showcasing an automatic weapon. 2 others were out on the street with him. I ran to my bag and rummaged for my handgun. It was loaded with a full magazine, and I pocketed some extra bullets, just in case. I needed my axe, which I'd stupidly left in the car. I didn't want to freak anyone out by bringing in the intimidating weapon. The term axe murderer existed for a reason. Stay here.
But Bailey,
this isn't negotiable. She looked at me as if she had every intention of sticking her tongue out, but instead nodded stiffly. I slid the chain lock out, twisted the deadbolt, and exited the stuffy apartment. As I ran to the stairs, I noticed all the apartment doors were closed. I took the stairs 2 at a time until I hit the bottom, almost knocking over Elaine. "Help me round everyone up," she demanded. "You do that. I'm going outside to help with the infected." I inched around her. "Do you even know how to use that?" Elaine eyed the gun in my hand with a look of superiority. "Care to find out?" I wasn't in the mood to pretend to be pleasant. "Perhaps you should leave the work of taking care of the infected to the people who know how to defend themselves." With a glare, She turned away from me and headed to the next floor. We had better things to do than compare cup sizes. I ran down the hallway and found the doorman gone from his post. He must be one of the two backing Roy up. The door behind the desk was wide open, revealing their stash of weapons. I looked around for any witnesses and let myself in. The room was the size of a small storage closet, with metal shelves lining the walls. The stash included boxes of bullets, guns, and various melee weapons. Clearly this room should be locked up tight, but the guard was MIA. I was sure they wouldn't mind me using something if it was to help. I scanned the shelves, my eyes passing over the AK-47 and other automatic weapons. I'd be no use with those. I nabbed a shiny metal bat and extra 9mm ammo. I exited the storeroom and pushed open the front doors, fat raindrops greeting me. The burst of automatic gunfire echoed in the streets, spurring on the infected. Roy and the others were too afraid to get any closer, and their fear showed in their aim. They were wasting their ammunition, the bullets sailing through the fray. An infected crept up from the side of the building, the rain cleaning off its haggard face. Its nose had been chewed off and part of its scalp was torn, hanging like a bad toupee blown askew by the wind. It didn't notice me. Perhaps the rain was obscuring my smell. It headed toward one of the guards who had his back turned. I ran to the infected and shoved it from behind. It flew to the pavement face first, and I wasted no time in bashing its head in. The guard spun around, alerted by the commotion, and nodded at me when he saw the infected on the ground. I recognized him as the chef from yesterday. He looked different with a rifle in his hand instead of serving tongs. I didn't worry about cleaning off the bat. The downpour would clean it for me. It was like a veil had formed, obscuring the encroaching infected and blurring their outlines, giving them the appearance of dark shadows approaching in the night. "Is this everyone who can fight?" I yelled over the rainstorm. "Pretty much, unless you want to hand the old ladies an automatic rifle." He held up his gun for emphasis. That episode of South Park where the AARP took over flashed through my mind, and I was helpless not to laugh. Instead of looking at me like I was insane, the chef smiled. "What about the others from the roadblock?" I asked. "We tried radioing them, but the storm is interfering with our walkie-talkies." He squeezed the trigger and a burst of bullets shot into the nearest bunch, taking only one down. "Can't they hear the gunfire?" I yelled. "In this rain? Unlikely." More bursts of bullets. "You're not doing any good with that," I said. He narrowed his eyes, so I amended my words. "What I mean is that we can't do much in the aiming department from this far back, not to mention the visibility is shit." "Well then, what do you suggest?" Sarcasm laced his voice. "Grab a melee weapon." I waggled the bat as if he had no idea what melee meant. "But then we have to get closer." "That's kind of the point. They're hard to miss when they're right in front of you." "That's how you get bitten, miss." We were wasting time standing around arguing, so I decided to make a run for Roy, who was our lone frontline infantry. I yelled his name as I approached. When I got close enough, he jumped and turned. I ducked in case he hadn't released the trigger. "Never sneak up on someone with a gun," he bellowed. "I was yelling your name." I was offended he thought I was that stupid. "I guess you didn't hear me." His face fell. "I think we're screwed. Maybe we should go inside and hold the fort." "That would be fine if there were only a few of them, but I don't think that old apartment building can take a horde of them banging on the doors, trying to get inside." The chef had joined us on the front line, as had the other guard I recognized as the doorman, Jose. "So, what's the plan?" The chef looked at me. He ditched the assault rifle for a crowbar. "We go Babe Ruth on their asses." "I don't think we should get too close. I've seen what those things are capable of," Roy said. "Well, no offense," I started, not having the time to sugarcoat my words. "But you guys aren't doing very well with those guns. You're just wasting bullets." Roy grinned. "Never said I was handy with them. Now give me a hammer and you'll see what I can do." "Will the butt of your gun work?" I asked. "It'll have to." We descended on the nearest infected like we had a grudge. Roy used the butt of his rifle to bash in heads, and the chef used his crowbar to whack the infected off their feet, and then he stabbed their heads with the narrow end. I swung at one and hit a solid part of its skull. My arms vibrated from the impact, almost causing me to drop the metal bat. The thing stumbled backward but didn't fall. With a growl, he turned back toward me, allowing me to see my handiwork. The corner of his skull was caved in, making his head look like someone had taken the first slice of a cake. As I wound up for another hit, the chef bounded toward the infected and shoved the sharpened end of the crowbar into the back of its head, dropping him as fast as the rain was falling. I thanked him. I'd almost forgotten what it was like to have someone watch your back. After 10 minutes, our enthusiasm waned. We'd run so far that the sheets of rain completely obscured the building. Fallen bodies were all over the street, but more were still approaching in the distance.
"I don't know how long we can keep this up,"
huffed the chef. My shoulders shook with the deep breaths I took, and I inhaled raindrops with each lungful. My hair was matted to my face, and I had to wipe the strands out of my eyes. The rain was making it hard to hold on to the bat, my grip continually sleeping. "We made a better dent than you did with the guns," I said. "But now—" The sound of rapid gunfire erupted in the distance, and the roar of an engine drifted our way. A large Chevy Avalanche came into view, screeching to a halt a few car lengths from us. Tim, one of the guards from the interstate entrance welcoming committee, was sticking out of the window with his large automatic weapon propped on the roof.
"Oh, look, Skinny Rambo's here,"
the chef muttered, sounding like a case of sour grapes. I don't know if Skinny Rambo was accurate. Tim looked a lot more like Edward Norton than Stallone.
"Anyone injured?"
Tim yelled from his perch.
"No, but we're pretty damn tired,"
Roy yelled back as he approached the truck. Carla was at the helm, the windshield wipers swiping as fast as they could.
"You guys did a pretty good job."
Tim said this as if he were commenting on the weather, which was shitty.
"You should head back inside."
He banged the truck's roof.
"Drive down the street."
Carla hit the gas, jarring Tim, but he managed to stay sitting. They sped off into the distance toward the approaching infected, the rain blanketing them from our sights. The popping of gunfire continued. Maybe he has this covered.
"Come on. Let them handle the rest."
Roy led us back to the apartment. Once inside, people bombarded us in the lobby. "Did you take care of the sick ones?
How many more are out there?
Can they get in?"
"Listen up,"
Roy boomed.
"We took care of the closest ones. Tim and Carla are in the truck taking out the rest. Until the rain clears, we can't do much more."
Someone handed me a towel. The fabric was scratchy but dry. I wrung my hair out and patted down my skin. My clothes were soaked through and clung to my skin underneath. The chef turned to me as he towel-dried his own wet hair.
"By the way, people call me Mac. And before you say anything, no, it's not from the Big Mac. And if you try to be cute and call me pet names like Chef Boyardee, good luck getting served," he warned.
"I would never." I totally would. "Thanks for having my back out there." The towel over his head muffled his response.
"That's the whole point of community, isn't it? To have each other's backs?"
"Sounds good to me." Chloe bounded up to me with Amanda on her heels. The girl broke off to run to Roy.
"You okay?"
Chloe asked, her eyes wide. "Yep, just a little cold." I smiled down at her.
"They're back,"
the doorman announced as he opened the door. A drenched Tim and a barely wet Carla walked through the door. Max stood a little straighter, and I suspected he had a thing for Miss Eastern European Carla.
"Well?"
Roy prompted. Tim ignored him and instead addressed the crowd.
"We've secured the area. There's nothing more we can do until the rain clears. Once it does, we'll send out another party to clean up the mess and get a better handle of what's out there. For now, return to your rooms and keep the light and noise to a minimum."
People scurried back to their rooms as ordered. Tim was definitely military, but didn't lord it over everyone. I doubted he liked acting as the leader and having people look to him for answers. Not that I could blame him. Leading people was a big responsibility. Maybe that's why he let Roy head the pack. Tim walked by us without another word, Carla right behind him. Elaine, who'd been peering at us the whole time, her expression unreadable in a sea of concerned faces, approached us with her hands full.
"Here are some dry clothes. They should fit you."
She passed me the folded clothes. Thanks.
"You can use my office to change in."
I turned to Chloe. I'll be right back. Meet you in the common room, okay?
'Kay. Go get dry before you catch a cold,"
she scolded. I put my hands up in defeat. I'm going.
When I got to Elaine's office, I closed the door behind me and unfolded the clothes she'd handed me. They were clearly too big, even though she'd said they should fit. That bitch. I guess they would have to do since I'd left the rest of my packed clothing in the car, thinking we were only staying for the night. Looked like our trip would be postponed until the rain cleared. With a deep exhale, I stripped off the sopping clothes and tossed them aside. They landed on the desk with a wet splat, spraying water everywhere. Oops, clumsy me. After I dried off some more, I pulled the baggy shirt over my head. Just as I got my head through the hole, the door burst open. I whirled around, trying to yank my shirt down fast. "Ever heard of knocking?" I demanded as I struggled like a drunk with the shirt. Tim looked at the ground. "Sorry about that." I quickly pulled on the pants. "There! I'm done." Tim looked directly at the spot on my torso where my scratches were hiding under my new shirt. "Where'd you get those marks from?" "Really, Peeping Tim? That's what you start with?" I placed a hand on my hip. Geez, no shame with this guy. He ignored my comment and prompted, "They come from a sick person? It looks like it's been healed for a long time." These were a nosy bunch of people. "Yes, I got scratched by an infected woman months ago when this all first started." "You're immune." He said it so casually. "Don't know about that. Maybe they have to actually bite you to infect you?" I shrugged as I gathered up my wet clothes. "I've seen people turn from a mere fingernail prick by a sick individual." "Do I look like I work for the CDC? How would I know?" He regarded me for a second. "Thanks for helping out there and for rounding up those guys. They're not the tightest team I've had." "Looks like they did okay to me." "You know how to use that?" His eyes flicked to my gun. "Oh, and on top of being nosy, they were rude. Why do they think I can't shoot?" "Thanks for your concern," I said dryly, but I was taught by the best. I felt like puffing out my chest. "You know how to use an AR-15? "No idea what that is. I swore this guy had ADHD or something." The corner of his lips quirked upward. "It's an automatic rifle. Mac was using one." I shook my head. "Nope. Only used handguns and a hunting rifle." "We could use another good shot here. Seems we're running low on trained people and able bodies. When the rain stops, I can give you a lesson if you'd like." I chewed my lip. Clearly he wanted to enlist me, and to be fair, they really did need more people willing to fight. But I needed to find John's gun shop and then Hargrove. Staying here meant stepping toward permanence. And what if we never found our group? That wasn't an option. However, maybe they would offer some resources if I stayed for a bit. "I'll think about it." "Let me know." He walked back into the hallway. After hanging my clothes to dry in our room and taking a quick shower to warm up, thanks to the hookup Roy had finagled in one of the main-level units, I spent the rest of the day with the others in the common area on high alert. The downpour didn't let up until nightfall, and by then it was too dark for Chloe and I to leave. Chloe was happy to have another kid to hang out with. They were playing snakes and ladders with erasers instead of the long-lost game pieces. Mac had managed to make some sort of canned bean salad for supper, which was actually pretty good. I should ask for some of his recipes. A couple of infected had made it to the apartment by the time it got dark. Tim easily dispatched them from the roof, never wasting a bullet. Tomorrow there would be a roundup effort to clear the mass of bodies, and I was dreading it. My elbow had finally healed from my fall off the fence, and I wasn't too keen on re-injuring myself. "Looks like you're stuck here another night, huh?" Roy grunted as he sat beside me on the couch. "Looks like it. Tomorrow's gonna be fun, dragging wet, dead weight around all day." "Maybe we'll leave tonight, get a head start," I mused. Roy chuckled, thinking I was joking. "You finally ready to tell me where you're heading? Maybe we can help." "Still not ready." Roy shook his head. Fine. But don't be afraid to ask for help.
As much as part of me wanted to tell Roy about John's gun shop, I had a hard time trusting someone I'd just met. He seemed like a genuinely nice guy, which made keeping my plan to myself all the more difficult. But he had offered to help. I'd have to keep that in mind. "Thank you. I appreciate it," I said, and meant it. We decided to call it a night, and as we walked to our room, a lone shot reverberated through the building from the rooftop. Chapter 6.
Man, I'm out of shape,
Mac wheezed as he dragged another body to the truck bed.
I could have told you that, said Jose.
Mac shot him a glare and Jose smirked.
Oh, that's hilarious, Mr. Hair Gel,
Mac countered. Jose's grin fell into a scowl. I had a feeling they bantered like this often. Tim had thrown us out here pretty much as soon as the sky lit up. When we started, rain puddles had been everywhere. Now, with the high noon sun beating down on us, the puddles had evaporated. I was sweating from the heat and effort, my elbow groaning like an unoiled hinge. It was kind of worrying. I was too young to be having joint problems. All the able bodies had been conscripted into corpse duty, minus the kids, of course. A lady as old as 60 was out here with us, which made me feel bad about complaining. She hadn't said one grouchy remark all day. Tim shared little information with us. After we'd rounded up all the bodies, he told us we would dump them in the primary school's soccer field, then use as little gasoline as possible to create a controlled burn. I wasn't looking forward to that last part, imagining how awful the smell of burned flesh would be.
Thank you, everyone, for your cleanup efforts,
Tim announced after we'd thrown the last body into the back of the avalanche.
Please go rest and get something to eat. Roy, Carla, Bailey, and I will take it from here.
I frowned when he included me in his plans. For all he knew, I was planning to leave right after this. Roy looked over at me, appreciation on his face. He must have thought I'd volunteered. By the time we finished burning the bodies, it would be too late to leave again. This stalling was becoming insidious. One day we'd look back and realize months had passed. I removed my gloves and got into the truck with Roy at the wheel, and we took off after Tim, who was riding in the avalanche. "You guys do this often?" I asked as I massaged my elbow.
"Usually in groups of 5 or so."
Roy glanced at me.
"We can get you a tensor bandage for your elbow when we get back."
"That'd be great."
"Did you injure your elbow falling down the stairs, too?"
Roy joked. "Fence, this time."
Sure,"
Roy said airily.
"You sure are clumsy."
I'd never noticed how predisposed to injuries I was until Roy pointed it out. "I'm not clumsy, I thought about it. Accident-prone." Roy made a disbelieving sound in response. I was about to argue my point when the school appeared in our sightlines. We followed the larger truck over the curb and into the backyard of the school. The grass was worn with tire tracks and a burned smell, like meat that had fallen into the barbecue flames, hung in the air. The truck stopped in front of the soccer field, except they'd transformed the field into an outdoor crematorium. Various mounds of burned bodies sat in the center, ash coating the rest of the field. I hadn't realized how long I'd been staring until Roy patted me on my shoulder.
"Come on. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can leave this place."
I got out of the truck and the smell grew tenfold. Roy handed me a bandana to cover my face, and I tied it so it sat on the bridge of my nose. The fabric did reduce the smell a little. First, Tim found pallets to place the bodies on so they'd burn better, and then we got to work dragging the bodies into a new pile. Carla dragged one of the infected by its arm, and as she pulled, the limb ripped free from its decayed socket, muscles dangling like raw meat. She gagged as she picked up the severed arm and threw it onto the pile with its owner. The middle-aged infected I was lugging lost his wallet, so I went back to retrieve it. I flipped open the generic brown leather wallet to see the smiling faces of a family with 2 young children. The license said this man had once been Robin Crothers, age 34, and was a registered organ donor. Carefully, I placed the wallet in the corpse's hand, making sure it didn't slip out. We gathered various other articles from the infected that had been scattered during our hauling efforts and tossed them onto the pile of bodies. The gasoline sloshed around in the canister as Tim approached the pyre. He poured a fair amount under the pallet and sprinkled the rest over the pile. The match came to life, and he tossed it at the bottom where he'd poured the most gas. Flames roared, and the intensity of the heat forced us back. The fire climbed to the top of the pile like trails on a map. The rag couldn't cover the smell anymore. I had to turn away or risk throwing up my breakfast.
"Go wait in the car. We just got to make sure the fire catches all over and then we can leave," Tim said.
I walked briskly to the truck. He didn't have to tell me twice. The smell wasn't as strong inside the vehicle cabin, but I was sure the smoke would eventually drift over. It wasn't even the stench of burning meat that bothered me. It was the disgusting odor of burned, rotting meat. Roy joined me.
"First time we did this, I threw up," he admitted. "You're doing better than I did."
"It's the smell that gets me," I replied, trying to talk and breathe out of my mouth at the same time.
"That first time, I had to load a little girl's body into the pile. She reminded me of my youngest daughter."
His voice was rough and he swallowed thickly.
It was hard.
I was curious about the story behind what had happened to his other daughter and wife, but this wasn't the time to ask. He was looking away from me out the driver's window. This was the only time he'd mentioned his other daughter. Tim waved at us, the pyre casting dark clouds of smoke into the air. He left the field, got into his truck, and drove off. Roy and I followed. Instead of turning right on the road we had taken to the school, he continued straight, away from the apartment. Roy squinted out the windshield.
"Where's he going?"
Tim led us to what appeared to be a golf range. The grass was badly overgrown and the large netting was ripped and torn, pieces fluttering in the light breeze. Roy's face lit up.
"Looks like you're getting some automatic weapons training."
I'd figured. Tim was very pushy in an indirect way, and I really didn't like that trait. I hadn't agreed to this either, yet here we were. The parking lot was empty, and we stopped right in front of the clubhouse doors. We reconvened at the Avalanche. The tips of the smoke clouds were visible in the distance. I wondered if it could be seen for miles, and if it would attract more people. Tim was busy pulling out weapons and a large duffel bag from the back of his truck. He handed me a large black rifle that weighed less than I thought it would.
"This is an AR-15. This is what you'll be using,"
Tim said in a no-nonsense voice. I raised an eyebrow. "Will I?" He schooled his features, but not before I caught the brief flash of surprise.
"Being trained to use a weapon is a good thing. People used to jump at the chance for me to train them, especially now."
Well, when he put it like that, I felt like an ungrateful teenager snubbing their parents' advice. I just didn't appreciate that he hadn't consulted me on whether I'd like to participate. "Fine. Lead the way." I gestured for him to continue. They'd converted the small driving range into a shooting range. Targets were nailed down onto stakes driven into the ground at different distances. I noticed the distinct lack of bullet holes in the targets. Shell casings littered the area. They rolled under my shoes as we walked to the place where we would shoot from. No one had thought to sweep them up. Carla and Roy stood farther back, observing. Having an audience didn't instill confidence. Tim set down his large bag and took the rifle from me. "Do I get some noise-canceling headphones or something?" I asked.
"No. You won't be wearing them when you're fighting a horde, will you? So it's best that you get used to the sound."
This was going to be loud. Tim continued on as he inspected the AR-15.
"When we're done here, if we have time, I'll show you how to clean the rifle."
I didn't even have a clue how to clean my handgun. John, in all his wisdom, had left Taylor to teach me how to clean my weapon, but he hadn't been a very good teacher. Taylor had simply taken the gun from me and cleaned it himself, and I'd gladly let him. I realized how bad of a decision that had been since I hadn't learned anything.
"As I was saying, this is an AR-15. It's a semi-automatic and a civilian-grade weapon. I'm starting you off with this one to teach you better control of the trigger. Spray and pray will get you nowhere but stranded in the middle of a horde with an empty magazine. So we'll move on to the automatic M4 once we see how this goes. This magazine holds 30 rounds. Tim jammed the black piece into the gun for emphasis. Some hold more, but 30 is the most common. The barrel is usually stamped with what ammo you need, so this model uses 5.56mm rounds. More pointing at the gun. There are adjustable front and rear iron sights for personalized use. At that, my eyes glazed over, and I wondered what Mac would be concocting for us to eat tonight. Tim must have sensed my mind drifting. Let's see how you handle it. He was testing me. Nothing like pressure to improve your aim. I took the AR-15 from his outstretched hands. The gun was a pound or two heavier now that he'd loaded the full magazine into it. He showed me how to position the sights so they worked better for me. They were kind of similar to the ones on the handgun, only these were adjustable. I propped it up against the apex of my shoulder the same way I held my old hunting rifle, except this rifle was more dangerous. "Is this the safety?" I asked, pointing to the left side of the gun near the trigger. "It's called the selector switch, and yes, it's on the lower receiver." I flicked it to fire and aimed for a middle-distance target. Taking in a deep breath, I pulled the trigger. The booming sound exploded in my ears. It was deafening. I'd be kicking Tim's ass if I had hearing loss after this. I gritted my teeth and ignored the distracting noise that echoed for miles. If I wanted to show off, I needed to hit the target. After 10 rounds, I hit the one I was aiming for a couple of times. After a few more rounds, I could control the recoil without ruining my aim. The metal ping of bullets hitting the flat steel targets rang out with every other round. I was surprised I could hear it over the gunfire, but maybe I was just imagining it. When the rifle clicked empty, I lowered the gun and turned to Tim, his face revealing nothing. The only movement from him was the rubbing of his thumb along his jawline. It was unnerving. "You learn quickly." "Only because I've been taught this before," I said. "Well, with a handgun anyway." "Who taught you how to shoot?" "One of my friends, John. He was in the military." I lifted up the rifle. The kick was less than I expected. Tim nodded. "The recoil on any rifle is more than that handgun you're sporting, but the extra weight actually helps to mitigate most of it. You're also holding on to 2 different grips while pulling the gun back against your inner shoulder, which controls it as well. It'll be a lot different with the fully automatic, though." We traded weapons. I guess I must have passed his entry-level test. The new rifle looked nearly identical to the AR-15. This is the M4, the cousin to the AR-15. It's a fully automatic military weapon. You could technically turn the AR-15 into an automatic too, but if the police were still around, you'd be doing some jail time. This one also holds 30 rounds, and it only takes 5.56mm rounds. Try using the same rhythm as with the AR-15. Short, controlled bursts are what you want. Otherwise, you'll drain the magazine and be no further ahead. Shooting on full auto is hard at first, since the continuous recoil causes the muzzle to rise up, which ruins your aim. I found myself nervous holding the weapon, more so than I was with the AR-15. It could do so much damage with just one pull of the trigger. I swallowed and calmed my heart rate. Using my newfound knowledge, I flicked the selector switch and squeezed the trigger. The recoil jerked me backward when it didn't stop firing, and the gun muzzle lifted into the air. The bullets flew into the sky far above my targets. With effort, I released the trigger, settling the gun back down and turned to Tim. "I don't think I like this one." "Don't feel too bad. You should have seen Roy when he first started. Try again." And so it went until my arm got sore from the weight and recoil of the unfamiliar automatic weapon. I had to set it down and stretch out my arm, my elbow acting up again. Tim held his hand out. "Let me see if I can add a few pieces to make it easier for you to shoot." He attached some black cylindrical parts to the gun, one on top and one underneath the muzzle a good 8 or so inches in front of the trigger. "I just added an optic scope to magnify your target and a vertical foregrip with a button release bipod." He hit said button and 2 legs popped out. "That's some sniper shit right there," I muttered. It looked too advanced for me. "Trust me, once you lay down on your stomach in a prone position, these devices will make it much easier." Just as he kneeled to set the rifle down, Carla yelled, "Sick ones!" I guess that was the end of the lesson today. Tim shot up and looked around. Carla was right.
The infected were congregating. Some were heading right for the shredded netting, while others were stumbling into the parking lot. For a small town, this place sure had a lot of infected. Maybe having so many survivors in one place drew them in like hungry dogs.
"Time to put your new skills to the test,"
Tim said as he handed me back my preferred weapon, the AR-15 with a fully loaded magazine. I hefted the semi-automatic rifle as Roy and Carla ran to us, drawing their weapons.
"We need to clear the parking lot,"
Tim ordered as he hoisted the gun bag over his shoulder. For such a skinny guy, he could carry a lot of weight while still having perfect aim. He let out a burst of gunfire, and the 2 infected reaching for the truck dropped. The rest were well into the distance. Tim jerked his head toward one infected that was unsuccessfully wading through the overgrown bushes. Well, I guess that one was mine. I aimed for the torso, not trusting myself to hit it in the head from here. The muzzle lifted slightly, and the infected flopped face first into the bushes. Thick, discolored blood ran down the green foliage, leaving a greasy trail behind. I hadn't meant to hit the thing in the head, but that was what I'd done.
"Wish I learned that quickly."
Roy sounded impressed.
"That makes 2 of us,"
Tim said, not trying to be funny. Roy shot him an offended look. We ran to the trucks, wasting no time as we jumped in and peeled out of the parking lot that had become an infected meet and greet. Chapter 7. Roy clipped one of the infected on our way out, spinning it like a top, and it dropped to the hard tarmac. Shit. Tim was hanging out the passenger window again, shooting while Carla drove. I had to admit, he was rather good.
"You think you're ready to do that?"
Roy asked, only half joking. "I'll go with a hell no. With my luck, I'd fall out and break something."
"We can't bring the sick ones back with us."
Roy gripped the wheel, knuckles going white, his forehead crinkled. "I could probably do some damage if you stopped near the infected," I suggested.
"But Tim is still moving,"
Roy argued. "So, do you want to help or not? We're not doing any good trailing behind them unless your plan is to play a game of hit and run with the infected." I suppressed the laughter that was threatening. His lips formed a hard line, but he stopped the truck. Infected were roaming all over this road. We must have intercepted them on the way to the golf range. I hit the button and my window rolled down. I leaned out so I was sitting on the edge, my gun and elbows resting on the roof. I let out a few rounds, taking out the closest ones. Having a flat surface to prop the gun on helped with my aim and controlled the recoil. One of the infected I shot flew back so hard, its feet lifted off the ground. This gun definitely had some power. Roy had rolled down his own window too and was shooting at the ones on his side. His aim wasn't horrible, but he was wasting half the bullets he fired. Once everything was still and quiet around us, I crawled back into the cabin. "Shit, Tim's gone," Roy muttered. "Whatever, we'll catch up." I motioned for him to go. Dead infected lined the street from Tim's drive-by shooting, so we followed the fallen. We took a right, seeing that Carla had stopped the truck and Tim was shooting every shambling body he could. The majority of the infected were grouped together, as if traveling in a pack. Roy pulled up a few meters away and jumped out to help. I propped myself out the window and on the roof again, liking the stability of the position. My finger tired from continuously pulling the trigger, but the AR-15 was easier to control than the M4 by a wide berth. I stopped counting the downed infected after 10. This gun was a killer, in all sense of the word, and I'd become infinitely more dangerous with it. It was kind of intoxicating. My ears rang with the echoes of automatic gunfire long after we'd stopped shooting. Tim looked back at us.
"All right, let's head back,"
he yelled across the distance. I stuffed myself back into the cabin. The barrel was hot to the touch, so I set the rifle down, muzzle first, of course, even though I knew I'd used all 30 rounds. We drove the rest of the way in silence until we were parked back in the lot behind the apartment.
"That was some good shooting,"
Roy said. "Thanks," I said, shrugging it off.
"Were you ever a team captain or anything?"
Roy asked out of the blue. I knocked my head back. No? He'd thrown me for a loop with his random question.
"You just seem good at taking the lead. That's all."
He exited the vehicle without another word, leaving me to think about what he'd said. I'd never seen myself as a leader, especially with John taking the forefront of our ragtag group. When I got back inside the building, I handed the cooled rifle back to Tim, and he returned it to the guarded storage room. After we get something to eat, Carla and I will go back to road patrol to make sure there aren't any more hordes in the distance, Tim said. Bernice, I need you to take roof duty, and Jose, you need to keep a keen eye on the street for packs of sick ones. Jose nodded. Will do. Bernice was in her 40s, and she was very good with the sniper rifle. She grabbed the weapon from the lockup and headed up the stairs. Everyone broke apart like football players from a team huddle. Tim stopped long enough to pull me aside. You did pretty good out there. Can I trust you to keep an eye out while I'm gone? What about Roy? Tim's jaw shifted. Roy's a nice guy, but he's not really made for leadership. And I am? I asked, a shade shocked. You're getting there. He walked away, leaving me with my mouth hanging open. When he came back, I'd have to tell him to stop making me do stuff without asking first. It was annoying. The chains of responsibility weighed on me, and I wouldn't feel right about leaving today while the others were gone. I balled my hand into a fist, wanting to punch a wall. I always wondered why people did that. Frustration was the answer. Tim had no right. I should leave despite him. But the anxious faces of the others stopped me and my shoulders slumped.
What took so long?
Chloe demanded as she walked up to me, arms crossed. I turned to her, reining in my anger. Field trip.
Are we going to stay again? She asked.
Looks like it. You okay with that?
If we have to. I kind of like it here, but we have to find Ethan, though.
I placed my hand on her head and decided to change the subject. So, did Max say what was for supper?
Dunno. Me and Amanda were playing cat's cradle. I'm not very good at it.
Well, keep at it. I'm going to find Mac. I was glad and kind of relieved that Chloe had someone to keep her entertained besides me. I hadn't been very good company in the last while. I set off down the hall searching for Mac. I needed someone to vent to, and Roy probably wouldn't appreciate what Tim had said. Plus, I liked Mac. He was easy to get along with. I found him in the apartment they used as the kitchen. I sniffed the air. Smells good. The aroma was a welcome reprieve from the burning stench from earlier. It's Meatloaf's surprise. He waved at the oven like a magician's assistant. Where'd you get the meat from? I asked suspiciously. A grin spread across his face. That's the surprise. He better be joking. My thoughts must have shown on my face because he laughed. I'm just kidding. It's not really meatloaf. It's more like a casserole. Carla found a deer wandering around 2 days ago. Deer? In a casserole. I couldn't hide my skepticism. Just you wait, he winked. So what brings you to my kitchen? I sat down on the stool by the breakfast bar facing Mac. Tim volunteered me to watch the apartment building. Mac looked serious for a second. Never really liked him. Quiet military guys scare me. They should be loud and banging their fists on their chest. He mimed being a gorilla, and I chuckled. He is sneaky, I admitted. Ah, you see it too. He kind of has a roundabout way of making you feel like it's your duty to stay here. Exactly. He said Roy wasn't really made to be a leader. I picked up a bottle with masking tape around it. The label read, Secret Ingredient. I shook it, and it sounded like sand rattling around. I made my own spice concoction, Max said proudly. I was a chef before this all happened. You can take the fancy kitchen from the chef, but not the chef from the kitchen. He took the bottle from me as if afraid I'd drop it. And Roy's been through a lot. I don't blame him for not being the best leader. My ears perked up at that. Maybe Mac could finally tell me the story. Is it because of what happened to his wife and daughter? I asked. Mac's mouth fell open. He told you about them? No, but it wasn't hard to put together. Tell me. Mac sighed. I'm a terrible gossip. He told you about the attack, right? I nodded, remembering Roy's tale from when we first arrived here. Well, his youngest daughter was shot dead during the attack. We had to watch him carry her outside and bury her. He wouldn't let anyone help.
He dug her grave in the empty lot beside this building. He visits her every morning."
Pain-laced Mac's words. I could only imagine how hard that would have been for him. Poor Roy. His poor little girl. And his wife? I probed.
"She was taken."
Mac's words hung in the air. By the gang?
"Yeah. They took her and one other guy that night."
Mac looked around the apartment as if checking for eavesdroppers.
"I think they took her for a reason."
Dread settled in my stomach. Mac had said the gang hadn't only taken women, but it was still suspicious. A shiver trickled down my spine like melting ice as I was reminded of when I'd gotten locked up in the police station. The only woman, separated from the others. I leaned in as much as I could without falling off of the stool. What do you mean?
"The guy they took had been bitten numerous times by sick ones. He was immune as you could get. Roy's wife Irene once told me she survived an attack."
I almost fell off the stool. There were others like me? My hand itched to move to my side where the infected had scratched me, but I forced it to remain still. Now I'd have to hide the scratches for a different reason. What would the kidnappers want with immune people? They were just thugs. They couldn't do anything about the infection. The ice in my spine returned. "What do you think they need them for?" I asked, keeping my voice steady.
"Who knows? It's just a theory anyway, to make sense of a senseless situation."
"Did anyone look for them afterward?"
"Roy threw himself into it, but eventually put that on hold because he still has one daughter to keep it together for. Tim also canvassed around, but he didn't find any leads."
"How's dinner coming along?" We jumped at the sudden intrusion. It was Elaine who narrowed her eyes at us. She walked over and held out her hand.
"Roy asked me to bring this to you."
In her hand was a tensor bandage for my elbow. I took it from her. "Thank you." Elaine looked pointedly at my arm.
"Let me see your elbow first."
I maneuvered so she could examine it. She gripped my wrist and forearm firmly and bent the sore joint. At least it wasn't swollen. I winced when she fully extended it.
"You may have cracked bone, but I can't tell for sure without an x-ray. Make sure you wear this brace and don't hyperextend it. I have some anti-inflammatories in my office to help with the pain and stiffness. Come and grab some later."
"Thanks again," I said, as I slipped on the tight bandage. The pressure already seemed to help with the pain.
"You're welcome, and don't forget," she said. "It looks like we could use you at 100%.
Whatever she meant by that.
It looked like Tim wasn't the only one trying to recruit me. "Supper should be ready in 20 minutes.
Max stated, not to be left out.
"Good. People are getting hungry."
Elaine turned on her heels and walked out. Mac rolled his eyes at me and grinned. I liked this guy. Dinner had actually taken closer to 40 minutes for Mac to finish. He had to add just the right amount of seasonings at just the right time. I told him no one really cared about how much dill he used. They would inhale his food either way, and he looked as if I'd slapped him with his own spatula. True to his word, the casserole was delicious, and I was a true believer. After supper, Chloe and I played charades against Roy and Amanda. We all face-palmed when Roy failed at mimicking a baby. He just rolled on the ground, and Amanda had no idea what the hell he was doing. We eventually gained an audience as people laughed at the things we were doing and added new ideas to the hat. It was kind of fun. Our audience chimed in with guesses at what Roy was doing. Currently, he was trying to mime Harry Potter to Amanda and was pointing to his forehead and then jerking his hand forward like he was using a fly swatter. Amanda sat there with a confused look on her face while people yelled in the background. "Headache? Tylenol? Teacher? Psychic?" At least the last one was closer. The timer buzzed and he threw his hands in the air.
"Harry Potter!"
Amanda shook her head. "Dad, that was terrible." Chloe giggled from her spot on the couch beside me, and even I had to laugh. He was terrible at this.
"All right. I'm done."
Roy huffed and plopped down on one of the chairs. At this point, everyone had returned except for Tim. Carla clutched her walkie-talkie while she sat in the corner. Bernice had left her post on the roof. It was too dark out for her eyes to see, even with a lantern. Jose had joined us as well, but his eyes always drifted back to the front hallway. Mac had formed his own team with one of the older ladies and taken center stage. He was miming a pirate, but the lady didn't get it. I wondered why Tim hadn't returned. All Carla had said was that he'd told her to get some rest and that he'd radio her if he needed her. But despite her half-closed eyelids, she hadn't called it a night. I had a feeling Tim and Carla were together, even though when they were beside each other they never hinted at any romantic attachment. Tim was always anywhere but here, except in brief moments. Not the most involved leader. Roy got up from his spot. "Okay, guys, time to turn in." His announcement was met with a chorus of boos from the audience, but everyone dispersed, migrating to their rooms. I looked at the clock, just past 9 p.m. Today had been tiring. I was wiped and secretly grateful for the early bedtime. I ushered Chloe upstairs after she said her goodnights to Amanda and Roy. In less than 20 minutes, the apartment building went from lively to quieter than a church mass. I was about ready to fall asleep when the faintest light crossed over the semi-boarded-up window in my room. I walked over and looked out. On the ground, directly below my third-floor window, was Tim and two guys I didn't recognize. They were all holding flashlights, the bright LED kind. They were angrily discussing something, and one of the men handed Tim a large, overstuffed bag. Once he took it, Tim pointed straight to my window. Chapter 8. I ducked to the side, hoping they hadn't seen me. My heart raced like it wanted out of my chest. I peeked back out when the flashlight beam no longer shone in the window. The two men had weapons on their belts, which I'd failed to notice at first glance. They broke apart and the strangers headed for the front door. I swallowed. This was bad news, but what the hell do I do? I quietly shut the bedroom door where Chloe was sleeping and decided to find Roy, fear flooding my system. I reached the apartment door as a gunshot blasted downstairs and someone screamed. I threw the front door open and found others sticking their heads out in the hallway. "Get back in your rooms and lock the door," I commanded. One by one, the doors closed and the heads disappeared. Heavy footfalls came up the stairs and one of the strangers hit the landing fast. His stare whipped down the hallway, his eyes locking with mine. Panicking, I slammed the door shut and flipped the deadbolt. I backed up a few feet when the door handle twisted. The door vibrated with a loud bang as he rammed against it.
"What is that?"
Chloe asked, her eyes wide. "Get back in your room and hide!" I pointed, and she scurried back inside her bedroom. I retreated farther as the banging intensified. With one last hit, the door flew open, landing flat on the scuffed floor. The hinges and locks had been forced out of the wall, the aged wood unable to withstand the barrage. The intruder fell with the door but was already getting up. He looked up at me, no expression on his face, just determination. Without a word, he started towards me. I turned and ran to the sofa bed, the intruder on my heels. I needed something to use as a weapon, and my gun was stashed away in my backpack. Fucking think of something! I spotted the knitting paraphernalia in the bag on the floor and dashed over the sofa bed. I grabbed one of the metallic needles sticking out, then rolled to the other side of the bed, but realized I'd trapped myself. The man stood on the other side of the pull-out couch, mirroring my movements as I moved from side to side like a cornered animal. He knew that I knew I had nowhere to go. He placed a boot on the bed and climbed up. I tried to run around the end of the bed, but he lunged for me. We hit the wall and fell to the floor, him half landing on top of me. My whole side exploded in pain from the impact, and I yelled out. He grunted as if in pain, which confused me, since I was the one who'd taken the brunt of the tackle. I struggled with everything I had, but eventually registered that he was slowly slipping off me. He lifted his head, his face pale, and then he looked down. I followed his gaze. The knitting needle was sticking out of his chest. Hot blood poured from the wound and trickled down my arm. He wheezed, and with a final shove, I got him off me. He rolled onto his back, the needle protruding from his chest. I shuffled back from him just in case. His hands were shaking pointlessly beside the knitting needle. He must have been in shock. His breathing was labored, and he spewed blood with each exhale. I probably hit a lung. He'd run headlong into the sharp end of the weapon, taking himself out. It could have been me had I been holding the needle the other way. I could be the one dying right now. My veins froze with liquid nitrogen at the thought. My attention flew to the busted door when it groaned from added weight. The other stranger was standing on it. He took in the scene with a passive face, his eyes landing on his fallen comrade in my retreating form. Now what do I do?
Bailey, are you okay?
The bedroom door inched open and my heart leaped into my throat. The man watched Chloe appear in the bedroom doorway, and I screamed as loud as I could, getting to my feet. "Run!" The man sprinted toward the bedroom as the door slammed shut. In my fear-addled state, I managed to rip the needle from the chest of the man on the floor. He groaned, and blood gushed from the wound, the needle no longer clogging the hole. I ran for the other man. My only concern was to stop him from getting to Chloe. I tackled him with all the force I could create, swiping at his face with the bloody needle. He was far stronger than I was and shoved me back, flinging me to the small kitchen floor. I slid back until my head connected with a hard corner. Dots of lights and blackness coated my vision. He stepped toward me, then must have thought differently because he went back to the bedroom door. I tried to call out, but my voice wasn't working. My consciousness wavered, darkness cascading over my eyes. The last thing I heard was a scream before I drowned in blackness. Chapter 9. It was weird. I was having an out-of-body experience. Or I was dreaming. Others talked around me, but I couldn't move or talk. The voices sounded like Roy and Elaine, but I wasn't sure. My brain wasn't processing properly. Everything was jumbled. Do with him. Shot him. Concussion. Where's Tim? At that, I forced myself out of whatever state I was in. My fingers twitched at my command. My consciousness became clearer. I could sense light all around me. "She's waking up! Pass me that!" the female voice demanded. Hands gripped my arm. "Bailey?" a male voice asked. "What?" My mouth felt like it was stuffed with cotton. "Don't speak," the female voice said. My eyelids opened like a blind being yanked up on a window. The light burned my eyes and I snapped them shut. Nausea rolled over me in a fierce wave. I turned and heaved. "Here!" Someone passed me a pale-shaped item. My arms wrapped around it as my stomach emptied its contents. Tears stung my eyes from the force of my heaving, and my head throbbed like an opened wound. Thud, thud, thud. My head pounded in an increasing tempo. More nausea and more vomiting until my stomach was completely devoid of its contents. I could finally breathe, now that the retching and rolling in my stomach had subsided. I cracked my eyelids open. Two concerned faces, Elaine's and Roy's, were staring intently at me. "Chloe?" I croaked. "Chloe's fine. She's in the common room with Amanda," Roy said. My body sagged in relief. "Do you know where you are?" Elaine asked, her voice as clinical as our office. "Your office," I answered. I'd spotted the desk behind them in the cabinet against the wall. She must be evaluating my head injury. "Good. Do you know what happened to you?" I swallowed, my mouth tasting like battery acid. "My head hit something. Hard." "Yes, you have a concussion. Do you remember being attacked?" Elaine asked softly. "Yes. 2 men. I got one and was the other through me." "Are you still feeling nauseous?" "No." She took the garbage can from me. "I want you to rest for a little while longer, then you can get up, as long as you take it slow," she instructed. I obeyed and lay back down. "Can I have some water?" Elaine moved to her desk and came back with a water bottle with a straw in it. "Sips only." She allowed me to hold the bottle as I took small drinks. The water helped to wash away the acrid taste in my mouth and soothe my burning throat. "What happened to the other man? Did he get to Chloe?" "I heard her scream as I was heading up the stairs," Roy told me, his face pinched. "I saw you unconscious on the ground and found the guy trying to subdue Chloe. He pulled his gun on me, but I shot first." I closed my eyes as I groaned. I'd failed to protect her. Again! And she'd witnessed a man get shot. "She's doing very well, considering," Elaine added.
She's been here every 5 minutes, banging at the door, demanding to see you." I smiled at that and opened my eyes.
"What about the other guy?"
"Dead. His lung collapsed and he couldn't breathe," Elaine said matter-of-factly. She was basically saying the man had drowned in his own blood. A sick feeling washed over me again, and it had nothing to do with the concussion. 2 people had died at my hands. A few more and I'd be considered a serial killer. I let out a harsh laugh. Elaine and Roy exchanged a look. I recognized that look. Zoe used to give it to me. They were concerned about my mental well-being. "You did what you had to, just like I did," Roy reasoned.
He didn't understand. Neither of them could.
"I have a feeling you were always in the nurse's office at school," Elaine said, changing the subject. "Oh, and thanks to you, I won't be getting any sleep tonight. I have to wake you up every 3 hours. I could tell she was joking, but either she wasn't very good at it or I was beyond that right now. I touched my head. A bandage was wrapped around it and a chunk of gauze stuck out in the back. That explained the throbbing pain. "The laceration has stopped bleeding and I sutured you up while you were out," Elaine continued. "Only took 3 stitches since the cut wasn't deep. The impact was more the problem." Great. Another injury to add to my growing list. Someone banged on the door.
"Is she awake?"
A little voice demanded from the other side of the door. Roy walked over and opened it. As soon as he did, Chloe burst through and ran to the stretcher I was on.
"Bailey! Thank God you're okay!"
Her face was right beside mine. Her eyes were red and dried tear streaks ran down her cheeks. "Hey, kid." "Yep, I'll be okay as per the good nurse Elaine," I said. Chloe looked at Elaine as if for confirmation and the nurse nodded. Chloe turned back to me, her smile wavering. Tears welled in her eyes.
"I was so scared."
My vision blurred in response, but I blinked the tears away. I was beyond happy that she was okay, but I was also rotten with guilt that she'd gone through that. Want to know something? I was scared too, but we got through it, I said.
"Yeah, we sure did."
"She's alive!" Mac boomed from the entrance and then came over to gawk at me with the rest of the onlookers. "It would seem," I replied. "Can I try to sit up now?" Elaine grabbed my forearm. "All right, but slowly." My body creaked as I rose into a sitting position, the edges of my vision swimming but steadying with each breath. Elaine was watching me closely, making sure I didn't pale and pass out again. I blinked to clear my eyes, but otherwise, I felt stable. She let my arm go and she saw I was okay. Mac moved closer to pass something to me. "Here's a juice box. You'll need sugar and calories to get your strength back." With a trembling hand, I accepted the drink and took a tentative sip. It was grape. Not my favorite flavor, but I was grateful. "If you can keep that down, we'll give you some solid food in a bit," Elaine said, returning to her desk. How long was I out for?
"Forever?"
Chloe threw her hands in the air. Elaine gave us a rare grin.
"More like an hour and a half."
Did anything else happen? I needed to tell them about Tim, but I also had to tread carefully. He was involved in this, but I didn't know the extent. Tim had taken that bag in exchange for telling them where my room was. He'd seen the scratches on my side and knew I was immune. That was why he'd stalled my leaving and involved me. So I'd remain here until those gang members could grab me. He was lucky I was too weak to kill him myself. Another step closer to that serial killer title. I shook with anger and Elaine rushed to my side. "Do you feel like you're going to faint again?" I took a deep breath through my nose to contain my rage. "Chloe, can you grab me some food? I think I'm going to eat." Chloe's eyes widened.
"Sure can. Be right back."
She took off out of the office. "Close the door," I said. Mac shut the door and came right back.
"What is it?"
I had to make sure I worded this right. Maybe it would be better if I started off with a bit of show and tell. I moved to get off the stretcher.
"Hey, you don't need to stand yet,"
Elaine said. "Trust me," I said, and steadied myself on my feet. All eyes were on me. I lifted my shirt to reveal the scars that ran up my side. Mac's face lit up. Roy's face was a mask of anger, and Elaine peered at the marks curiously. "These are from an infected person. I got them months ago and never turned," I explained. Tim saw these the other day and deduced I was immune. I knew he was up to something when he kept trying to keep me here. Then, before the attack, I saw him with those 2 guys outside my window. He took a bag from them and pointed to my apartment. And then they came after me. Stunned silence filled the room. I didn't need to be a mind reader to know what they were thinking. Mac's theory. Roy's wife and dead child. Elaine's clinical logic. They were putting the pieces together. "Are you sure it was Tim?" Elaine asked. 100%. "I believe you," Mac said. "I always thought he was off." "All right. How do we proceed from here?" Elaine asked. "I mean, we need a little more evidence than just what you saw." "I'd say it's pretty damn incriminating," I shot back. "How else would you explain it?" "Makes sense." Mac crossed his arms. "He always makes these extraordinary finds, like the time he came back with half a trunk full of guns and ammo when every place that sold weapons for miles had been picked clean. I'm willing to bet that bag they gave him was filled with supplies and food and maybe guns." Mac was probably right. That bag wouldn't contain $100 bills. Money was useless these days. But weapons and food were gold. Whatever was in that bag was what Tim considered me worth. "You know, come to think of it," Mac continued, "during the attack on the apartment, Tim was coincidentally on watch with Carla at the interstate entrance. He even traded shifts with Roy, if I remember correctly." "But why would Tim send them after you?" Elaine asked. "I'm immune. Mac has a theory about it, and I think he's right." I touched my side, feeling the raised scars underneath my shirt. Mac told them what he'd told me in the kitchen. "That's all circumstantial," Elaine said. "Is it true, Roy? Was your wife bitten?" Roy hadn't said one word since I'd revealed my scratches. He was tense, his fists clenched at his side. Instead of answering, Roy stormed out of the room, the door slamming against the wall. We all looked at one another and followed him out of the room. I tested my legs, taking a few shaky steps, and found I was okay to walk. He rounded the corner to the common room and marched up to Carla. "Where is he?" he demanded. Carla was shocked into silence. Roy grabbed her forearms and shook her. "Where's Tim?" he yelled into her face. Mac grabbed him and yanked him off Carla. She looked at us, confused. I don't know. He's still out, I think." Curious faces watched the scene from their spots all over the common room. Everyone should have been in their rooms with the doors locked, but no one had common sense around here. Chloe and Amanda chose that moment to reappear, their arms full of food. I didn't need that much.
"Dad?"
Amanda asked hesitantly. His shoulders stiffened and Roy turned to his daughter. "You and Chloe need to go to your rooms."
"But why?"
"Just do it!" Roy shouted. His daughter looked on the verge of crying. I'd never seen Roy like this, and I didn't think Amanda had either. I walked over to them and took some of the food from their hands. "Thank you guys for getting me food, but now you need to go to Amanda's room, okay?" I said.
"Do you think the bad guys are coming back?"
Chloe asked. "We don't know, but you need to stay safe in your room. I'll explain later. The abbreviated version, anyway." Chloe looked at me, her face serious. She turned to Amanda.
"Come on, let's go to your room."
Chloe led them out and they headed upstairs. Roy was so agitated that he was pacing. Carla retreated as far from him as she could, and stern eyes watched Roy walk his circuit. I had no idea what to do. I hadn't expected this from Roy. But his wife was missing, and the gang members had killed his daughter. Someone would pay. Chapter 10. Time ticked by and Roy continued to pace. An hour had gone by and Tim still hadn't shown his face. As far as he knew, we were all oblivious to his involvement. We hadn't let Carla leave. She'd more than likely warn him. I picked at some of the food the girls had rounded up, the crackers and another juice box, but my nerves prevented me from eating anything else. We barely talked, other than to explain what had happened to Carla. She vehemently denied that Tim could have done anything like that, until she was red in the face. Max suggested she was too close to Tim to see the situation clearly, and I swore Carla considered punching him in the face. Matt came over to me and took a cracker from the box. "What should we do?" he half-whispered. I set down the cracker I was nibbling on. Why is he asking me? I don't know, I replied just as quietly. Short of locking Roy up, there's nothing we can do until Tim shows up. Elaine joined our little think tank. This will really go badly once Tim shows up. Roy is just getting angrier. We all looked over at Roy. I could almost feel waves of anger radiating off him. We need to intercept Tim before Roy does something, I said. Maybe handcuff Tim as soon as we see him. The element of surprise is all we have. There's some zip ties in the storage room. I'll go grab some. Mac took off in search of our handcuffs substitute. Carla glared suspiciously at us, but remained sitting and kept chewing her nails. Mac came back and showed us the black zip ties in his coat pocket, then asked, "How do we do this?" "Unless there's a secret entrance you guys didn't tell me about. There's only one way in," I said. "Someone strong should open the door when Tim comes in, so they'll be behind him when he enters. We'll talk to him to distract him until the doorman tackles him to the ground, and then we'll tie his hands behind his back." "Why not just grab him?" Elaine asked. "He's military?" "I'd say he's trained in combat. Our best bet is to knock him to the ground and use our weight against him to pin him down while we tie his hands up." This was all guesswork on my part. Mac raised an eyebrow. "I take it I'm the doorman?" I bit my lip. "Sorry, it's nothing personal. But the more weight we have to hold him down, the better." "That's the nicest way to call someone fat I've ever heard," Mac said. If he was offended, he didn't show it. I shrugged. I had nothing to say that would make it any less rude. "You should probably get up there then," Elaine said. "Who knows when he might return." Mac grumbled but left to go play doorman and give Jose a break. Carla watched him disappear with narrowed eyes. She got up, but Roy's glare returned her to her seat. I didn't see Bernice down here with her sniper rifle. She must have gone back to the roof. In total, there were only 10 of us in the common room, hardly a worthy defense. Elaine grilled me again on how I was feeling. The wound on my head was throbbing again, so she left to get me some painkillers. A loud cough came from the front entrance, Max signaling that Tim was here. I took a deep breath. "I'm just bringing him a water bottle. Tell Elaine I'll be right back," I announced to the people in the room, trying to sound aloof. Roy looked suspicious, but returned to fidgeting. I walked calmly to the entrance. Please let this work. I was in no shape to fight, and this would get messy if we had to resort to violence. Mac jerked his head toward the doors as I approached. "Just saw the truck headlights pull up." The outline of a figure solidified as it approached the front door. "Hand me the ties," I hissed when I reached Mac. We hadn't planned this very well, but I had myself to thank for that. I grabbed the ties and retreated as I stuffed them up my sleeve. Mac opened the door and Tim walked through. I pretended like I just came around the corner. "What happened?" Tim had the gall to ask. "There was another attack," I started as I saw Mac widened his stance. With a shoulder in the lead, Mac flattened Tim. They flew to the floor and I ran up to them as fast as I could. Tim was in shock, but he recovered fast and tried to buck Mac off. Mac had managed to gather Tim's hands behind his back, and I tightened the zip ties around his wrists, binding them together. "What is this?" he demanded, attracting an audience from the other room. With his arms secured behind his back, Mac yanked Tim up. Roy dashed for Tim, his eyes full of pain. I jumped in front of Tim, intercepting Roy. "Settle down! We need to do this the right way!" I yelled. Roy shoved me out of the way, and before I could grab him, he swung at Tim. I heard the sound of cartilage crunching. Tim's nose was now bent to the side and blood trickled down his chin. Mac released Tim in favor of restraining the enraged Roy. Tim fell backward with a groan, landing on his side, his arms still behind his back. Carla went to run for him, but Elaine got in her way. "No, you don't," Elaine calmly said to Carla. Carla's hands flew to her belt. "I don't think so." One of the older ladies pointed her gun at Carla. We all stood frozen in the weirdest Mexican standoff ever, except for Roy, who was still struggling against Mac, trying to get to Tim. "Roy, you need to calm down." I jabbed a finger at him. "We won't get anything out of him if you beat the shit out of him." Tim was military. Brutal force wouldn't work, but I had to admit, I found myself wanting to kick his teeth in, too. I would have to wait. I controlled my temper and turned to Tim, who was wiggling his face, trying to assess the damage. I walked up to him and he eyed me through narrowed slits. I crouched next to his fallen form. "I'm sure you know playing dumb won't work," I said. "We know you led those assholes here, and we know you sent them after me. You know I'm immune. What was in the bag, Tim?" His eyes lit up before he could school his reaction. He knew I'd seen. "I don't know what you're talking about," he deadpanned. "I thought you were smarter than that." I tilted my head to the side. We stared at each other, him refusing to admit to his guilt. "He didn't do anything! You heard him!" Carla yelled. "That's because he's a fucking liar!" Roy renewed his struggles, but Mac had him pinned in his arms. "Get up!" I grabbed one of Tim's bound arms and helped him to his feet. I led him to the common area. Everyone else followed behind me like a funeral procession. I grabbed a plastic chair, sticking it in the middle of the room, and plunked him down. Tim didn't resist, but I was sure he had something up his sleeve. Maybe more of his buddies were out there waiting. Just to be on the safe side, I zip-tied one of his legs to the chair. "Those guys you were talking to, they're part of that gang?" No answer. "I'm really tempted to let Roy go after you," I tisked. I hardly recognized the cold voice emanating from my lips. "What do you want me to say?" Tim said, redirecting the conversation. "I want the truth, not what you think we want to hear." I looked him dead in the eyes. "I have a pretty bad head wound, and I had to kill a man thanks to you, and a little girl saw a person die in front of her, so I think you owe us a fucking explanation." With every word I was getting angrier. A hand rested on my shoulder and I turned to see Elaine. She signaled toward the corner of the room. Once we were out of earshot, she said in a hushed tone, "Okay, you're getting a little emotional. Maybe we should have someone else try." I went to run my hand through my hair, only for the bandage wrapped around my head to stop me, and a flare of outrage surged through me. Maybe I was too close to this. "I think we should let Roy at him," I said, and Elaine leaned back. "I thought you said that was a bad idea," Elaine said. "Yeah, that was before he made my blood boil," I said through clenched teeth. He was playing coy. "Let Roy go," I barked to Mac. "What?" Mac asked, confused. Even Roy stopped struggling, appearing surprised. I looked at Tim. "I honestly thought you had a backbone, but I guess my people-reading skills aren't very good. Maybe you'll grow one once Roy questions you." I glanced at Mac. "Let him go." He opened his arms and Roy took a hesitant step. Then he regained his composure and almost ran to Tim. "Where's my wife, you motherfucker?" He spat in Tim's face. Tim steeled his expression and remained silent. Roy wound up and let his fist fly again. Tim's head whipped back from the impact and he gurgled, blood dribbling from his lips. Slowly he brought his head upright again and let the fresh blood trickle from his mouth to his lap. Roy's eyes were glassy with unshed tears. His clenched hand trembled. He looked like Bruce Banner struggling to contain the Hulk. "We know it was you." Another hit, this time to the gut. "My little girl is dead because you brought them here." Tim wheezed from the next punch Roy landed. "What about Kyle, Linda, Elijah, Jose, Bernice?" Jose and Bernice were dead? I turned to Elaine. "The two men who broke in tonight shot them when they tried defending the place." Elaine looked to the floor. My arms trembled as my mind struggled with this new information. This was too much. "Why didn't you tell me?" "You have a concussion. That was the last thing you needed to hear about when you woke up." Her nurse's tone had returned. No wonder I hadn't seen them. I felt like a fool for wondering where they were, when all the while they were dead, killed by those would-be kidnappers. The infected are supposed to be the enemy. This wasn't fair. People were killing each other for no reason, while the real bad guys were terrorizing us in undead droves. This new world disgusted me. Chapter 11. "Stop!" Carla screamed as she shoved the older lady guarding her to the ground. Carla reached for her weapon, so I reacted fast and ran up to her. She turned to me, ready to fight, but she hadn't been expecting my elbow to connect with her face. I made sure to use my good elbow, too. She fell to the floor on her back. Her gun skittered to the floor and I kicked it out of her reach, placing a knee on her chest to stop her from getting back up. Carla looked shell-shocked and didn't put up a fight. "Look, you can either stay or I can have someone take you elsewhere." She tentatively touched her eye, which was already puffing up where I'd hit her. Her elderly guard had since gotten up and came over to retrieve her. Carla was still in shock when the lady grabbed her arm, in a tighter grip this time. She must have never been in a real fight before. Something inside of my head shifted into place. Carla and Tim were more than likely together, and even if they weren't, she was like his second in command. Maybe I could use that to my advantage. Cold thoughts circled in my mind. Perhaps my concussion was worse than I'd thought. I picked up Carla's handgun. That got everyone's attention. Tim's eyes widened when I aimed the weapon right at Carla's head, my arm steady as a surgeon's hand. Elaine gasped and Max stepped forward. "Don't," I warned. His eyes pleaded for me to stop.
"I hadn't pegged you for a cold-blooded killer,"
Tim spat, breaking his silence. "Glad I finally got through to you," I said, aware I'd taken my first step into the role of villain. "Now give us the answers we want. If not for yourself, then for Carla." I was scaring myself at this point, feeling like a real-life James Bond villain, minus the Russian accent. I held back the laughter bubbling in my chest, although it would have fit the part I was playing rather well. Is it really just a role? I didn't doubt that I wanted to hurt Tim, and this would do the trick. No matter how much I hated him, Carla had done nothing to deserve this. At that, regret and guilt gnawed at me. I had no choice but to use her as a pawn. I would never shoot her, but I had to make Tim think I would. I cocked the gun, concern reflected in his eyes. I'd found my opening into Tim.
"All right,"
Tim said through bloody teeth.
"Put the gun down, and I'll tell you what you want to know."
I lowered the gun to my side. "Go on then."
"I did bring them here. I traded information for guns and ammo."
"Are they after immune people?" I asked.
Tim looked away. "I believe so. At least, that's what they wanted to know about."
"Who are they?" Roy piped in.
"Mercenaries."
So they did horrible things for pay. "Does that symbol on the side of the building belong to their gang?"
"Yes."
"Are you one of them?" I glared at him.
"No. I just take a cut for information."
"Bullshit!" Roy yelled.
"I'm not lying!"
Tim yelled back. This was the first time he'd raised his voice. Maybe he was unraveling.
"Then why?"
Roy's voice sounded strained. Something in Tim snapped and he let loose, turning into a completely different person.
"How do you think I found all the military-grade weapons and rations, They were payment. If I scratch their backs, they scratch mine. This place is held together by will and duct tape, for Christ's sake. You have no idea what it's like to be in charge of a bunch of people, let alone ones who can't protect themselves worth shit. Do you think this is fucking easy on me?"
Tim panted, chest rising and falling as he eyed the group. I held no sympathy for him. If he didn't want to be the leader, then he should have passed on the responsibility to someone else. Because of him, innocent people were dead. Innocent people were missing, with those gang members doing who knew what to them. We already had one plague to deal with. We didn't need another one. "Where did they take the hostages?" I asked. Tim swallowed.
"I don't know."
Roy hit him again.
"I don't know!"
Tim groaned.
"All they told me is that they need immune people for another group trying to create a cure or something." "So right now, my wife is being experimented on?"
Roy bounded toward me and I stepped back instinctively. He ripped the gun from my hand and in my growing pile of less-than-proud moments, I let him. Tim sat fully upright in his chair, his legs still tethered to it, his back as straight as a cement wall.
"Listen, Roy!"
"Shut up!" Roy cut Tim off, waving the gun in Tim's face. His eyes followed the piece as if he were hypnotized.
"Don't give me some bullshit about not knowing what they'd do to her. You knew exactly what would happen. You just didn't give a shit how many lives you ruined. My daughter's dead, and my wife is being treated like a lab rat because of you."
Okay. This really had gotten out of hand. Not only had I threatened someone who hadn't deserved it, but Roy also seemed ready to kill Tim. "Listen to me!" Tim screeched. "If you do anything to me, you'll lose your only lead." Roy pointed the gun right at Tim, and we all stood a little straighter. Elaine looked at me, her mouth open and eyes wide. She wanted me to do something about it. But did I want to? "You're not much of a lead. You haven't given me anything to go on." Roy inched closer. Tim gulped, pupils dilating. I stepped closer as well, and Roy said, his back to me, "Don't. This is my interrogation." "No one's sticking up for this asshole, but Tim is right. He's our only lead," I reasoned. Roy could slap him around all he wanted, but a dead witness was useless. "I can signal them again," Tim said. "I still have the channel they use." So that's how he was contacting them. Tim must have some sort of CB radio. "What do you use?" Roy asked. "I found a trucker's radio a while back and found their channel." "Where is it?" "In my room." "What channel?" When Tim didn't answer, Roy yelled, "Well?" 7. "That's all I need." Roy aimed and shot. I lurched forward, people screaming all around me. At that close of a range, Roy didn't miss. The bullet entered Tim's left temple, throwing his head back. His body went limp, his head hanging over the back of the chair, out of view. Smoke rose in white tendrils, as if Tim were releasing a drag of a cigarette. That brief illusion was shattered when blood dripped onto the worn floor, like red paint poured from a can. Carla let out a distressed cry and sank to the ground in tears. Some of the older ladies fled the room, and the rest of us stood frozen in shock. Chapter 12. I remembered one time back in elementary school when a classmate named Eric had managed to coax a skunk onto school grounds. He stood at the break in the metal fence for most of our lunch recess, waving his bologna sandwich enticingly at the black-furred creature. After a while, it crept up to the fence, only to spray Eric and make off with the sandwich he'd dropped. Eric sputtered as the kids closest to him ran as far downwind as they could get. When he approached the crowd with hesitant steps, they all backed up from him in a wave of disgust. He burst into tears, and eventually a teacher hosed him off outside before calling his parents. For days, he stunk, no matter how much his parents must have bathed him, and no one would go near him. It was like he'd been involuntarily quarantined. I kind of felt like Roy was suffering from the same fallout poor Eric had, except this time, people had more of a reason to keep their distance. The ones who'd witnessed the shooting firsthand were too shocked and traumatized to keep quiet, and had gossiped to the rest of the populace by the time morning came. Roy quickly became the resident leper. Eyes sunk to the floor when he would pass by, and people were quick to move out of his way, only to cast him dirty looks when his back was turned. He wouldn't last here much longer. Either he'd pack up and leave, or an enraged group comprised mainly of elderly ladies would throw him out. What no one knew, except for the 10 or so of us who'd been there for the interrogation, was that Tim had been a two-faced traitor responsible for leading those mercenaries here and causing the deaths of at least 10 people. But a public execution hadn't been the answer to his crimes, and it had left us with more questions. The image of Tim's head whipping back from the impact of the bullet was seared into my mind. I tried to convince myself this wasn't my problem, that this had nothing to do with me or me staying here. But I kept getting sucked in like a bird into a jumbo jet engine. I wanted to leave with Chloe and continue on toward John's gun shop like I'd planned to days ago. I wanted this whole thing not to bother me. I didn't want to care. But something inside me had made me stay to help fix the disorder in broken pieces. The light from the rising sun was quickly spilling into the common room through the large window. Elaine, Mac, and I had spent the night cleaning up the mess. Tim was wrapped up in a sheet outside awaiting his burial. His body had been the hardest thing to deal with. We'd had to cut the zip ties binding his wrists and maneuver him onto a sheet. All the while, his head leaked blood and brain matter. At one point, Mac excused himself to go throw up in the hallway. Once we'd gotten Tim's body outside, we started in on the bloody mess that was the floor. Lucky for us, the building had cheaped out with linoleum, and there was no carpet. I stood and stretched out my back, looking down at our poor excuse of a murder cleanup job. I could see that the linoleum would be forever stained a russet color. I ripped off my rubber gloves and threw them into the garbage bag Elaine had labeled hazardous waste with a Sharpie. "We're not done yet," Elaine said as she slapped down the rag in her hand on the floor, where it landed with a wet splat. "I am." I cracked my neck. My head was throbbing from the concussion, and I was pretty sure Elaine knew I shouldn't be exerting myself. My eyelids were sagging like a used mattress as fatigue set in. "We need sleep, Elaine," Mac groaned as he hefted himself up from his crouched position. The worst of it was cleaned up, and you could hardly tell someone had been shot in the common room. Elaine rubbed at her forehead. "Fine. But do you have any idea how many diseases are spread by human remains? That's why we have to be meticulous." I let out a bark of laughter. "I think we're already covered there. Have you not seen the world lately?" Her nostrils flared at my comment. "Listen, we're going to go get a few hours of rest. That includes you too, Elaine." Mac looked at her. "And then, when our heads are clearer, we can deal with this." "You're forgetting about concussed here," Elaine said. "Oh, so now she was concerned for my health. How convenient. I think pulling an all-nighter means I'm in the clear, but just in case, I'll have Chloe shake me awake every few hours. Chloe would be diligent with any task I gave her." We dragged the makeshift hazardous waste bags outside, then drudged upstairs for much-needed sleep. I barely got the instructions out to Chloe before I collapsed on the bed in our new apartment. The old one was still airing out from the earlier incidents. The last thing I remember was Chloe setting the timer she'd borrowed from Mac's kitchen. As instructed, Chloe woke me up every 3 hours on the hour. It wasn't the best sleep I'd ever had, but it beat no sleep. Then someone woke me a third time.
"Bailey, I know it's too early to be waking you up, but something is going on downstairs. I think it's about Roy,"
Chloe told me, her voice breaking through my foggy brain. Judging from the bright light flooding the room, it was afternoon. Everyone had had the day to make things worse, and knowing this place, that's exactly what happened. I swung my feet over the bed and rubbed my temples. My head still hurt. I'd have to get more pills from Elaine. Chloe grabbed my arm and yanked it.
"Come on, Amanda is crying. She thinks something is going to happen to her dad."
I guess a lynch mob had formed while I was sleeping. "Where's Amanda?" I asked, shaking my head to clear it further.
"In her room."
"Go stay with her, okay?" She nodded at my request. I dragged my stiff body out of the surprisingly comfy bed and dreaded every step that brought me closer to downstairs. I needed to leave this place and its shit behind me. Standing on the second set of stairs, I could already hear the swarm of people below.
"He can't stay here anymore. He's a cold-blooded murderer."
"He killed Tim. Enough."
That last voice belonged to Elaine. "I agree his actions were hasty, but there are some parts of the story you don't know." I hit the landing of the main floor and followed the yelling to the rec room, which smelled of bleach. The room was hot from all the worked-up people congregated there. Heads turned toward me as I approached.
"She's partly to blame, too."
An elderly lady in a flower-patterned blouse jabbed a bony finger my way. Surprise stopped me dead in my tracks. They were blaming me for this, too?
"She needs to leave. She pointed a gun at Carla."
"I was never going to pull the trigger."
"Could have fooled us."
Too bad my grade 7 drama teacher hadn't heard that. He tried to give me a failing grade. I clenched my teeth. These stupid people had no idea what they were talking about. Like hell, I'd let them get away with accusing people without knowing the whole story. I walked toward Elaine, the crowd parting to let me through. I grabbed a folding chair from the corner and dragged it to the center of the room. Taking a lungful of air, I stepped onto the chair and towered over everyone's heads. "You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about," I yelled. When they gasped, I realized I should have used a different opener. "Tim was a traitor, selling us off to the highest bidder. Perhaps you forgot that the first attack happened long before I came here." Murmurs erupted. Tim believed I was immune and led those mercenaries here to grab me. The lady in the flower-patterned blouse stepped forward.
Why would he think you're immune?
I hesitated. Did I want all these people to know? I looked at Elaine and she nodded, urging me on. This is why. I lifted my shirt to show off the scratches running along my side. I'd come to Louisiana for Mardi Gras, so why not flash a crowd? She gasped.
That's from a sick one?
I lowered the corner of my shirt. Yes, it happened months ago.
What would they want with you or anyone else they took?
They weren't connecting the dots. Apparently, these mercenaries are supplying another group of people who are looking for a cure or something. While we're not 100% clear on what happened to them, I'm sure saying these people are using them as test subjects isn't too far-fetched. I wasn't sure I was making the right call in telling them all this, but Elaine wasn't stopping me, and Mac, who'd joined the group sometime in the middle of my speech, wasn't stepping in either. Maybe this was exactly what these people needed to hear to knock some sense into them. Everyone burst out yelling, trying to get their 2 cents in. I sighed. The room was like a gym full of elementary kids arguing over what game to play. Rabble, rabble, rabble! I screamed over the restless crowd. As Zoe would have said, my crazy was starting to show. Confused, but quiet, faces peered up at me. This is getting us nowhere. What exactly are you going on about? I demanded. The braver, floral blouse-wearing lady stepped forward again.
We want Roy out of here, regardless of the backstory. He's a murderer.
Before I could reply, Elaine spoke up. What about Roy's daughter, Amanda? Are you condemning her for his actions too? The lady hesitated, then said,
Of course not. She can stay.
In what world would that work? Elaine practically shouted. Do you think Roy would just give up his daughter, or that she'd be okay with staying here while he left? I would have said something, except Roy beat me to it.
You don't have to worry about running me out of this place. I'm leaving and taking Amanda with me.
He'd snuck in at the back of the crowd. People gasped and backed away from him, pressing farther into the room. You'd think we were on the set of a soap opera with all the gasping going on. Roy held up his hand.
I'm packed, and I'll be leaving first thing tomorrow.
And with that, he walked back upstairs, leaving behind a room of people staring at their feet. Chapter 13. I gingerly stepped down from my fancy podium, not trusting my balance. I snaked around the crowd and followed Roy out. He moved fast, already back in his apartment by the time I reached the 2nd floor. I found him sitting, shoulders slumped, on the leather couch in the living room. Beside him sat a trucker's radio, which I could only assume was the one Tim had used to contact the mercenaries. The radio was Roy's only lead toward finding his wife, and he sure as hell wasn't leaving it behind. The bedroom door was closed, and I could hear Chloe talking to Amanda. That kid didn't know how to whisper. Roy's packed bags were waiting by the door, ready to go tomorrow morning. Roy,
Bailey, don't. I need to leave. For me.
I'm not going to say what you think I am. I approached him and leaned against the wall in front of him. He looked up at me, dark circles under his eyes. Why don't we leave together? Even though the words had left my lips, I still wasn't sure of them. Roy's mouth fell open.
You're right. I wasn't thinking that at all.
He rubbed his temples.
Aren't you worried I'm dangerous?
You know, I was pretty scary myself last night, too, I admitted. I'd let my anger take over and something ugly emerged. If Roy hadn't killed Tim, maybe I would have.
This place needs a leader, and I was never much of one. I think you'd fill the role better,
Roy said and leaned further into the back of the couch. I scoffed. It would be a sad day the day anyone put me in charge. I wanted to leave since I got here, and now I have my opening. Maybe he'd be more open to the idea if I put a selfish spin on it. I wasn't scared of Roy. After all, I had killed before, albeit the person wasn't tied up and at my mercy.
But if he hadn't killed Tim, what would we have done with him? And where would we go?
He asked, testing the idea.
Where did you plan to go?
I asked. At the defeated look on his face, I knew he had no plan whatsoever.
Fair enough. Need help getting to the gun store you were talking about?
Indeed I do. It'll be a long trip back.
Have you told Elaine and Mac? I'm sure they won't let you go without a fight.
I looked away for a second. It's not their choice.
Well, you better start packing then. I want to leave at first light tomorrow.
Pretty demanding words for a guy who has no idea where he's going. Roy let out a harsh breath.
I don't want Amanda to see everyone's reactions to me or hear anything they might say. Maybe most of them will still be asleep that early.
You forget this place is like a retirement village, full of elderly people who get up at 5 a.m.
Good point. I just want to put this all behind me as fast as I can. Lingering will only make it worse.
I knew a thing or two about that. I let Chloe stay with Amanda while I packed up our few belongings back in our apartment. Most of our stuff was still in the car, primed for a quick getaway. Even though I'd had my power nap, I was still exhausted and concussed. I'd have to talk to Elaine about that.
You're leaving? Speak of the devil.
Elaine, worn out and black-eyed, walked over and plunked down on the couch beside me. Yeah. You knew Chloe and I staying here was temporary.
Shitty timing.
Well, tough shit, I all but growled. This place isn't my problem. This was supposed to be a stop along the way, not a new life. Elaine leaned forward and put her face in her hands. You know, when we formed this community, it used to feel like we had a real chance. We had trained leadership, weapons, food, people, shelter. Now it feels like everything we worked for has gone to shit. Makes me think we were fooling ourselves for ever thinking we had a chance. I patted her shoulder awkwardly. I wasn't good with the whole comforting thing. Look, I felt like that before, when I got separated from my group, and suddenly had a kid to look after. It was daunting. It still is. I have no idea what I'm doing. But the thing is, I'm still doing. That's the key. Focus on rebuilding this place, or finding a new one. Hell, you can come with us if you like. Maybe I should have consulted with Roy before making that offer. She lifted her head from her hands.
You're leaving with Roy?
Yes. Even after yesterday? Especially after yesterday. Actually, I was going to come see you about the whole concussion issue. Other than feeling tired from sleep deprivation, do you think I'll be okay to drive? That was my main concern. I needed to be at 100% while on the road.
You hit your head hard, but not enough that I feel you'll have that kind of long-term damage. You made it through last night without experiencing any consciousness problems. And that's when they would have started showing up.
After a pause, she added,
But I'd still recommend you rest another day.
Yeah, that's not happening. I'd been down the stalling road since I'd gotten here.
Mac will be pissed that you're leaving,
Elaine said, like maybe that would change my mind. I was going to talk to him next. I went down to see Mac and found the kitchen in disarray. Ingredients and canisters littered the counter space. He was puttering all over the place, and the oven timer was constantly going off. I calmly walked over and mashed a few buttons, the shrill alarm ceasing. Once I got his attention, I told him about my plan to leave. He wasn't happy about it either.
You're leaving me like week-old dinner?
Mac joked, but it felt forced. No food lasts a week here, I retorted. He sat on the bar stool and put down the utensil he'd been waving around. I wasn't even sure what it was used for. It looked more like a medieval torture device.
You came here at a crappy time. It wasn't always like this, you know,
Mac sighed.
You got room for one more?
I stepped back, surprised at his words.
I'm kidding, of course. Looks like I'm going down with the ship.
Mac glared at the mysterious utensil. This place doesn't have to go to waste. Tim's gone. He was the only link to that mercenary group, so they might not even show up here again, I said. Now you can rebuild."
"Rebuild," he muttered. "I guess we don't have a choice, do we?"
Chapter 14. The next morning arrived alarmingly fast. Maybe it was because of the concussion, but I didn't really believe that. Other than a minor headache, made bearable by a couple of Tylenols, I was ready to go. I made sure to take off the gauze swathed around my head. It certainly wouldn't inspire confidence that I was okay to drive. Chloe and I waited by the entrance with our bags. Roy had taken Amanda to his daughter's grave to say their goodbyes before we headed off.
"Here, you'll need this,"
Max said and passed me a duffel bag. I took it and peeked inside. 2 rifles were nestled between boxes of bullets. One an AR-15 and the other a M4. I held the bag out to give it back. "I can't accept these. You need them." Mac folded his arms.
"Nope. There's no way we're letting you go out there with one handgun."
"If all goes according to plan, we'll have more weapons by the end of the day," I said, lowering the bag. It was heavy.
"Well, if all doesn't go according to plan, at least you'll have these."
"Thank you," I said, giving in.
Mac grinned. "You're welcome, miss." "You sure you don't need any more first aid supplies?" Elaine asked. She'd given us a final look over to make sure we were healthy. At least our bodies were. Sort of. The stitches in my scalp were still intact, and the cut was infection-free. Plus, I hadn't experienced any dizziness. Even my creaky elbow had gone into remission. A good sign? I'd like to think so. Chloe's arm was well on its way to being healed, though she'd be left with a nasty scar. Nope, we have enough. I didn't want to deplete their stash any more than we already had. They'd generously provided us with some canned goods, and Mac had packed us a lunch for the road. I found myself shuffling my feet. Their kindness was making it even harder to say goodbye. At least we were getting the chance to say it, instead of some horrible event tearing us apart without giving us the opportunity to so much as wave. Leaving was on our terms. Mostly. The survivors were running Roy out, and I wanted to continue on. The roar of an engine drew my attention to the front door. Roy waved at us from the rusted truck he was taking for the trip. He said old trucks were built better and easier to fix, so he tuned up one they'd found while scavenging the small town a while back. It looked like it was on its last leg, but then again, so did my old Honda Civic, which had carted me around for 6 years back home. We got hugs from everyone, and more than a couple of faces were teary-eyed, despite the way things had gone down. Not everyone had turned up, just the ones we'd become friends with, of which there weren't many left. "Don't you dare be strangers. If you find yourself nearby, you better come see us," Max said.
I looked at all the expectant faces. "I'll do you one better. Once we find Hargrove, we'll come get you."
"I'll hold you to that."
Matt crushed me in a giant bear hug.
"You better get going. You need all the daylight you can get."
We walked out into the sunny morning, the rays warming my exposed skin. I was starting to really enjoy that sensation.
"I'm gonna miss 'em,"
Chloe muttered as we made our way to our parked car. I placed my hand on her head. "Me too, but we'll see them again." I wouldn't miss what had happened here, but the people we were leaving behind. That was always the hardest part. I pulled the car beside Roy's rust bucket, so the driver's sides were parallel and rolled down the window.
"You ready to go?"
I asked, more as a formality. Roy nodded.
"We'll be behind you the whole way."
I rolled up the window and started toward the interstate. The added protection of the 2 rifles Mac had given us made me feel incrementally better. At least we could use them if the infected swamped us, which was probable the closer we got to New Orleans. The guard stationed at the town's exit ramp waved us by. I waved back, and we turned down the long stretch of highway. Since we no longer had to worry about oncoming traffic, we could drive on the wrong side of the road. I'd laid the map out on the dash, the roughly estimated route drawn from my memory of the map John had marked. We weren't looking for the main bridge that crossed the Mississippi River, but the one on the outskirts that led to the area where we'd found that first grocery store. To find this, we'd have to get off the interstate and take some back roads. I hoped I'd recognize something to instill confidence in this plan. This trip felt kind of like a crapshoot. An hour later, a honk from Roy's truck had me hitting the brakes. Before we left, we'd decided one honk was the signal to stop. I peered in the rearview mirror to see that Roy had stalled, smoke seeping out from under the hood of his truck.
What's he doing?
Chloe asked as she squinted at her side mirror. I scanned the area as best I could from inside the car for any immediate threats, but the highway remained a testament to the lack of life. I'm guessing his old truck is hooped, I sighed. So much for old trucks being built better. Nothing ever went smoothly. Was safe passage too much to ask for? I grabbed my handgun from the backpack loaded in the back seat and told Chloe, "Stay in the car. I'll signal for you to come out when I'm sure the area's safe." I hurried over to the truck, waving at the smoke and steam to clear my view. "What's wrong?" I asked Roy. He was already in front of the truck with the hood propped up. "Not sure, but I think there's a leak in the radiator. The temperature's too high and the engine is struggling. I just need 10 minutes to tinker with it." Roy hunched over the engine, wrench in hand. "I'll give the area a once-over to make sure nothing's right by us," I said. He looked up from the guts of the truck. "Stay close, and don't be a hero. Yell if you get into trouble." I have no intention of playing hero. That only gets you dead. I left him with those words and backtracked down the road. Though the highway had been cleared during our drive, the noise could have attracted some unwanted attention. I kept the vehicle in sight as I made my way down the interstate. I checked the ditches in either side of the highway, and when nothing even so much as moved, I headed back. Amanda stuck her head out the passenger window.
Is everything okay?
"Everything looks good so far, and it seems like your dad knows what he's doing." Roy had crawled under the truck, his feet sticking out like the witch from the Wizard of Oz who'd had the house dropped on her.
Yeah, Dad used to fix up old cars all the time. You should have seen all the tools he had,
Amanda said in a rush. "Good thing—" A car horn blasted. "Chloe." I took off like a marathoner toward the car. She knew what the noise could draw in and wouldn't have dared risk it unless there was danger. As I approached the car, I could see the outline of a body against the passenger side of the car. I could tell it wasn't the groping hand of an infected, but the intent hands of a living person jingling the door handle. Chloe must have hit the lock button before the man could get in. Thank God. "Step away from the car or I'll blow your head off," I ordered, a couple paces from the person. He turned around, hands in the air. He looked at the gun I was aiming right at him and stepped back. Roy had gone around to the driver's side where Chloe was huddled. "Stay inside and keep the doors locked," Roy told her when she was about to get out. "I wasn't gonna try anything. I just need a ride," the shaggy man said. He lowered his hands, his ragged shirt sagging past his shoulders, revealing a bloodied bandage. Too late, he pulled the neck of the shirt up and cast me a pitiful look. "Please." I pointed the gun to his shoulder. "You get that from an infected?" "This? No. He waved it off. "This is just from some scrap metal. Been trying to salvage items." "For what?" His breathing became shallow. "You know, for radios and armor." He took a step toward me and I took one back. "Please, miss. I ain't no problem. Just need a ride. Been looking for this Hargrove place. You heard about it?" Without warning, he charged me. I fired off a shot before he tackled me to the ground. I lost my grip on the gun, and it skidded away from all the wrestling. I kicked and thrashed at the man. "I didn't want to do it this way," he yelled desperately. "You made me. We could have gone together." He was certifiably insane, and possibly infected. With a loud cracking sound, the man stopped his screaming. His jaw went slack and he toppled over. Roy stood over him, bloody wrench in hand. I scrambled to my feet, fighting off a wave of dizziness, and scanned the interstate for my handgun. Once I found it, I rejoined Roy. who was standing watch over the crumpled heap that was the insane man. Roy looked at me.
He's not dead. I just knocked him out.
I stretched out my arms and legs. He hadn't done any damage, but getting tossed to the ground hadn't done my head any favors. I took a few deep breaths through my nose to clear the dizziness. "Did you figure out what was wrong with the truck?" I asked, switching topics.
Yeah. I think so."
Roy looked like a doctor delivering bad news.
"The engine coolant reservoir bottom is completely cracked. I can't repair it with the things we have."
"I guess it'll be a cramped drive. I'll back up the car and we can toss in everything that'll fit."
"What about him?"
Roy motioned to the unconscious man. Blood welled from the wound in his head and leaked onto the asphalt. "We leave him." Chloe unlocked the door so I could get back in, and Roy returned to his truck.
"I'm sorry I honked the horn. I know it was loud, but I didn't know what to do,"
Chloe said in a rush. "Are you kidding? How else would we have known there was a crazy drifter?" She needed to understand that she hadn't done anything wrong.
"A what?"
"Never mind. It's all good. Besides, that shot I fired off was just as loud, so we have to get going ASAP." Before we took off, I swallowed a couple more pain relievers to decrease the dull ebb in my head that had returned thanks to the crazy man. I put my arm on the back of the passenger seat and craned my neck to see out the back window as I reversed the car. I maneuvered away from the man, careful not to run him over. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Bones cracking. Roy was already piling their meager supplies beside the truck by the time I reached them. I popped the trunk, and he started throwing items in before I even got out of the car. We had to squish the trunk hood closed using our combined weight. Roy made sure the truck's radio was safely stowed on the dash. Chloe and Amanda would have to take the back seat, since they were the smallest. They had about 1.5 seats between the two of them, as the rest of the back was piled to the roof with bags and supplies. No one had better open the door behind the driver's seat, otherwise everything would come pouring out. Roy took up the passenger seat, the map already on his lap. He smelled faintly of gasoline since he'd siphoned the remaining gas from the truck. "Okay, let's try this again," I said, turning the engine back on. We drove past the drifter, who was now sitting up, rubbing his head. "Hey! Wait!" At his screams, I looked back to see him chasing after the car, but once the odometer hit 50, he collapsed on the road. Chloe and Amanda peered out the back window, standing on their knees, as he got smaller and smaller in our dust. Chapter 15.
"I think we're lost,"
Roy said and held up the map. He cocked his head as though he were examining a painting at an art gallery. Navigating the interstate had been easy. Once we turned off, however, things got tricky. We managed to cross the bridge we'd been looking for, and were technically in New Orleans, or at least on the very cusp of the city. I remembered using side streets to get out of the city, but unfamiliar one-ways were all we had to go on. I let out a harsh breath and parked the car, turning off the engine. No point in letting it idle. It would just burn gas. "Did you happen to catch that street sign back there?" I asked Roy, since I'd been more focused on driving than navigating.
"Yeah, but I don't see it on here,"
he muttered, pulling the map in for a closer inspection. I looked around our parking spot. The street was more residential than the others. Unkempt green grass surrounded the paved road and ate away at the cracks. A couple of scattered infected wandered around in the immediate area and would undoubtedly make their way over to us. I was about to get out of the car to dispatch them when Chloe yelled,
"Look!"
She pushed her head between the front seats, pointing to some signage on the side of the street. "Holy shit!" I gaped at the giant poster pegged into the ground. The camo-themed sign read, "Bobby Joe's Gun Shop, 3 miles. Take left at intersection."
"I take it that's where we're heading?"
Roy asked, setting down the map.
"Good eye,"
I said to Chloe, and she sat back with a big grin on her face. "This makes things a lot easier." I couldn't believe our luck. I knew John had at least one billboard for the store, but it looked like he'd put out signs as well. "Thank you, John." Roy looked at me, smiling as much as Chloe was.
Guess we just follow the sign. I turned the ignition, the engine grumbling to life, and hurried down the road before the infected closed in on us. They chased us for a short distance until we turned left at the intersection. We continued down the road for almost 3 miles until the familiar gravel pit of a parking lot came into view.
"This is it!"
Chloe squealed from the back seat. My heart rate elevated along with my excitement. Finally, something was going right. I parked out front, no other vehicles in the vicinity. "I'll go in first and check it out. You stay here with the girls. I'll come get you when it's clear," I announced. "I don't think you should go in there alone," Roy said. "Then what do you suggest? We can't leave Chloe and Amanda in here by themselves. What if another crazy drifter comes along?" Roy kept looking between the girls and me. "Not like we have boatloads of options." I filled up the magazine with what was left of our ammo stash and grabbed my trusty axe. I was reaching for the door handle when Roy grabbed my arm. "Wait." He peered out of the car at the empty parking lot and then got out. "Pop the trunk." I did and followed him out to see what he was doing. He was rummaging through the overstuffed pile. "It's in here somewhere. Just give me a second," he mumbled. I waited for whatever rabbit in a hat he'd produce. Roy pulled out a duffel bag and slid open the zipper. After more rooting around, he pulled out a long yellow string. On the end of it was a whistle. "You're kidding me." "A rape whistle?" I cocked my hip. Roy looked at the whistle dangling from his finger. "Think of it as a trouble whistle. You run into something more than you can handle, blow it, and I'll come running. You think you'll hear it all the way out here? I'll roll down the window a smidgen." He wiggled the whistle in front of my nose. "Fine." I took it from him and stuffed it in my pocket. I glanced around the area. "Looks like the area is okay. I'll be quick." I headed toward the back entrance. The lawn behind the shop was even more overgrown than before. The worn footpath was hard to see through all the dense foliage. The back door was now secured by a chain and lock, since Ethan had destroyed the deadbolt. I lifted my axe and swung. The chain rattled but didn't fall off like I had hoped it would. I decided instead to chop at the wooden door frame to free one side of the chain. After a good couple of whacks, the chain came off the frame and hung on the door like an overcooked noodle. I opened the door wide and waited to see if anything would pop out. That hadn't been the quietest of entrances. When nothing appeared, I went inside. Last time the lights had been on, but now the only source of illumination was the sun coming in through the front windows and back door. With my axe at the ready, I prowled down the short hallway that led to the display floor. I cursed the creaky floorboards as they creaked from my added weight. On the positive side, there was no one in the display area. The negative side was that there wasn't a single gun in sight, and scavengers had picked the bullet shelving clean. I lowered my axe in defeat and leaned against the wall, taking in the empty room. This trip had all been for nothing. We hadn't found our friends or any weapons, and now I felt even more lost than before. I retraced my steps, heading back out and stopping at John's office. I twisted the door handle, but it was locked. With the back door chained up, why would John also lock his office? It wasn't locked the first time we'd come here. I wedged my axe in between the door and frame and heaved. The splintering sound of wood giving way spurred me on, and I leveraged the axe until the door broke open. I was getting good at this whole breaking and entering thing. The small space was lit thanks to the skylight. Metallic red caught my eye as I entered the room. On the desk in the middle of the room was a Beretta with a red bow on top and 2 boxes of 9mm bullets. I picked up the gun and examined it. The piece was exactly like the ones I'd lost. This couldn't be random. I smiled as I spotted the paper underneath. Unfolding the note, my smile grew bigger and I laughed aloud. Ethan, in his messy scrawl, had written, "Bailey, I hope you get this. We found Hargrove. We left you a map with directions. Please follow them and get here as soon as possible. Ethan." Chapter 16. I wiped away the happy tears dripping on the note. Ethan was alive and had thrown us a lifeline. I tucked the note in the back pocket of my shorts and unfolded the map.
Ethan had outlined the route to Hargrove, starting from the gun shop. Even I could follow these directions. I released the Beretta's magazine to check it was loaded. With my hands full, I practically ran outside, excited to share the news. On the gravel lot, Roy was defending the car from a few roaming infected with his wrench. He bashed in the head of one as it lunged at him, but wasn't paying attention to the second one coming up behind him. I dropped everything I was carrying except for the Beretta. I lined up the shot and fired, dropping the body before it could get its hands on Roy. Roy whirled around, taking in the dead infected, and then looked at me wide-eyed. I spotted another one coming out of the tall grass and took it out with a single shot. When it fell back, its body flattened the tall grass, revealing a good 10 or more infected creeping toward us, like a lion stalking its prey. I gathered my things from the ground and bolted for the car. "We have to move. Now," I said as I ran around to the driver's side. I threw my stuff onto Roy's lap and started the car, rushing out of the parking lot. Once we were back on the street, I said, "Looks like you were the one who needed the whistle." Roy grunted as he rifled through everything I'd dumped on him. "What's this?" He held up the map. I looked in the rearview mirror at Chloe. Ethan left us a present and a map.
What?
Chloe squealed and launched herself over the center console. I reached into my pocket and handed her the note Ethan had left. She tore it from my grasp and slunk into the back seat to read it. Her eyes lit up as she read.
"He's alive!"
she screamed, bouncing as much as she could in the back seat. I pointed to the map Roy was unfurling. "That's the way to Hargrove." His mouth fell open. "Wow, talk about a lucky break." "About time we got one," I muttered. "We're heading the wrong way," Roy pointed out. Of course we were. I did a U-turn at the next intersection and headed back, almost taking out the no U-turn sign in the process. We passed the gun shop again, where the infected were struggling to get out of the tall grass. "Looks like we keep on this road for a bit," Roy said, studying the map. "Aren't we heading farther into the city?" I asked. I'd only glanced at the map back in John's office. "Mm-hmm. But we gotta take this road before we start heading northeast."
"Dad, I'm hungry,"
Amanda said from the back. Chloe rummaged through the bags and produced a box of granola bars, passing one out to everybody. We devoured the entire box and then moved on to the lunch Mac had packed us. One of his famous canned food and spices concoctions. I kind of already missed him. But the sooner we found Hargrove, the sooner we could go back and get them. After a while, Roy asked, "How's your head?" "Good." The headache hadn't returned since I'd taken the painkillers. "If these directions are accurate, we should be there by evening."
"I can't wait. Can you drive faster?"
Chloe asked, shaking my seat from behind. "I'm as happy as you to finally find our group, but we need to conserve gas. You know that." "Okay," she said, but continued to fidget. I was glad for the bone Ethan had thrown us, but that nagging voice in the back of my head was asserting itself. The note wasn't dated, though I didn't have any idea what day it was anyway, but something could have happened between now and when Ethan had left the stuff for us to find. All this hope could be for naught, and the note hadn't mentioned who else made it. Was Zoe there? John? Darren? I didn't want to go down this road of paranoia until I had to, so I tried to put my suspicions out of my mind. I looked over at Roy. "So, CCR work for you?" "Sounds good to me." I took out the CD from the center console and jammed it into the player. Classic rock filled the silence, making the trip a little bit better. I was relieved John hadn't only kept country music CDs in the car. Chloe was belting out the chorus to "Have You Ever Seen the Rain?" I think those were the only lyrics she knew. "You only found the handgun and note in there?" Roy asked, and laid his head against the passenger window. It was picked clean. I was lucky the Beretta was still there, although it was locked up in John's office. Roy pulled his attention from his window. "Tell me about your group. I only met Ethan briefly." I wasn't sure where to start, but I was fortunate that Chloe launched into an explanation, describing everybody from the cabin. I had to school my face when she mentioned Taylor, and how he was no longer with us.
Sounds like a good bunch you got there,
Roy said, finally managing to get a word in.
You were here for Mardi Gras when all this happened?
I bobbed my head in response. Crappy timing. Otherwise, I'd be in Canada with my family.
Never been, but I hear it's beautiful.
Well, like most places. It depends where you are, but BC really is something. Lots of mountain ranges, greenery, and the coast is beautiful in the summer. I was making myself homesick. As bad as it sounded, I tried not to think of home. All it brought me were pangs of sadness and regret. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I held on to the notion that one day I would travel home and find my family. How about you? You from New Orleans? I asked, turning the attention onto Roy. His mouth opened and then closed as if he were deciding what to say.
Not originally. I moved here he swallowed, with my wife just before we had Amanda. More work out here than the small northern town we came from.
He reached back and patted Amanda's knee with a sad smile. I felt like an ass for asking. I'm sorry for everything you had to go through. I shouldn't have asked.
It's all right. You have to deal with the hand you're given. Can't just take the good.
At that moment, he looked more lost than any person I'd ever seen. Silence reigned, the only sound coming from the car speakers. The directions took us down another main road, this one heading back into the city limits. I wasn't nervous until we passed one of the mercenaries' spray-painted symbols on the road. Roy sat a little straighter.
I need to pee,
Chloe announced.
Looks like we're stopping for a bathroom break,
Roy said. I slowed the car and brought it to the curb. More infected roamed within the city than around its outskirts. We would have to take them out to buy us time.
How do you want to do this?
Roy asked. He counted off the infected with his fingers.
I count 9 sick ones nearby and more in the distance.
We can pick off the nearest threats, then have a quick bathroom break one at a time, but stay close to the car, I rattled off. Chloe cast me a droll look.
I can't go if y'all are watching.
I groaned inwardly. This was going to be a pain. I remembered when stopping at a gas station bathroom during road trips had been enough to make me cringe.
Do you have to go to the bathroom too?
Roy turned and asked Amanda. She shook her head, brown eyes wide. Clearly she didn't want to get out of the car, and I didn't blame her. I looked around for any bushes or something else we could use. There was a small 2-level house beside our spot on the curb, which gave me an idea. How about we break into the house and use their bathroom? I suggested, pointing to the shack-like house. I was sure they wouldn't mind. It wasn't like the property value could fall any lower.
How?
Roy asked.
Not like we have time to pick a lock.
Break the window. We don't need the place intact. We just need to get in and out.
Okay, but first, you and I will have to take out the closest sick ones.
I had Chloe hand me the duffel bag Mac had given us. Looks like you'll be using your favorite, I said, and passed Roy the M4. The intimidating weapon was out of place in the small car. I let out a small giggle at the ridiculousness of the situation. Me, handing out giant guns like I was sharing Twizzlers. Roy raised an eyebrow.
Don't mind her. She does this sometimes.
Chloe chimed in from the back seat.
Brat.
I looked back at the girls. You stay put until we say it's clear. Got it? They nodded. I took a deep breath and got out of the car with my axe and old friend, the Beretta. Chapter 17. I broke the ice with the first shot, aiming for the infected 2 houses away. It flew onto its side and stayed down. Once I'd thinned out the incoming infected, I switched to my axe to conserve bullets. To make it easier, I swiped the axe around the legs of the infected and tripped them, sending them flying to the ground on their back. Then all it took was one hefty whack to their skulls, and they stopped moving. We soon took out all of the closest infected, though I'd mostly done all the work. Roy said he didn't want to waste the bullets with his crappy aim. We crept up to the porch and peered through the front window. I couldn't see any movement behind the sheer curtains, so Roy used the butt of his M4 to smash the glass. Before we went inside, He used his gun to clear the jagged shards from the window frame. An infected in a tattered yellow cardigan stumbled from between the two houses. Roy hastily pointed his automatic rifle toward the infected, not bothering to take the time to properly aim. Bullet holes soon adorned the paneling of the house we were breaking into. On the bright side, he at least hit the zombie version of Mr. Rogers. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. I lifted a leg over the windowsill and dropped inside the house. The smell of rot hit my nose, and I cringed, not the least bit enthused about what we would find. Ugh! Roy groaned and lifted the neck of his shirt over his nose. We started to search the house. The whole place couldn't have been more than 900 square feet. We walked through the small living room and kitchen area to get to the stairs that led up to the next level. 2 bedrooms occupied the second floor, with a bathroom between them, all clear of infected. On my way back to the front of the house, I spotted a door in the kitchen which I assumed led to a basement, so I went over to investigate. The smell got stronger the closer I got to the paint-chipped door. Why was it always the basement? I could see a tuft of fur sticking out from under the door, and decided against opening the door this time. I rattled the handle to make sure it was locked. Grabbing a chair from the dining table, I wedged it under the handle to be on the safe side. Last thing we needed was a rabid dog chasing after us. "Something down there?" Roy asked, appearing right behind me. He moved like he weighed nothing at all. "Something dead, but this should be fine for now." We headed back outside into the fresh air. More infected had gathered. I could just picture them as a bunch of nosy neighbors drawn outside by some kind of domestic drama playing out on the front lawn. Roy rushed to the car. "You take Chloe inside while I take out these ones," I shouted at him. He gathered Chloe from the car, grabbing her hand, and ran back to the house. As he placed her through the broken window, I heard her say, "Ew, what's that smell?" It was weird, but I'd almost missed my Beretta like it was a person. I much preferred the heavier but well-balanced weapon. The infected I was aiming at a few yards away turned just as I pulled the trigger, messing up my aim, and the bullet ripped off its upper lip. The infected turned back to me, its face now set in a permanent scowl. My next shot hit home, and it dropped to the ground next to the rest of its face. I spun in a circle, seeing that even more sick ones had come out from their hiding places, like a swarm of wasps out of their nest. I shot until the slide of the gun popped back, but I'd hardly made a dent in the new wave of infected. Why were there so many of them? Was it because we were technically in New Orleans? Shit! Roy lifted Chloe out of the window, their bathroom break over. We all met back at the car and I shoved Chloe in. I grabbed the AR-15 from the bag, but the crowd was still too big. "We need to get moving. I hope you didn't have to use the bathroom too, because it's too late," Roy said. "We'll never get through them with just the car. They'll bog us down," I said. "Time to use these, then." Roy lifted his rifle. Leaving the driver's door open, I used the roof of the Mazda to steady the AR-15. I was still too green to use the M4. Together, we shot as many as we could, but the incoming infected were relentless. "I'm out," Roy yelled first. No surprise there, since he never let go of the trigger. I finished off my magazine and got back into the driver's seat. Roy joined me inside the car, taking the empty rifle from me. I hit the gas. The remaining bodies drew closer, and I had to slow to maneuver around them. More and more were pouring onto the street, clogging our escape route. "Hold on," I said, and gently eased the car over the curb. The yards and driveways must have been sloped, because the infected were somehow herded toward the road. The front lawns were less populated. Taking advantage of this, I sped up. The back tires spat up chunks of grass and dirt, leaving the destruction behind us. "Look out!" Roy yelled. I yanked the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding a family of plastic deer lawn ornaments. Not that I was concerned about hitting fake Bambi, but they could have damaged the car. The Mazda bounced up and down as my oversteering landed us back on the crowded road. A wall of bodies hit the front end, but I pushed on. The infected body of an old woman flopped over the hood and slowly rolled off. At least it was a skinny grandma. I ran over a limb or two, judging by the crunching sound, and then the car gave a single jerk forward and stopped. I hit the gas and the wheels spun. but the car must have bottomed out on a stack of infected. The Mazda had practically no clearance. Even the curb I'd tackled had almost been too high. I looked at Roy, unsure how to get us going again, especially since we were in the middle of an infestation.
"Everybody start rocking," Roy said.
Even with the four of us rocking forward and backward, we hardly made the car move. I tried to swallow, but panic tightened my throat. So many bodies surrounded us that the inside of the car went dark. Banging hands scraped at the windows and doors. I had no idea how much pressure a side window could take before it shattered, but I was sure we were about to find out. The sound of loud gunfire seeped into the vehicle. We all stared at each other, confused. Shot by shot, light started to infuse the cabin of the car, like holes being poked into a blind, as the infected dropped outside.
"What the hell?"
Roy trailed off. Once enough bodies had hit the ground, I finally saw who our savior was. Saviors, actually, all with their own automatic guns. Were they the mercenaries? Judging from his worried expression, Roy was probably thinking the same thing. "We need to refill these magazines," I said. We fumbled for the ammo, our shaking hands making it hard to put the bullets in properly. Shit, Roy muttered as he dropped a handful of bullets onto the car floor.
"They're coming over here!"
Chloe screamed. 2 men were heading toward us. The rest were picking off the wandering infected. I couldn't even open the door because there were so many bodies piled up outside, like they were protesting something, and the vehicle was suspended in limbo. We were trapped. Chapter 18. As the 2 men drew closer, my mind went blank. I had no idea what to do. I hit the gas again, but the car stayed in place. One guy shouldered his weapon and put his hands up in a "we mean you no harm" gesture. Roy and I exchanged a look.
"You think he's one of the mercenaries?"
My mouth was dry, making it hard to answer. I don't know. It's not like they have a uniform. The 2 I dealt with back at the apartment hadn't dressed or looked similar. The guy got close enough to drag away a couple bodies from the driver's side door, hauling them by their legs. I jammed a full magazine into the Beretta as the man approached my window. He reached for the door handle, and I pointed the gun at him. He held his hands up, then motioned for me to come out.
"I got your back,"
Roy said, his M4 in his lap. I wanted to tell him that his words were less than comforting, but I decided against it. Instead of opening the door, I rolled down the window with the gun still pointed at the man.
There, darling,"
the man said in a heavy Cajun accent.
"We ain't here to harm."
I couldn't tell whether I believed him. Hell, I couldn't tell if I'd heard him right. I was having a hard time understanding his accent. He must have been in his 30s, and he looked like he was permanently tanned under his tank top, which showcased his slim but muscled physique. Brown stubble outlined his face, and he had the widest grin I'd ever seen.
"Now put down the gun, you."
He set his own arms down. His shouldered rifle was jostled, reminding me that he could still shoot us in a matter of seconds. "I think I'll keep it here for now," I replied. "Who are you?" The man took a deep breath.
"We're from the Hargrove place,
a scouting group looking for other survivors and supplies." I tensed. If they thought they could rob us, they had another thing coming. "Prove it," I demanded. His eyes narrowed.
"Not sure how to do that without taking you back. How about you follow us?"
He could be leading us into a trap. "I have a better idea. How about you follow us?" I countered. We had the map from Ethan leading us to Hargrove. If these guys were legit, then everything would be okay when we arrived. If they weren't, then we'd have backup. The man's eyebrows shot up and his grin widened.
"If that what it takes, Cher, we just around the corner."
He jerked his head toward the end of the street. "After you, then." The grin never left his face as he nodded and headed toward his ride. The others followed him, sparing us a couple glances. Oh my God. Roy let out a huge breath. I rolled up the window, my fingers trembling. I stuck hands in my lap, my fingers resting on the Beretta until the adrenaline left my system. The others didn't need to see me shaking.
"They didn't do anything. That's good, right?"
Chloe asked. "All I know is that once we get the car unstuck,
We don't get out again until we hit Hargrove, I said. Come on, Roy. Let's get this over with. We got out and cleared the pile of bodies from underneath the car. I pulled on a leg and it came off, the hip bone jutting out of the socket. I grimaced and flung the appendage away from me. I got back inside the car while Roy stayed outside and pushed. Once the car cleared the biggest hump, we were finally able to move again. I steered around the mass of bodies, stopping just long enough for Roy to get in. I didn't want to risk stopping and getting stuck again. These guys must have been well stocked with bullets to have taken out this many infected. We rounded the street corner, the other men waiting in their old Suburban ready to follow. Once we passed them, they pulled out from the side of the road, keeping a few car lengths behind us. Chloe and Amanda peered out the back window and waved at them. The Cajun man waved back. "Sit down, you two," Roy commanded. "How far do you think we are?" I looked at the rearview mirror. I was getting cold feet. Maybe leading them to Hargrove wasn't such a good idea. After scanning the map, Roy answered, "I'm no expert, but I'd say maybe an hour." After another turn, we found the main road we needed, and then all we had to worry about was dodging infected. I kept hoping the guys behind us would accidentally hit one and wreck their truck so they couldn't follow us. They hadn't tried anything. They kept up the pace and maintained the same distance behind us the entire time. "I think we're here." Roy's words brought me out of my thoughts. It turned out Roy's time frame of an hour was pretty accurate. I slowed as we turned onto a long paved driveway and approached a giant gate. The entire neighborhood was surrounded with tall brick walls that had to be over 12 feet high with added barbed wire on top. We passed a worn wooden sign that read, Hargrove Retirement Community. This was a seniors' village, after all, but I doubted the barbed wire had been there before the outbreak. I could see the peaks of houses beyond the brick fence and the tops of leafy trees. "Smart. Those brick walls look sturdy," Roy muttered. The metal gate at the front was solid except for a thin slot cut into the middle. I stopped the car and a pair of eyes peered out at us. The truck stopped behind us and the Cajun man yelled from his window, "Bruce, open the damn gate, you!" The groaning of metal on metal answered the Cajun man's call. Flecks of rust rained down from the hinges like autumn leaves from a tree. The large door swung inward, leaving an opening big enough for vehicles to pass through. I didn't realize how long I'd been staring at the open gate until Roy cleared his throat. "We going in?" I shook myself out of my trance and drove through slowly. We passed by 2 men holding the gate and some others just standing around. A woman with brown hair and an eyebrow piercing stood in my way, holding her hand up, indicating she wanted me to stop. Once I did, I looked around. Hargrove appeared about the size of a large, round cul-de-sac. All of the houses were single-level condos with a 1-car parking pad out front. Every building looked similar, except for the obvious variations in colors to make the place look less generic. People were on the street, bustling around. It looked like a commune. The minute anyone offered us Kool-Aid, I'd hightail it out of here. "It seems like a real community," Roy commented. The guard closed the creaking gate behind us. On the inside of the brick walls, small watchtowers had been erected on either side of the gate with ladders leading up to the platforms. At least they had a decent lookout. As far as I could tell, only the guards who had opened the gate carried weapons. "Well, shall we?" I said as I turned off the engine and got out. The others followed. "Welcome to Hargrove," the woman with the eyebrow piercing said, acting like Hargrove's version of a Walmart greeter. She flashed us a warm smile. "Wyatt will be here soon to give you an official welcome. I just need—" Chloe squealed and then screamed a few decibels more than necessary. "Ethan!" Ethan was coming out of a house a few yards from us, along with a couple other people. He stalled in his purposeful strides, a look of utter bewilderment plastered across his face. But then he snapped out of it and threw down the armful of linens he was carrying. Chloe and Ethan ran to each other, and he scooped up her small form. Chloe's legs flailed behind her as she hugged him with all her might, still squealing. I stood frozen beside Roy, and for the briefest moment, I felt like an outsider. "Oh my God! Bailey!" a familiar voice yelled.
I whipped my head to the side to see Zoe sprinting at me full speed. I barely had time to brace myself before she collided with me. We started jumping up and down as we hugged excitedly like a couple of teen girls meeting at school after summer break. "Zoe, you're alive!" I yelled. I couldn't stop smiling. Relief was a bucket of ice water dumped over me, soaking me down to my bones. I'd found my best friend again and gotten Chloe back to her brother. All the trials of the past 2 weeks had been leading to this, and to see it come to fruition was almost indescribable. Even against the odds, I'd gotten us here. We separated, her still grinning like an idiot. I was sure my smile matched hers.
"Not just me. Everyone else made it too."
That meant John and Darren were around here somewhere. I couldn't wait to see them, even Darren. I finally noticed all the other strange faces gathered around us. Some were smiling at our reunion, while others looked apprehensive. The Cajun man came up beside me, his grin in place. "Told ya I meant no harm." Chapter 19. Once they finished twirling, Ethan carried Chloe over to us. He put her down and practically tackled me. I hugged him back with a laugh. "Careful with the ribs, eh?" The faint scent of soap clung to him, making me self-conscious. I hoped I didn't smell from spending the day trapped in that small car with 3 other people. With his lips to my ear, he whispered to me, "Thank you so much, Bailey. I can never repay you for keeping her safe." He placed his hands on my face and kissed me square on the mouth. I wasn't expecting him to do that, as we hadn't even talked about our previous make-out session from a month ago. People cheered and whistled nearby.
"Ew!"
Chloe scrunched her face up, but I could tell she was suppressing a smile. Was all I could come up with when he pulled his face away. "Marking your territory," the Cajun man said to Ethan. Ethan laughed. "Gotta make sure you keep those hands away from her, Byron." So the Cajun man had a name. Byron put his hands up defensively. "I'd never. I'm a true gentleman, you." "And who's this?" Zoe cocked her head toward Roy and his daughter. Damn, Ethan. He threw me off with his welcoming. I unlatched myself from him and walked to Roy, placing a hand on his shoulder. "This is Roy and his daughter Amanda. They're friends from our previous survivor hideout." "Hi," Roy said, and Amanda stood slightly behind him, giving everyone a shy wave. "Previous survivor hideout?" Zoe asked. "Long story." "We all have one of those." A new voice boomed through the small crowd. People parted for the owner of the voice, a man with skin as dark as a starless midnight sky. He wore a green polo shirt and khakis and looked like he belonged in a country club. From the authority in his voice, I could only assume this was Wyatt, the man the other lady had been talking about. I was starting to think I had a problem with authority because I was instantly wary of him. To be fair, my track record with people in charge hadn't been bring home to the parents worthy since this all began, or even before that. Maybe my teenage instinct had never really gone away, the instinct that told me no one could tell me what to do. I guess I had some more maturing to do, but I knew that already. Roy stepped forward. "You got that right." The man walked up to us and offered his hand. "Welcome to Hargrove, my fellow wanderers. I assume Crystal got your names?" His accent was lightly southern, as if he'd moved here instead of being born in the South. Crystal, the lady who'd stopped us, looked irritated.
"I didn't get a chance with all the excitement, Wyatt."
"That's fine. We can get them now."
He placed his hand on her shoulder, but she politely shrugged out from under his hand. We breezed through another round of introductions as Crystal scribbled down our names on her notebook. I suppose it was wise to keep track of all the people coming in and out, but I didn't like the idea of them cataloging us. Wyatt must have noticed my scrutinizing gaze because he said,
"We make sure we have everyone's names when they enter to keep organized. This way we have a means of accounting for everyone should something happen." "Smart," Roy said, speaking for the both of us. "They can stay with us, Wyatt. No need to assign him a new house, Ethan said. I had a feeling, Wyatt smiled. But I don't think there'll be enough beds. These condos are only 2 bedrooms each. Last thing I want is for someone to have to sleep on the floor. Why don't you guys take number 22? It's ready to go.
Ethan opened his mouth only to shut it.
I'm staying with my brother.
Chloe planted her feet and grabbed my hand.
And Bailey.
I wouldn't dream of splitting you guys up. You can discuss living arrangements amongst yourselves. Just let Crystal know what you decide. Now, why don't you go get settled in and we'll see you at supper. Hopefully we'll get to hear that long story of yours.
The crowd dispersed, returning to whatever they'd been doing before we arrived.
I'm so glad to see you.
Zoe gave me another hug. Ethan waved us on.
Come on, I'll show you to the house he was talking about.
What about the car? I'm not leaving it here to get scavenged, I said.
Follow behind me,
Ethan said. I returned to the Mazda by myself and, at a painfully slow pace, followed them to our new condo. Chloe had latched onto Ethan's hand, her mouth going a mile a minute. No doubt he will have heard our entire tale by the time we reached the house. Ethan couldn't stop pulling Chloe in for hugs, as if he couldn't believe she was really here. She happily hugged him back like her life depended on it. I was kind of envious, feeling like I'd been demoted. Ethan pointed to our new abode, and I drove up the single-car driveway. Gold house numbers confirmed this was indeed House 22. The cul-de-sac must have had at least 40 small condos, not including the large clubhouse inside the entrance. I got out and looked over the one-story home. The outside was painted light blue, and the trimmings were white to match the white picket fence, so suburban that it was creepy. It definitely looked out of place in an apocalypse. The people in the house to our right ran out to their porch and waved. I gave a stiff wave back. Yep, definitely creepy. Roy whistled. This is already better than the apartment. And they didn't confiscate my gun like you did, I said.
Hey, I was doing what I had to. You think they'll want to know what weapons we have?
I'd bet on it, with the way they're cataloging people at the door. I looked Roy in the eye. Just don't tell them about everything we have. Let's keep some things to ourselves. Roy nodded just as Ethan approached us with a big smile on his face.
I can't believe you're here. We just went back to John's store yesterday to see if you'd gotten our present directions.
Where is John? I asked.
He's still out training some of the volunteers, Zoe answered.
Training volunteers for what?
How to shoot. You'd be surprised how few people can actually handle a gun, Zoe smirked. Kind of like you. She's gotten way better, Chloe said, sticking up for me.
I can vouch for that,
Roy added.
Aw, you guys.
I pretended like I was tearing up.
So, how are we going to do this? Zoe asked, a hand on her hip. All 4 of us are staying in number 17.
She pointed across the street and down. I didn't feel right about abandoning Roy and Amanda, so I offered, I'll stay here with Roy and Amanda.
But what about me?
Chloe asked, her eyes darting between Ethan and me. Ethan looked down at her, surprised.
You'll be with me, of course.
But, Chloe looked up at me. I'll be fine. Just down the road, I assured her. It was kind of nice she was worried about getting separated from me. Ethan gave me a look like he'd just realized this and glanced away, guiltily. Chloe removed her hand from Ethan's and ran to me. She hugged my middle. I messed up her hair and she shrunk back to pat it back in place. Ethan's eyes narrowed and he tugged at Chloe's arm, seeing her wrappings for the first time.
What happened to your arm?
Got cut on a fence, Chloe said, yanking her arm back. I'm fine now. Bailey patched me up real well.
She was putting on a brave face, but I still remembered her screaming when I'd had to hold her down to treat her wound. Ethan looked at me, a question on his face. Remember when Darren stitched your arm? Well, I recalled him mentioning using super glue, so that's what I did. The nurse at the apartment building we were staying at said Chloe's arm was healing on track.
Maybe Oscar should give it a look. just to be safe,"
Ethan said, and I frowned.
"Better unload some of our stuff."
Roy cut in before I could confront Ethan about him doubting my medical skills. In his defense, I didn't have any, but still, it was rude. No one noticed the small gash on the back of my head thanks to my hair covering it. The last thing I needed was for Ethan to force me into an exam where the doctor would find out about my scratches and alleged immunity. I resisted the urge to run my fingers over the stitches. We got to work grabbing what we could from the car and walked into the house. The front door was unlocked. According to Ethan, Wyatt had all the keys and claimed that since we couldn't cut new ones, he would be holding on to the only copies. This raised a red flag, but then again, I could have been looking for reasons to not trust this place. The smell of old lady perfume hit me. The small living room had 2 overstuffed couches and plenty of cat figurines and cat blankets and cat pillows and even cat curtains. Totally your style, Zoe grinned at me. I chose to ignore her as I walked farther into our new home. A small kitchen with an island was off to the right of the living area, and a bathroom and 2 minuscule bedrooms occupied the back of the condo. The whole floor had to be no more than 800 square feet. I'd been in bachelor apartments bigger than this. I dropped my backpack in the master bedroom, if you could even call it that. The only difference between the 2 rooms was that this one was large enough to hold a bed and dresser, whereas the other room could only fit a bed.
"These condos make the cabin look pretty big, huh?"
Ethan said from the thin hallway. "How do 4 of you sleep in this place?" I asked. There were only 2 queen-size beds.
"John and I take turns sleeping on the couch, while Zoe and Darren share the other room,"
Ethan answered. I walked back to the living room to question Zoe. "Well, no use hiding it now," she sighed. "Yes, Darren and I are together." She used air quotes when she said together. Leave it to Zoe to ensnare a man in the apocalypse. Not that I didn't see that coming a mile away, I said, copying her words from when she'd spoken about Ethan and me. She shot me a shameless grin. "So, where am I gonna sleep?" Chloe demanded.
"I'm sure I can convince John to take the couch permanently. Might have to bribe him, though."
Ethan ran his hand through his hair and I smiled. Being back with my old group was surreal. "Well, you better, 'cause I'm not sleeping on the couch," Chloe said. Chapter 20. Once we were as settled in as we could get in this situation, Zoe practically shoved us out of the condo for our official tour. The good thing about the neighborhood was that it had its own integrated septic and water systems for the whole cul-de-sac, so the toilets and sinks worked. Their system ran off the nearby lake in streams and drained into swampland a few miles away. The majority of it was solar-powered, with the panels strategically placed on various front lawns and rooftops. Roy was excited to find out how it worked, since he was the one who'd rigged the downstairs bathroom in the apartments. I'd asked what he did before the infection took over.
"A bit of everything,"
he replied. I had assumed he was an engineer or something similar. Chloe had introduced Ethan to Amanda and was telling her all about our life at the cabin.
"There are a few other kids here, too. Some of the older ladies organize classes for 'em,"
Ethan mentioned, and Chloe's face scrunched up. "I am not going to school."
"That's what you think,"
Ethan said. She crossed her arms. "That's dumb. School is the last thing we need." She looked up at me expectantly. "Bailey?" I floundered for a second and fought the urge to say, "Listen to your brother." Instead, I went with, "You want to stay smart? Then you should definitely take those classes. Otherwise, I'll have to dye your hair blonde." "You're blonde," Chloe retorted. "Yes, but I'm the exception to the rule," I said like I was the Queen of England. Their laughter echoed around me. "Hey," I said defensively, "I'm smart. I just don't make smart choices. There's a difference, you know." "Well, I can testify to you not making smart choices," Zoe said. "Pot calling the kettle black right there." They were still laughing when we reached Ethan and Zoe's condo. Ethan opened the door and quickly patrolled the space. Chloe put down her pack on the kitchen island and scrutinized her new house. This condo was designed the exact same way, but lacked the accent pieces. I think I like the cat one better.
You won't need to carry that around in here, Zoe said when she spotted my gun.
I'd made sure to tuck my fully loaded Beretta into my waistband, since I didn't know how secure this place was. Kind of a habit now. How exactly do they handle the weapons situation here?
If you need a weapon, they assign you one. They keep track of them at the clubhouse and monitor who has what,
Ethan answered.
You have to hand over your weapons, but you can take them out when needed if you pass their training course. Basically, they want to make sure you can handle a weapon without hurting anyone. Most people feel better with less guns floating around.
I guess Wyatt would subject me to this training course soon, but I sure as hell wasn't forfeiting my Beretta. We left their condo and continued on with our tour. We passed one of the makeshift guard towers. A Filipino woman nodded at us from her perch atop the ladder platform, then returned to looking beyond the walls. She was decked out in camo and wielded a massive sniper rifle, and she looked like she took her job seriously. Zoe and Ethan introduced Roy and I, along with the two little girls, to many wandering people, and I instantly forgot their names. There were 5 guard towers spread around the block in total, one for each wall, except for the front partition with the gate. That one had 2 watchtowers. A guard with a powerful sniper rifle manned each tower. Ethan explained that the guards took shifts during the day, and at night they only had one person on duty as more of a lookout to sound the alarm should something happen. Any artificial light at night meant using more power, and the light would only draw in the infected. Zoe said Darren sometimes took guard duty, but today he'd decided to go out with one of the scouting crews. Obviously, he hadn't been with Byron's crew and still hadn't returned. It seemed like everyone had a job to do, and I wondered where I would fit in. I had no desire to farm or care for the livestock. Zoe mentioned that many of the women tended to various backyard gardens. There wasn't enough space in the cul-de-sac to plant a large proper garden, so they utilized most of the backyards to grow small crops. My mouth was already salivating at the thought of fresh vegetables. They also had a small chicken coop that provided eggs and meat, and they even had cows and a bull. I was thankful our condo wasn't the one with the livestock in the back, which would stink. Hargrove was fairly well put together, considering the circumstances. The rest of the people volunteered for scavenging trips to gather more supplies. That was the thing about communities. More people meant more mouths to feed. Large groups were great until you had to think about the logistics. Zoe had mentioned that the official population of Hargrove was 83 with us here. "What exactly do you do here?" I asked Zoe.
"Well, I teach the kids' classes and take care of some of the gardens."
I gawked at her. I wasn't expecting that.
"Yeah, well, the arts degree was just because my parents said I had to go to university. I wasn't particularly interested in it."
"You never mentioned that before."
"Never really wanted to think about my future before, so I had no idea what was out there."
"Fair enough. I hadn't thought past graduation before all this either."
"My job's a lot less exciting than Ethan's."
Zoe nodded toward Ethan. Ethan waved her words off.
"Nah, it's not exciting. I help out Wyatt with anything that needs getting done."
"So you're kind of in the inner circle then?" I asked. "That could come in handy." Ethan looked at his feet.
"I don't know about that. I do a bit of everything instead of just one job."
"If you're looking for an inn, Byron and the sergeant are Wyatt's right-hand men," Zoe added.
"That's not what I meant, but I'll keep that in mind."
"Is Wyatt the one doing the broadcasts?"
Roy asked. Ethan nodded.
"How come he never gives directions to Hargrove?"
I wanted to know that as well. Zoe answered.
"He did at first, but then too many people showed up at once, so he stopped giving directions to avoid overcrowding. This place is designed great, but the space is limited,"
just as Roy had speculated back at the apartments. "What kind of job do you think I should take?" I asked, redirecting the conversation.
"Do they still need a handyman?"
Roy asked.
"You guys don't have to worry about that right now. Wyatt prefers that people get adjusted before they start contributing," Zoe said.
"You guys can't have been here that long, 2 weeks at most. But you're already doing jobs," I pointed out. How did you guys all end up here anyway? The cabin was in chaos when I got back." Zoe and Ethan shared a look. Chloe tore away from her conversation with Amanda to butt in.
"Yeah, let's hear."
"Darren and I arrived here first," Zoe said, her voice thick. "When we realized infected had overrun the cabin, Ethan ran out to find Chloe. He was gone for a long time before Darren demanded we leave. So we took the truck and hoped we would run into you on our way out. There were so many infected, and we had no idea what else to do, and once we got in the truck, we couldn't spot any of you. So we left." She bowed her head, and Ethan placed a hand on her shoulder.
"There's nothing you guys could have done against that many infected, especially with us scattered round like we were."
Zoe looked at me, her eyes pleading. "I didn't want to leave you, but we had no choice." "Zoe, I left when I didn't see you guys too, so I'd say we're even." I gave her an awkward one-armed hug, my go-to comforting gesture.
"We're together now," Chloe said. "That's what matters."
"You're like a little fortune cookie," I teased. Chloe narrowed her eyes at me, but before she could retort, Ethan started his story.
"As you can guess, I wasn't going to leave without Chloe. I spotted John heading back from wherever he'd been. He was screaming like a madman about being surrounded, like we were in the middle of a battlefield or something."
Ethan took a breath.
"John convinced me to check by the cabin since he hadn't seen any sign of Chloe that far out. Once we got within range of the cabin, the crazy bastard knocked me out cold."
"What?" I stepped back in shock as if someone had actually pushed me.
"Yeah. He knew I wouldn't stay put, so he knocked me out and locked up the cabin. When I came to, I was so mad I swung at him. It was dark out, but there were still lots of roaming infected. He claimed he could tell from the tire marks and footprints in the dirt driveway that you'd come back and that Chloe was with you in the car."
I was impressed with John. All the tracking and hunting wisdom Taylor had attempted to pass on to me had come from John, so I wasn't surprised that he'd fitted the puzzle pieces together. I did think knocking out Ethan was a bit much, though, but leaders always had to make the toughest choices. Ethan continued.
"I knew John would know what he was talking about, and trusted him. But I'm still pissed about him knocking me out. We waited for 2 days in the cabin with no lights on, trying not to make a sound until the infected had mostly moved on. Then we combed the land surrounding the cabin one last time for any sign of you guys. After that, we started out on foot with any supplies we could carry and one canister of gas. We found an old dirt bike on another property about 17 miles away. Would have preferred a car, but it was better than nothing. We rode the bike to John's shop, hoping you guys would show up there too."
"I'm glad you left me my present. I don't know what we would have done if you hadn't," I said. Who knew what we would have done had John's store been empty? Roaming unprotected in the city was like being dropped in a tank full of sharks. We probably wouldn't have run into Byron, and thus would have never found Hargrove. With so many possible outcomes, we'd gotten lucky.
From John's shop, we checked out nearby places and ran into Byron, who brought us here to Hargrove. Zoe and Darren had been here about 2 days at that point. We went back to John's shop every other day to see if you'd found the Beretta and map."
Ethan stopped and hugged Chloe again. "I still can't believe you two are here. That makes—"
"Holy shit! Bailey!"
a familiar voice with a southern accent hollered. I turned to see John's cowboy hat bobbing toward me, with the man himself underneath. He jogged over and gave me a giant hug. The heavy duffel bag on his shoulder swung around and whacked us. "Ouch!" I said as I pulled away, pushing the bag off.
"Sorry about that. Forgot I had the thing on. Can't believe my eyes."
He walked over and gave Chloe a hug, too. "What do you have in there, bricks?" John grinned, the tan skin by his eyes crinkling.
"Guns and ammo from training."
John hefted his thumb to the entrance. Various people, including a larger man decked out in full military attire, were filing out of 2 large SUVs.
"I see you noticed Sergeant Grant. I'm helping him run the gun training. Some people just can't handle a weapon worth a darn. You get to meet Wyatt and some others yet?"
"Yep. Just coming off the official tour. Pretty good setup here.
Who's your friend?
John jerked his head toward Roy. My introductions were severely lacking today. Sorry, John. This is Roy and his daughter Amanda. I met them at another survivor hideout. They shook hands.
So you're the gun store owner I've heard about. Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Any friend of Bailey's is a friend of mine.
John tipped his hat.
Guess I should introduce you to the others.
He started back toward the group at the entrance, expecting us to follow. He seemed more like the old John now. The last time I'd seen him, he'd been a shell of a man filled with grief over losing Taylor. No doubt he was still struggling with losing his son, but he seemed renewed with purpose. I caught up to John. So, what's this I hear about you knocking out Ethan? Chapter 21. After yet another round of introductions, my eyes were starting to cross. I was officially tired of meeting people. Sergeant Grant briskly shook our hands before walking off. He wasn't very personable. Everyone else seemed nice, though. One teenage boy around 13 was being teased by the others from the training group about his crappy shooting. His face turned red. I could relate. A girl with dark red hair sidled up to Ethan and asked with a flashy smile, "Are these two the famous Chloe and Bailey I've heard so much about?" Ethan told her about us? About me? He smiled back at her.
Yep. Sherry, this is my little sister Chloe, and this is Bailey.
Hi, Chloe said. I nodded and crossed my arms. When Chloe saw this, she mimicked my stance and crossed her arms too, like a little mini-me. Sherry frowned and Ethan's mouth fell open at my cold greeting. Admittedly, it wasn't very mature. I was acting like I was back in high school. Maybe I should start a rumor that she was into girls? I turned from them to John. So, John, do I have to take your shooting course, or do I get your seal of approval thanks to the training you already gave me?
Sergeant Grant has final say, so you'll have to show him. But I'll put in a good word for you.
John winked. Bailey knows how to use the AR-15 now, Chloe said, outing me. One of the people from their training group asked,
"And how do you even know that's what the gun is called, little girl?"
Chloe cocked out a hip. I grew up country. People chuckled. Chloe certainly had a way of stealing scenes.
All right, guys and gals. Training is over for today. Head home and wash up for dinner,
John announced. The crowd dispersed and people, including Sherry, trickled back to their condos. Zoe leaned over to me. Well, that was rude. I couldn't help but notice the smirk on her face. Shut up, was all I could say in my defense. Sherry's actually pretty nice. Sherry, pfft, that's a stripper's name, Zoe laughed.
I'm gonna log in my guns, and then I'll meet you guys for dinner.
John tipped his hat and took off toward the clubhouse. After another hour of catching up, Zoe and Ethan led us to the clubhouse for dinner. Apparently, dinner was at 4 p.m. every day. At least they were keeping some traditions from the old folks' community. The clubhouse had 3 large picnic tables in the center, with various other plastic tables and chairs all over. It still didn't look like enough seating for the 83 people Zoe said resided here. Are there enough seats for everyone? I asked, as I followed Zoe and Ethan. From the smell of cooking food wafting out here, I guess the kitchen was in the back. A lot of people just grab a plate and take it home, Zoe explained. A line had formed by a large serving window, with aluminum trays of food set out like a buffet. I copied what Zoe and Ethan were doing and grabbed a plate with utensils, getting in line behind them. Smells good, Chloe said as she sniffed the air. But I bet it won't be as good as Mac's food. Mac's cooking would be hard to beat. Once we go get all of them, Mac can cook up some of his recipes for Hargrove.
Who's Mac?
Ethan asked.
And what do you mean you're going to get him?
He was the chef at the apartments we were at before coming here, and I promised we'd go back for them once we found this place. The sound of a plate crashing to the floor made us jump. Roy leaned over to pick up the broken shards.
Sorry.
Ethan bent down to help.
No problem.
Every house in Hargrove had dishes, so we've got tons."
I had a sinking feeling that Roy had dropped the plate at the mention of bringing the apartment crew here. They would undoubtedly recount what had happened to Tim. The line started to move once they'd cleared the floor of the broken plate pieces, and we finally reached the food. One pan had lasagna with cheese melting on top and smelled heavenly. One of the kitchen workers was serving, ensuring everyone got their fair share. Nothing more. The next section had a real garden salad full of fresh vegetables, and I couldn't remember a time I'd been more excited to eat lettuce. In the end, I had one of everything. We waited for the others to fill their plates and headed to an empty table. I dug into my food before everyone had sat down. I was starving.
"Oh, man, this is good,"
Chloe said around a mouthful of lasagna. I could only nod, as my own mouth was full as well. The lasagna tasted like it had real meat. I swallowed and asked,
"Is this really beef?" "You bet. Every once in a while they cook up one of the older cows when a new calf is born. They use all the meat and keep the rest in freezers,"
Ethan informed us. I could have cried tears of happiness. Going over 4 months without fresh beef or fresh vegetables made me realize how much I'd taken going to the supermarket for granted. Sure, you could raise your own cows and grow your own vegetables, but that was a full-time job in itself. And when you were constantly on the lookout for infected, farm work became impossible, unless you were in a guarded place like Hargrove. We finished the rest of our food in silence, too busy chewing to talk. It reminded me of the big family dinners my parents had forced me to go to over the holidays. I was starting to get full, but made myself finish all the food on my plate. You didn't dare waste anything edible nowadays. I was on my last forkful when a single shrill alarm sounded. Everyone looked up from the table. "What was that?" I asked. Before I could get an answer, Wyatt's voice carried through the hall.
"Remain calm, everyone. The guards will take care of everything. Please go back to your dinners." When a guard spots more than a handful of infected, they sound the alarm to let the others know they might need backup,
Ethan said, his eyes glued to the clubhouse's front door. "Should we go help?"
"No, they can usually handle it. If they can't, they'll sound the alarm again to signal others to grab a gun and help. Since we're in the city, we get plenty of infected outside the walls on a daily basis, and the guards are used to dealing with it." "Have any infected ever gotten in?"
Roy asked, his hand on Amanda's head. "Since we've been here, only one has snuck in," Zoe said. "But no one is sure how it got in. The perimeter is checked every day for weaknesses, and the gate is constantly guarded." I opened my mouth to ask another question when the alarm went off a second time. Ethan stood, his chair scraping against the floor.
"I'm gonna go take out a gun and check it out,"
Ethan said, and then turned to Chloe.
"You stay here."
Chloe silently agreed, not having any intention of leaving her first real meal in months. "I'll come with you," I said as I got up. Ethan looked at me.
"I don't know if that's a good idea."
"And why not?" He sighed.
"Fine. But you can't take out a gun since you haven't taken the course. Follow me."
Ethan took off toward the door on our far right. He knocked, then let himself in. John was already inside with Wyatt and a couple others. They were all grabbing weapons. They stopped what they were doing and stared at me. Way to make a person feel out of place.
"Sorry, Miss Bailey, but unless you've taken our training course, you can't have a weapon,"
Wyatt said. "That's fine," I replied, not offering the information that I had my Beretta on me. John and Wyatt exchanged looks, and John nodded, vouching for me. Wyatt led the way back out once Ethan had grabbed a newer model hunting rifle. All the guns had been painted with red stripes, likely for identification purposes. The rest of our group must have handed over their weapons when they'd gotten here. I wouldn't be revealing my Beretta unless I absolutely had to. If the guards had it all under control like Wyatt said, then I wouldn't have to anyway. Most people were still sitting in their chairs, while a few had gathered around the clubhouse windows. Outside, some people with weapons had gathered around the gate, and the guards in their towers were shooting silenced rifles. Ethan ran to one of the makeshift guard towers, John to the other. With 2 people up there, they were squished, But they could still shoot unimpeded. With John and Ethan at the helm, I felt marginally better. Byron was packing a gun that hadn't come from the supply room because it lacked the red stripes. Looked like there was a double standard to that rule. Byron made a point to flash me one of his wide-mouthed grins before heading back to the gate. He peered out the wide slit at the approaching infected, and when Wyatt approached him, he whispered something in Wyatt's ear.
"Looks like there aren't as many as we thought. Guess one of the guards got twitchy and sounded the alarm again,"
Wyatt said.
"Truck!"
one of the guards bellowed, and the gunfire stopped.
"Is it one of ours?"
Wyatt yelled up at the guard. She grabbed a pair of binoculars and took another look outside the walls.
"It's ours."
"Shit. We can't open the gate while the diseased are out there,"
Wyatt said, then yelled up to the guard towers.
"Take out as many as you can before opening the gate."
They didn't need me, but I wanted to see how they handled this type of situation. Trying to make myself look less out of place, I headed for the tower Ethan was perched on.
"Everything okay out there?"
I yelled at him. Ethan glanced down at me.
"Yeah, we got a bunch, but the rest are all following the truck. Don't want to risk hitting our people."
Our people. Ethan already thought of these people as his group. I felt kind of dejected. I mean, we'd only been separated for just over 2 weeks. It was kind of like when you went through a breakup and the other party started dating another person after a week. It hurt. Chapter 22. While I was licking my wounds, Ethan went back to looking through his hunting rifle scope, oblivious to how his words had hurt me. A few more muffled pops sounded from the snipers before Byron shouted, "Opening the gate!" It took him and 2 others to unlatch the massive iron gate and swing it open. John scrambled down from his perch to join the few with their guns at the ready. They were aiming through the open gate to stop any infected from sneaking in. Orange light from the setting sun flooded through the giant opening, only for the truck to block it as it barreled inside. I recognized the blonde mop of hair at the wheel. Darren. Why was he by himself? A supply run should have 2 people, minimum. Once the vehicle was inside, Byron and his 2 helpers tried to close the gate, but infected were already slithering in. They backed up in a rush, not wanting the infected to bite off their fingers as they closed the gate. I took several giant steps backward as everyone unloaded rounds into the invading infected like a live execution, except the things they were shooting at were already dead. I would have helped, but I wasn't ready to reveal the fact that I was armed just yet, and they seemed to have it covered. Onlookers from the clubhouse poured outside to see what was going on. Some ran back to their condos at the sight of the infected, while others screamed. Because screaming always helped.
"You're clear to close the gate,"
one of the guards yelled. Byron and the others hurried to close it back up before another wave came at them.
"Wait,"
Wyatt yelled.
"What about the bodies? We can't just leave them in here."
All this time Wyatt had been barking orders, but he hadn't shot once or attempted to help close the gate. He was a very hands-off leader. They made the worst kind of managers. Byron shared an exasperated look with the others shutting the gate.
"You guys keep your guns trained on that opening, yeah?"
Byron said to the 2 holding the gate, then turned to the others around him.
"The rest of ya, help me drag these dead out."
In a matter of minutes, Byron and the crew had removed the fallen bodies and shut the gate with 0 casualties. They were probably used to the drill by now. I could imagine the infected body count in Hargrove far outweighed what I'd had to deal with so far. Darren, who had since parked and gotten out of the truck, was walking over to me.
Well, well, look what the cat dragged in."
Darren whistled. I arched a brow. "Really? That's the best you can come up with?" Darren flashed me a grin and gave me a hug.
"Yeah, I missed you too."
"So you're a delivery driver now?"
"Sometimes."
He shrugged.
"When did you get here? Is it just you?"
"Chloe," I emphasized Chloe's name, "and I got here after lunchtime."
"Glad to hear the squirt is okay too. And I'm impressed."
He gave me a light bump on the arm. "Yeah, well, I picked up a few tricks along the way," I said. John was approaching us. His eyes narrowed. As soon as he reached us, he used 2 of his fingers to poke the back of my head. Ouch! I swatted his hand away.
What happened to your head? I didn't see that before,
John said, trying to get a better look.
That stitches?
So much for no one noticing. Darren got in on the action and started poking at my head as well. They would have made terrible nurses. Wow, that's really helpful, I muttered as I took my head back. I got a concussion at the apartments we were at. John's eyes went dark as storm clouds.
And you drove like that?
Not like I had a choice. And it wasn't that bad. I don't even have a headache anymore. No need to tell them it was thanks to pain relievers.
Someone do that to you?
Darren asked, all business. I hesitated. It's a long story.
Well, you best be telling it right now, then,
John said, crossing his arms. I ran through all the events of the last few days as they patiently listened.
So that guy you're with, he shot the traitor?
John asked. I may have told the story in Roy's favor so he wouldn't look as bad. Yes, and that's why they made him leave. They're too stupid to see that Roy did them a service.
Clearly. And you think mercenaries are after you?
Not just me, but anyone who's immune, I think. One of the guys from the apartment had a theory that they were taking people who'd been infected but never turned. Roy's wife was immune, and the mercenaries took her. They stood silent for a minute, digesting all the information I'd dumped on them.
We've seen the markings, but I had no idea where they came from,
John said, talking about the graffiti the mercenaries had left all over the place.
What happened before that, after we got split up?
Darren asked. I'd rather wait until we're all here so I don't have to tell it 100 times.
Fine,
Darren said, sounding disappointed. The rest of the civilians re-emerged from the dining hall once the gunfire and shouting had stopped. They reminded me of hesitant gophers peeking out of their burrows. How long had some of these people been here for? Judging by the fear radiating off them when the alarm sounded, some hadn't been outside the walls since arriving here. Ethan jumped down from his borrowed perch and joined us.
Find anything good on your run, Darren?
Ethan asked casually, as if shooting at swarms of infected was routine.
Not much, just some canned goods and diapers.
I'd only seen a couple infants, but I assumed the little poop machines went through diapers like Zoe went through Guy's. By now, the others had joined our group.
Is it all okay now?
Chloe asked.
Yep, we got 'em all,
Ethan said with a smile.
I gotta go return this gun.
John clapped his hands once.
All right, let's all meet up at our place in a few minutes so Bailey can finish her story.
And mine,
Chloe added. Suddenly I was nervous. All this time I imagined how I'd tell them that I'd killed Riley, but found myself reluctant to share. Those of us without borrowed weapons walked over to their house, while the rest returned to the clubhouse to log in their guns. What a pain that would be. Once everyone had moseyed over to Ethan and John's condo, I proceeded to explain what happened with Chloe and me after we'd gotten split up at the cabin. Chloe proudly showed off her arm like a badge of honor, when I went over having had to glue her back together like Humpty Dumpty. Darren grinned, full of himself, when I admitted I'd stolen the superglue idea from him. When it came time to explain what had happened with Riley, I made the split decision to omit it. After I finished recounting our harrowing tale, Chloe just had to pipe up.
You never told me what happened to your neck.
Everyone turned to scrutinize my healed neck, confused as to what she was talking about.
Stairs, right?
Roy elbowed my side. Yeah. Fell down the basement stairs, I said.
Man, you're clumsy.
Zoe shook her head. Based on the dubious looks the group was giving me, Zoe was the only one who'd bought the story. But then again, she'd also witnessed me tripping over the same slab of uneven cement at our university campus for 4 years.
All right, guys. I got another round of training to run tomorrow, so I have to go plan with Grant. Then I'm hitting the hay,
John announced as he got up.
And y'all are in my bedroom.
I guess John had gotten kicked to the sofa after all. Everyone mumbled and Chloe yelled, "Party pooper!" John ruffled her hair.
Good to have you back, Missy.
Why does everyone do that to me?
Chloe muttered as she smoothed out her hair. And you too, John said as he wrapped me in a giant hug again. He seemed to be doing much better than the last time I'd seen him. Maybe having our cabin overrun had shifted some things into perspective for him. He'd seemed so lost when Taylor died, and I didn't blame him. I was sure he was still grieving inside. He just didn't let the grief take over anymore. Thanks.
I'll walk you guys back to your condo,
Ethan offered. I wasn't sure why he wanted to walk us back, but I didn't see the point in arguing. We went through another round of hugs before Roy and I left, him carrying an exhausted Amanda. Once we were on the street, Ethan turned to me.
So what do you think? Pretty great place, right?
So far, I admitted. I'm just curious, but how do they make those radio broadcasts? Roy whispered so as not to wake Amanda.
Wyatt makes the announcements from his office in condo number 1. He has all the broadcasting equipment there.
Only he can use it? I asked.
I've only ever heard him use it. Don't know if they keep it restricted,
Ethan said, as if it wasn't a big deal. I was really disappointed in Ethan. He'd had no issue with assimilating into this place. All the questions we were asking him rolled right off his back. Maybe he was so happy here that he was ignoring the red flags that would have steered him otherwise. Maybe it was my ego talking. But I'd like to think my general air of suspicion made me more objective toward people and places. And something about this place didn't sit right with me, nor did the leadership. I'd have to stay on guard until I was proven wrong. The next morning I awoke to the incessant crowing of roosters. I tried to block out the noise by smothering my head underneath a flat pillow, but it didn't work. It couldn't have been later than 7 in the morning, and with the long day yesterday, I wasn't loving nature's alarm clock going off. Shoving the clean covers from my body, I stomped out of bed like a teenager woken up early on a Saturday morning. Roy and Amanda were already sitting at the kitchen island.
Good morning,
Amanda said cheerily. Good morning to you, too. How'd you sleep? I asked them.
Pretty good. Took a while to relax, but it seems like a secure setup,
Roy said. I peered around at all the cat paraphernalia, grimacing when my eyes landed on a cat-shaped cookie jar on the counter.
Think it'd be all right if we redecorated?
Roy laughed quietly.
Well, I won't object, but I'd give it some time before we start changing anything.
I like it,
Amanda piped in.
Can we go to breakfast now?
You were waiting for me? Now I felt bad.
Not for too long.
Go ahead. I'm going to shower first, I said and shooed them out.
Okay, we'll save you a seat,
Roy said as they disappeared out the door. I stood in the kitchen for a few minutes, enjoying the silence and the solitude. I couldn't remember the last time I was truly alone. It felt similar to the first time my parents had left me home alone for a weekend. There'd been no alone time at the cabin, and sure as hell had been none since being with Chloe. A little bit giddy, I jumped into the shower. I took my time with my shower, saying my thanks to whoever had designed these condos to run off an independent water and sewer system. After washing my face, I even applied a little mascara, which I'd pilfered from the general store while we were in Gibson. I hadn't bothered with makeup in a long time, but for some reason, it felt appropriate today. The walk to the clubhouse was a short one, and I could smell the food as I entered the building. I got in the dwindling line and grabbed a plate of scrambled eggs and what looked like real thick bacon. Once I got to the end of the line, I spotted Chloe flagging me down while standing on her chair. A few people stared at her curiously. For a brief second, I was transported back to my high school cafeteria. With a grin, I hurried over, ready to inhale my food. It was a luxury to have food like this, but it made me wary of what the cost would be.
Hey!
Chloe half shouted as I sat down. Ethan was nowhere in sight. Hey yourself, I said back. When did you guys get here? John put down his fork.
Right before Roy did.
We finished our food and left the clubhouse as a group. Zoe went off to the condo they used as a classroom, taking an unwilling Chloe and an excited Amanda with her. Ethan was already with Wyatt, leaving me with John and Roy. Not sure where Darren was.
Well, if you two are wanting to carry a gun or anything while you're here, you best come with me,
John said to Roy and me.
"Now, I ain't gonna mention the Beretta I know you have, but I gotta know what other guns you brought,"
John said. An AR-15 and M4, plus a little ammo for them, I said, leaving out my old handgun. That I could easily hide.
"You know how to use 'em?"
John asked. I got some training for it, I told him. Still kind of need a surface to shoot on to keep my aim, though.
"They aren't easy to use at first, but you'll get the hang of 'em. You know I'm gonna need to log 'em, right?"
You think that's best? I asked.
John hesitated. "It ain't what I think. Them's the rules."
I knew John wasn't all in with this place. He had too much sense. What's with that?
This way they can better keep track of the guns and ammo. Less accidents, less theft. You'd be surprised how much crime can happen when a group of people gather.
I was about to ask if he was talking specifically about Hargrove when the sergeant from yesterday appeared beside us.
"You ready to head out?"
His voice was so loud it almost sounded like he was yelling.
"Yes, I am. And we got 2 more to add to the training roster."
Sergeant Grant looked us up and down as if he were assessing his troops.
"Come on, then."
"Do I need a weapon?" I asked, matching his brisk tone. His eyes narrowed.
"Yes. Go grab those rifles you mentioned and meet us back here ASAP."
How did he hear that? Without giving me a chance to answer, he walked off, clearly dismissing me. That made my blood boil.
"He's a little brash,"
John said with a shrug.
"Don't know many sergeants who aren't."
"I think the word is rude," I corrected. Chapter 23. Roy had elected to stay behind, not caring whether they gave him a gun, while John and I had ridden out in one of the trucks to the location they were using as a firing range. It was a good distance away, close to 2 hours, to keep the noise from attracting infected toward Hargrove. I couldn't help but think of all the gas they were burning by transporting people there and back, but I guess that was the price they paid to play it safe. After my initial assessment with a handgun and the AR-15, Grant gave me back the M4 I'd handed over before we left, which was kind of insulting, actually, giving me back my own property. John beamed at me like a parent at their kid's graduation when the sergeant deemed me fit for duty. Or, at least, fit to carry a handgun and the AR-15.
"You have the basics down, but can you shoot with a fully automatic rifle?"
Sergeant Grant asked, motioning to the M4 he'd shoved into my arms. Were all military men this pushy? John wasn't, but then again, he'd been retired from the military for years. I would have taken it personally, except Grant was like that to everyone. The poor teen boy from yesterday who had been teased was back to redeem himself, and the sergeant was giving him no quarter. I swore he looked close to tears after another round of Grant shouting instructions at him. I adjusted the sights and jammed the butt of the gun against the pocket of my shoulder. With a deep breath, I fired a burst of bullets, hitting the small target twice. I was more accurate with the AR-15. I just couldn't control the trigger properly with the M4. Sergeant Grant's steely gaze burned into the back of my head.
"Thought you said you could use this weapon."
I wanted nothing more than to throw the gun down and tell Sergeant Asshole to go fuck himself. But instead, I gritted my teeth and kept at it. As I continued shooting, it seemed like the target was getting farther away, while the automatic weapon became heavier. When the gun clicked empty, I'd only managed to hit the target a handful of times. I lowered the gun and stretched out my sore shoulder. John walked over to me and whispered, "You need to hit the target at least 15 times to be allowed to use the M4. Well, I passed the other tests, so I really don't care. I lied. Sergeant Grant joined us, and I placed the M4 into his outstretched hand.
"You're clear to use a handgun in the semi-auto, but you're not allowed to use a fully automatic," he stated. "If you want to keep trying, you can join us again in a couple of days for another go."
I hated people telling me what I could and couldn't do. Fine. Then give me back my guns and ammo. Grant stared me down, a condescending smirk on his face.
"Fine. Then you can leave our community."
I opened my mouth to give my undoubtedly super mature retort, but John shot me a look that told me to shut up.
"Bailey, it's fine. You can take the course next time, and I'm sure you'll pass with flying colors."
Grant grunted and walked away with the weapons I'd given him. "That guy is a dick," I hissed. John laughed.
"He ain't the friendliest of the bunch, but he's got military training and survival skills that these people need. I think some of the population hasn't left the gates since Wyatt started the place."
That was exactly what I'd thought. "You really think this place is on the up and up?" I asked, holding his gaze. When he hesitated, I knew something was wrong.
"If I tell you, you have to swear you won't go do something stupid,"
John said.
Me?
"Never." "I'm serious, Bailey."
"All right, but the longer you take to tell me, the worse I'll think it is." I tapped my foot.
"There was a murder a week and a half ago in Hargrove."
"I'm sorry, but a what?"
"A woman was killed in a pretty gory way. She was ripped open and her head was severed completely. We woke up early one morning to find her in the middle of the street."
"How do you know a person killed her and not an infected?"
"There was no sign of an infected on the entire block, and the body didn't have any teeth marks on it. Plus, I ain't never seen an infected decapitate a person. The body was cut real clean with a blade, just in a savage manner."
He paused, almost like he was stalling.
"Some people suspect Darren."
My eyebrows shot up. "What? That's crazy. I admit I was leery of him at first, but don't you think he would have done something while we were sharing a cabin with him for almost 4 months?
"That's what we said. But there was some circumstantial evidence."
"But no definitive proof?" I threw my hands in the air. "This is ridiculous! People are so stupid sometimes."
"Scared people are notorious for being stupid,"
John agreed. "What kind of circumstantial evidence?"
"Well, he was arguing with the victim, Claire, the night before about not being able to carry a weapon. She used to help out Grant before I did, and she wasn't going to let Darren have his guns until he passed the training, just like everybody else. He was pretty pissed."
"So? I'm pissed about it. Does that make me a suspect?" John gave me a pointed look.
"Be serious, Bailey. I understand you're upset. We all were when Wyatt all but accused Darren. But we need to keep a level head. That's what I've been doing, even though it ain't been easy."
"Did they find Darren red-handed in the library with a candlestick?"
"This really isn't a joking matter."
"Sorry, I'm just kind of shocked." The joke had been in bad taste. After all, someone was dead, and a possible murderer was running around Hargrove.
No murder weapon was found and no blood trail. They searched all the condos after they found her body and came up with nothing."
"How is that possible?"
"Dunno. That's the kind of thing we had police for."
John peered at Grant, who was out of earshot.
"I admit Grant was the first person to come to mind when we found the body, with him being part of the group that keeps this place running and all."
"You said Claire worked with the sergeant before you. Did they get along?"
"I really don't know. We hadn't been here long enough at that point to tell. Why?"
"Well, aren't murders usually committed by someone who's close to the deceased?"
"You're just saying that 'cause you don't like the sergeant,"
John said. "Perhaps. But I remember learning that in my criminology class." John thought on it.
"I do remember him telling me he used to be a field medic, so he'd know how to cut open a body."
"That's good to know. Still, sounds like a cover-up. There had to be evidence somewhere, like bloody clothes and, I don't know, the murder weapon." John let out a deep breath while still keeping an eye on Grant.
"I might have felt the same at the time, but nothing has happened since, and no one started acting odd after."
"Did they search Wyatt's place? Or his goon's place?" I asked.
"You remember me telling you to not go and do something stupid, right?"
John stared me down, knowing exactly where my thoughts were heading. The sergeant and Wyatt were the authority around Hargrove. While they were keeping everyone else in line, who was keeping them in check?
"We're heading back,"
the sergeant boomed.
"Everybody meet back at the vehicles."
John pointed his index finger at me.
"We'll be finishing this conversation later."
I nodded, and we jogged over to catch our ride back. John and I got into one of the trucks, and, to my dismay, Sergeant Grant got into the driver's seat, with John riding shotgun. The teen boy who'd been trying the training course again wore a similar expression to mine. "Bad luck, huh?" I whispered to him. He gulped. Just when I thought we were ready to head back, another person opened the door. "Got room for one more?" "Sherry." The teen boy shuffled over to the middle, his arm flush against mine. Sherry jumped in with a smile. I'd assumed she would have ridden in the other truck, like she did on the way here. This was going to be one awful ride back. "Thanks," she said. The walkie-talkie on the dashboard crackled.
"We're ready to go on our end." "All right, let's head back," Grant barked into the receiver.
"Bailey, right?" Sherry asked me over the teen in the middle.
"Yep,"
I replied. John turned in his seat to face us, a grin on his face. "You're pretty good with that handgun," Sherry said despite my less than friendly demeanor. She hadn't done too badly out there either. "Thanks to John here." I pointed to the eavesdropper in question. "He tried to teach me too, but you must have some natural talent," she said. I wasn't sure what she was getting at, trying to butter me up to wedge her way into our group? To steal Ethan? Once again I was transported back to high school.
"Once you have as much practice as Bailey does, you'll do much better," John said. "You too, Mark."
Mark gave a meek smile, finally included in the conversation. John regarded the teen with a kind look. Now that I'd gotten a good glance at him, I could see Mark's resemblance to Taylor, just in appearance, not in attitude. Mark was timid and quiet, whereas Taylor had been useful, but kind of a dick sometimes. Poor John. I wondered if Mark's presence was a horrible reminder that his son was dead, or if John took comfort in their likeness. I imagined seeing your departed child's face in another would be upsetting. I didn't want to be reminded of Taylor anymore, so I turned my gaze out the window. Sergeant Grant mumbled from the front seat as the truck came to a halt. John turned around.
"What's going on?" "People on the road."
We all leaned over to see out the windshield. 2 people were standing in the middle of the road. One had their arm draped over the other's shoulder and was limping badly. Grant got out of the truck and John followed.
"Are we supposed to just sit here?"
Mark asked. "Like hell I am," I said, getting out of the truck. As I approached them, I could hear the man pleading for Grant to take them with us. The injured person was a woman. Every breath sounded raspy, like her lungs were filled with fluid. "My sister's sick. She needs help," the man all but begged.
"We ain't taking no sick person back with us,"
Grant said harshly. "You might be able to help her."
"There's no help for those who are bitten 'cept a bullet to the head."
Way to sugarcoat it. "Did an infected attack her?" I asked. Grant sent me a glare, clearly preferring that I would have stayed in the truck. "Yes," the man said. He accidentally jostled his sister as he shuffled from one foot to the other. She moaned and gripped her side. "How long ago?"
"About an hour, maybe,"
he answered in a rush.
"Let's lay her down so we can see how bad it is,"
John said as he walked over to the man and grabbed the girl's other arm. Together they lowered her to the ground, her rattling breaths increasing in tempo. The brothers slowly lifted her blood-soaked shirt to reveal an angry bite mark that was still bleeding pretty badly for an hour-old wound. I was no doctor, but I had a feeling she wouldn't last long. The sergeant must have thought the same because he said,
"She ain't coming back with us."
"Please!"
"You can't just leave him out here to die,"
John said to Grant.
"You want to be responsible for her turning and biting others? I sure as hell don't want to be responsible for leaving these 2 to die,"
John shot back. "They can ride in the back of the truck," I suggested. "It'll be pretty bumpy, though." We all looked at Grant for his verdict. Bringing a time bomb back to Hargrove was a bad idea, but chances were she wouldn't survive the trip there. At least we might save her brother.
"No."
I clenched my teeth. "They can't do any harm hitching a ride in the back."
"Listen here, Missy."
Grant loomed over me.
"I make the calls and they ain't coming back with us."
John got up and led us out of earshot of the siblings.
"She ain't gonna survive the trip. We might as well let 'em ride in the back," John said.
I was reminded of Ethan, with his stray taking-in ways.
What are we gonna do when she turns and tries to kill her brother, Then we got 2 of 'em riding along with us.
Well, all the guns and ammo from training sure won't be of any use to us, I said, my voice full of sarcasm. Grant shot me a narrow-eyed look. John stuck up his palm at me, telling me to keep my 2 cents out of it.
Grant, I trust your judgment, but not on this. I can't in good conscience leave 'em here to die,
John said. Grant crossed his arms and appeared to think about it.
Fine, John, but they're your wards, not mine.
The sergeant stormed back to the truck. John, I put my hand on his shoulder. I really don't like that guy.
Never said I did. Just that he has his place for a reason.
We walked back over to the siblings. The brother held his sister's hand in his while she endured another coughing fit. Blood ran from the edges of her mouth, sprinkling the pavement. John kneeled beside them.
What are your names?
Nate, the brother said. And this is Paige.
I'm John and this is Bailey.
I waved as if he wouldn't know who John was referring to.
We're gonna let you come with us, but for our safety, we can't allow your sister inside the cabin of the truck.
Nate let out a lungful of air. Thank you. Together, Nate and John hoisted Paige to her feet, and this time she didn't react. I could tell she was still alive from the faint rise and fall of her chest, but she wouldn't be for long. Once they loaded her into the back of the truck, Nate hopped in beside her.
Son, I would highly recommend against riding with her back there, John said.
Would you leave your family to die by themselves? Nate said, more sad than angry. I know she won't make the trip, but the least I can do is stay by her side. John nodded, understanding more than Nate knew.
Just knock on the back window if you need us to stop.
John and I got back in and Grant floored it, jarring the siblings in the back. Asshole of the year, this guy. Chapter 24. We only made it another hour before Nate banged on the back window. Stop, John said, annoyed that Grant had kept driving even though there was no way he hadn't heard the banging. The brakes squealed as we stopped. John got out and I followed, not wanting him to face this alone. I'd snuck my Beretta to the shooting range, knowing I'd have to hand over any guns they gave me. Paige was convulsing in the bed of the truck, with Nate standing beside her, his hands interlaced atop his head as he freaked out. Oh my God, he repeated over and over.
Get out of there,
John commanded. Nate looked over at John, the words not sinking in. His sister flailed even harder. Somebody help her, Nate screamed. Bones cracked as Paige threw herself against the side of the truck bed. This was why you normally had to move everything out of the way of someone who was seizing. Nate, get out of there, I hissed. I planted a foot on the tailgate only to have John yank me back.
Like hell you're going back there,
John snapped. I pointed to the shocked brother. The stupid idiot isn't getting out. John went to the side of the truck and made a grab for Nate.
You need to get out of there, now.
Nate jerked away from John's hand. Paige stopped convulsing, settling into an eerie calm. Nate let out a few choppy breaths and leaned down. Paige. He laid a hand on her forehead. Don't touch her, I told him as I peered into the bed. Paige's left arm was bent at an odd angle, the shoulder out of its socket. She was still, except for the rapid eye movements behind her eyelids.
Son, you need to...
Paige reared up. Her teeth sunk into the side of Nate's face, and his scream pierced the air like a siren. Grant jumped out of the truck, his handgun squeezed in his meaty fist. He shoved John out of the way. Paige's corpse groped at Nate as he screamed, too shocked to move away. He used one hand to push against her while the other clasped the side of his bleeding face. Red squirted from between his fingers like a leak in the glass of an aquarium and ran down his arm. Grant aimed and shot Paige through the temple. Her body flopped sideways. Nate stopped screaming but remained in place, staring at his fallen sister. When Grant raised his gun again, John grabbed his arm.
Hey,
John said, fighting Grant's aim.
You can't just shoot him. He's still alive.
Grant shoved John off.
Not for long he ain't. He'll turn just like the girl. How do you know that for sure?
John said, placing himself between Nate and Grant.
"'Cause everyone who's attacked by those things turns."
John's eyes flashed to mine and I shook my head, praying John wouldn't tell the sergeant about my scratches. After what happened last time, I wouldn't be volunteering that information again.
"You a scientist now?"
John said back to Grant, his anger rising. Grant's jaw tutted out. Like a snake, Grant shot forward and grabbed John by his collar, throwing him to the ground. He lifted his handgun and shot the grieving brother in cold blood. Nate's body fell forward, landing on top of his sister's.
"Should have done that an hour ago,"
the sergeant said before he got back in the truck. Sherry's and Mark's horrified faces stared out the back window at us. I was sure my own face wore a similar mask. Was I destined to keep seeing people get shot in front of me? It was a sight I didn't think I could ever get used to. To witness the life leave someone's eyes was something I'd hoped to never see. Everything I'd seen on TV paled in comparison. I ran to John and helped him to his feet.
"Fucking asshole,"
John muttered. I couldn't remember ever hearing John swear like that before, not that I disagreed with his assessment of the sergeant. But it was still odd to hear those words come from John. "What now?" I asked. John looked at me with a mixture of pain and anger in his eyes. Grant's actions had hit a nerve in him, probably reminding him of what had happened to Taylor. John swerved around me, heading straight for the driver's side door. John ripped the door open and yanked a surprised Grant from his seat.
This was bad. "You're going to clean that mess up. Not us. We ain't taking care of your dirty work."
John scowled at Grant. Instead of spewing split-second words, Grant moved in close to him so they were almost nose to nose.
"I ain't doing shit."
John tackled Grant to the ground. He got in one good hit to Grant's face before Grant knew what was happening. And then their fists started to fly. They rolled in the dirt, fighting. I spotted Infected a few yards away. The two gunshots and the noise from the men wrestling around and shouting at each other, drawing them in. Where the hell was the other truck? After we'd picked up the siblings, they'd taken the lead and gotten a fair distance ahead of us. They should have noticed we weren't behind them. Sherry got out of the truck, Mark right behind her.
"The dead are coming our way,"
Sherry announced, like a lookout yelling, "Land ho!"
"Then get the fucking guns and help,"
I yelled back. To my surprise, she didn't get defensive and instead ran to the truck to follow my orders. I turned back to John and Grant.
"Are you two stupid?"
I shouted at them.
"We don't have time for this."
They ignored me as they continued to fight like a couple of kids on the playground. John may have gotten in a few good hits, which I was okay with, but Grant had gained the upper hand. He got up in a kneeling stance above John and pummeled him with powerful hits. I tried to shove Grant off John, but he shrugged me away. The man was built like a concrete building, refusing to budge as his rage grew. Seeing no other option, I drew my Beretta from the back of my waistband and jammed the muzzle against the sergeant's skull. "You either stop, or we'll be dumping your body right next to theirs." I jerked my chin toward the back of the truck, meaning every word. Grant's barrage of fists stopped. Thanks to the tension, we all jumped when shots were fired behind us. Sherry and Mark must have been shooting at the intruding Infected. The sergeant raised his hands in surrender. "Get off him!" I demanded, stomping down the urge to shoot him where he kneeled. Grant got up and stepped away from John. With a gun still pointed at the sergeant, I helped John up. His face was a mess. The left eye swollen shut and blood splattered all over his cheeks, clashing with the purple bruising already rising. John wiped at the blood dribbling from the side of his mouth, spitting some onto the ground, and then tested his jaw. Sergeant Grant looked beat up, but nowhere near as bad as John. Grant kept a stern eye on the gun in my hand. If he was scared, he sure hid it well. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to say next, but I didn't have to worry about it, as a woman's scream reached us. Sherry fell to the ground, clutching at her side. No Infected were near them, so I had no idea what could have happened to her. Putting our tense situation aside, we ran over to Sherry and Mark. "What happened?" I asked, as I kneeled beside Sherry. Fresh blood soaked through her shirt, and she writhed in agony, her hands pressed to her back. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Sherry!" Mark yelled louder than necessary, dropping his gun. Grant scooped up the weapon and took out the remaining infected. "Mark, what happened?" I demanded again. Mark looked from me to Sherry, his eyebrows drawn. "I accidentally shot her!" "My back!" Sherry screamed, pain forcing her voice higher than I knew was possible.
"I told you you weren't ready to handle a gun, you little shit," Grant said, charging at Mark.
"I was trying to help." Mark cowered as Grant stopped inches away from him, looking down at him.
"Look what you did!"
The sergeant stabbed a finger in Sherry's direction.
"This is why we have this program, to prevent accidents like this."
I guess their gun control and training programs really did have a purpose beyond exercising control over the populace. That could have been me, back all those months ago when I had been handed a gun for the first time in my life, at John's shop. "Do you have a first aid kit or anything in the truck?" I asked Grant. With one last glare at Mark, Grant took off to the truck and came back with a red medic kit.
"Move!"
he barked at me. I shuffled out of the way and let the sergeant get to work. Using the stainless steel scissors, he cut open Sherry's shirt around the wound and pressed gauze into the bullet hole. Sherry screamed as he applied pressure.
"I need to slow the bleeding before I can evaluate the damage,"
Grant said to Sherry. Sherry bit her lip as he continued to prod the gunshot wound. I couldn't imagine how much getting shot must hurt, but I was impressed with how well Sherry was handling it.
"Bailey,"
John tapped me on the shoulder.
"Infected."
"You think we can move this to the truck?" I asked Grant.
"I'll bandage up the bullet hole. You keep those things away from us in the meantime,"
Grant said.
"You best head back to the truck, Mark,"
John said to the teen. Mark didn't argue. "I'm so sorry, Sherry," he said before running back to the truck, leaving me to take out the infected that were coming out of the tree lines on either side of the road.
"I'll get the bodies out of the back of the truck. You keep those infected off of Sherry and Grant,"
John said. Grant should have had to be the one to move the bodies, since he shot them and all, but he was busy trying to save Sherry. "You going to be okay doing that?" I asked, referring to how badly beat up he was.
"Been in worse scrapes than this,"
John said gruffly. I set off toward the bodies shuffling out of the woods. Their shadows grew darker as they emerged from the woods like a tribe readying for war. The Beretta was fully loaded, but a person could easily rip through all the bullets if they didn't take their time and aim. I picked off the ones that had cleared the overgrown trees. One was garbed in a bright orange safety vest, making it much easier to spot. The other truck in our convoy returned for the finale, stopping by our parked vehicle. John was lifting Paige's body out of the truck bed, princess style. She hung limply in his arms. Her limbs swayed as he walked. After he put her down, John and the driver exchanged words. The newcomers jumped out of the vehicle to help with the infected, guns at the ready. 3 people joined me, and we formed an execution squad of sorts against the oncoming infected. The others ran to Grant to help him move Sherry.
"This is gonna hurt,"
Grant told Sherry. He and another man got Sherry to her feet and placed her arms over their shoulders. She cried out in pain as her torso was stretched. Grant had taped a bunch of gauze around her waist and applied pressure to the wound. Blood trailed behind her as they hurried her to the truck.
"Come on, let's go,"
Grant yelled after they'd gotten Sherry in place in the back seat with Mark. I shot one last infected as I ran to Grant and the truck. With a salute, the 3 that had been helping me shoot the infected ran back to their own vehicle. Grant shoved the keys at me.
"You're driving. Just follow the other truck and we'll get there."
Grant jumped into the back seat to look after Sherry before I could argue. John got in the passenger seat, not even offering to drive. To be fair, he did have one eye swollen shut. I cursed under my breath and got in. The other vehicle honked as they started back to Hargrove. I punched the gas, following behind them. Chapter 25. When we approached the gate at Hargrove, the guards did their duty and cleared the road of shambling infected. Grant was the first one out of the truck, enlisting Mark to help move Sherry. The gate hadn't even closed behind us when they removed her from the back seat. Sherry had paled considerably, but blood loss tended to do that to a person. Her breathing was labored from the pain of the drive jostling her around. We'd turned the hour we had left to go into 30 minutes, thanks to my speedy driving. Driving that fast would have been fun under different circumstances. People swarmed us immediately.
"What happened?"
Wyatt demanded from the forefront of the crowd.
"Friendly fire incident. Where's Oscar?"
Grant asked, wasting no time. If I remembered correctly from my day of introductions, Oscar was a surgeon and the resident medical doctor at Hargrove.
"I think he's in his condo. Get Sherry to the doctor's office and prep her for surgery. We'll find him."
Wyatt patted Grant on the back and took off down the street. Ethan joined us in time to see Grant and Mark cart Sherry away.
"What happened to her? She get bit?"
I didn't care for the blatant concern in his voice. "No, Mark accidentally shot her," I replied tersely. Ethan turned to John.
"And what happened to you? Jeez, what went on out there?" "Had a little bit of a disagreement with the sergeant. That's all,"
John said. "You should get some treatment for those cuts." I pointed to his face.
"No use bothering him. Sherry needs their attention more. Hope the poor girl is all right."
"How did Mark accidentally shoot her?" Ethan asked.
"He's not so good with a gun."
"I'm gonna go help find Oscar." Ethan bowed out and I couldn't help feeling irked. It wasn't like Ethan and I were dating, but we'd been through an awful lot together. It wasn't just the Sherry thing either. He'd adjusted too easily to this place, leaving me in the dust. I wanted to smack him upside the head.
"Jealous, are we?"
John cracked a grin, despite the pain his face must have been in. I crossed my arms. "Shouldn't you go ice your face or something?"
"I'll go see if the kitchen staff can spare any."
I watched him walk away, unsure what to do with myself. The rest of our training crew had taken the weapons back and the trucks were already gone. I decided to head to my condo and wait to hear any news. When I opened the front door, I found Chloe and Amanda on the living room floor, coloring away. Roy was seated at the island going over some papers. The scene was very domestic, and I fought the urge to yell, "Honey, I'm home."
"Bailey!"
Chloe hopped up and tackled me with a hug. I patted her head. "How was school?" She scrunched her face.
"Boring, but they gave us some markers and coloring books to keep."
Roy set his papers down.
"I was starting to get worried. You were gone a long time for a shooting lesson."
"They took us 2 hours away from here so the noise wouldn't attract any infected toward the community."
"Jesus, that's a long trip. Wait till you hear what happened."
I plunged myself on a stool beside Roy. When Chloe and Amanda returned to their homework, I recounted the afternoon to Roy in a hushed voice.
"Will she live?"
Roy asked about Sherry. "I don't know," I said honestly. "She didn't die on the way back, so I'd take that as a good sign."
"Actually, I was talking to Oscar today for a while. I can't remember what it's called, but he specializes in surgery on specific organs. A resident had a ruptured spleen a while ago, and thanks to his skills and the medical equipment they have here, he was able to save him. Apparently they have a fully functional operation room in one of the condos at the front that they outfitted as a doctor's office."
"Wow, that's lucky."
"Nowadays it sure is. By the way, we had them make up a plate for you for supper."
Roy picked up and passed me a plate wrapped in tinfoil. My stomach growled at the sight. We must have just missed the food being served. Gun training was an all-day event with the travel and practice time, not to mention Grant demanding he evaluate each would-be gun user himself. I took the dish from Roy, wasting no time in tearing off the tinfoil. "Thank you," I said around the first bite I shoved into my mouth with a fork. It was some kind of noodle recipe and it tasted delicious, even if it was cold. There were also some cooked vegetables to go with it.
"And guess what else we brought you back?"
Chloe said from the floor. "More food?" I said hopefully. Roy shoved a small slice of chocolate cake in front of me. "Oh my God, you guys are the best!" The cake was divine. It tasted like one of those boxed powder mix ones, but any cake was better than no cake.
"Amanda shoved her slice in her mouth all at once,"
Chloe exclaimed. Amanda turned red.
"I did not."
"Well, at this rate, I'll gain some of that weight back."
I said, after all but licking the plate. You just missed Ethan and the others, Roy said.
Yeah, I saw Ethan when we drove in. He went to hunt down Oscar. Didn't see Zoe or Darren, though.
You might want to talk to Darren. He said he's doing a run soon and was wondering if you wanted to go with him.
I thought about it. Do you know when he's planning to go?
He didn't say. He just said soon.
I definitely preferred not staying cooped up. We'd spent too much time like that at the cabin, and the thought of being trapped behind these walls made me itch. I could see myself joining the scavenging team. Maybe that could be my job here. I could have a cool nickname like the Runner. But I was getting ahead of myself. I'll have to talk to him. Sounds like the job for me.
I figured.
Roy smiled, but it faltered. He leaned in closer so the girls wouldn't hear.
I heard some things about Darren from the people here.
Thanks to John, I knew exactly what Roy was talking about. That they're all stupid and think Darren killed a girl?
I take it you heard it too, then.
Trust me, Darren's innocent. I admit I was wary of him when we first met, but we shared a cabin with him for over 3 months. If he was a killer, he would have knocked one of us off then. Roy tapped one of his fingers on the counter.
I believe you. And from what I've seen of him, he seems okay enough to have won over your friend Zoe.
I think it's a conspiracy within Wyatt's group, like they're covering it up.
You sound like the alien guy from the History Channel,
Roy teased.
You don't like this place, do you?
It's not a matter of liking it here. It's a matter of trusting the people who run it.
We've all got secrets to hide,
Roy said darkly. He wasn't kidding. We sat around chatting to kill time while we waited for news of Sherry's surgery. After 2 hours of no updates, I jumped down from the island stool and announced, I'm going to return these dishes and see if I can hear anything about Sherry.
It's almost surreal to be able to walk down the street again without fear of the sick ones,
Roy said. Now we have to worry about other things going bump in the night, I muttered.
Do I have to go too?
Chloe asked. You can come with me to find Ethan. It's getting late. I pulled back the curtains to reveal the darkening neighborhood. If we waited any longer, we'd need flashlights to navigate the streets.
Can I leave these here for tomorrow?
Chloe pointed to her coloring supplies. Of course. Chloe said her goodnights and we headed outside. She slipped her hand into mine as we crossed the street.
Are you going to be gone all the time?
Chloe asked, her head down as if she were talking to her feet. Depends on what kind of employment I can get here, I answered.
Do you like it here?
Chloe looked up at me. I hesitated. Sure. We have walls and food.
You don't sound like you like it.
The little stinker must have been listening in on mine and Roy's conversation. She wasn't one to be fooled. Distracted, perhaps, but not fooled. I think I just need some time to adjust.
Ethan said this place is exactly what we could have hoped for.
So Ethan was spewing their propaganda for them. Seemed like he needed something harder than a smack upside the head. We'll see. We entered the clubhouse that served as the cafeteria, and I deposited my dirty plates in the kitchen sink. One of the cooks was still inside, prepping for tomorrow, I assumed. Excuse me, but can you point us toward the doctor's office? I asked the lady. She explained how it was only 2 condos down and around the corner from here. I thanked her, and Chloe and I headed off to see if Sherry had made it. People were standing all over the front porch and grass. I had to worm my way through the crowd. Some people were even holding lit candles as some sort of vigil. Once we finally got inside, I searched for Ethan. I shuffled out of the way as Crystal, the lady who'd taken down our names on arrival, rushed past me with tear-stained cheeks. Sherry really had an important place in this community. I ignored the spike of unwarranted jealousy surging through me. Now was not the time for that. The living room had been turned into a waiting room, fitted with various chairs. The wall that created the hallway separated the living area and bedrooms had been knocked down to allow for more room and easier access. A sign on the bedroom door informed us it was the operating room. Chloe tugged on my hand.
There's Ethan.
She led me over to him. He was talking to Grant and Byron.
This some tough shit, yeah.
I was still having a hard time with Byron's Cajun accent and wasn't sure if that was an actual question or just a statement. So, what's the verdict? I asked Grant. He still had his green scrubs on and was removing his latex gloves.
As I was just telling these two, Sherry is going to live. The bullet punctured her left kidney, but Oscar was able to save it. It won't ever run at 100% again, so it's a good thing you can live with just one.
The sergeant wiped his sweaty forehead. He had a nice shiner under his right eye.
That's good news.
Ethan let out a sigh.
Is she still out? The anesthetic will keep her under for another hour or so, and then the morphine will help keep her doped up, so she'll probably fall back asleep. That means no visitors.
Byron asked Grant, and this time I was sure it was a question.
Not till Oscar gives the go-ahead, which I assume will be in a couple of hours.
Grant left and we hunkered down in the uncomfortable plastic chairs. My mind wandered toward my Beretta. No one had mentioned that I'd pulled it out during our excursion, and Grant knew I had it on me. What was he waiting for? Had he forgotten about it because he'd been too preoccupied with keeping Sherry alive? Or had he unilaterally decided that I was good enough at handling a handgun to carry it around? Ugh, all these questions were hurting my head. In case they did come a-knockin', I decided I'd hand over the plain black handgun we had stashed at the condo and hope they bought that it was the only weapon we had. We waited for another hour before Ethan and I took Chloe back to their condo. The streets were dark, making the trek harder than it should have been. When we entered the condo, John was lying on the couch in the living room with a bag of ice on his face. "How's the face?" I asked.
"Fine. Thanks to some Advil and ice."
He lifted the bag to reveal his bruised face. At least the swelling had gone down. Zoe and Darren were sitting at the island. "Hear anything about Sherry?" Zoe asked. While Ethan parroted what Grant had told us, Darren walked over to me.
"So, how'd you feel about going on a run with me?"
"I prefer the elliptical." I couldn't help myself. Darren shot me a droll look.
"You know what I mean."
"Depends. Do I have to qualify or something?"
"Nope. This job is purely based on who volunteers."
I shrugged. Beats babysitting all day. Zoe was too busy talking to Ethan about Sherry to hear my jab about babysitting. Even though I said that, part of me missed it being just Chloe and me. Although it was a relief to no longer be solely responsible for her well-being.
"Good. Because looks like I'll be going out again at the end of the week and I already volunteered you."
"What if I'd said no?" Darren scoffed.
"After one day of either gardening or glorified babysitting with Zoe, you'd be begging me to take you along. We're kind of alike, you and I couldn't deal with whiny kids all day."
That was a slightly disturbing thought, him and I being alike. "Did you forget that I was on my own with Chloe?" I pointed out. Darren looked at Chloe, who'd emerged from the bedroom in her pajamas.
"She's a little different from most kids, though."
"Fair point." I stayed until almost everyone had decided to call it a night. Ethan and I walked back to the clinic in silence. We'd never had to force conversation before. The vigil had dispersed, and we no longer had to worm our way inside. Grant was just leaving as we entered.
"She's awake. You can go and see her if you'd like,"
Grant said. We headed to the converted bedrooms where Sherry was propped up on multiple pillows in a single bed, resting. "Hey." She smiled weakly as we entered. A tall man in scrubs stood beside her. He was very tan with black hair and dark eyes. It took me a few seconds to remember that he was Oscar, the surgeon.
"I'm glad to hear you're okay."
Ethan walked over to her bedside and gave her a light hug. "It's all thanks to Dr. Perez here." Oscar waved off her comment.
"I couldn't have had a better patient. Your body handled the operation better than I could have hoped. I wish all my patients did so well."
He laid a hand on Sherry's shoulder in a friendly gesture. Oscar had really good bedside manners for a surgeon.
"You get some rest,"
he said. And I had a feeling the comment was meant more for us.
Will do. And you get some rest, too,
Sherry said sternly. Oscar laughed.
You don't have to tell me twice. If you need anything, Annie will be right outside.
He walked out, giving Ethan and I a nod.
"Wait, Doc, I got a question for you,"
Ethan said as he followed Oscar out of the room, leaving Sherry and I alone. We awkwardly stared at each other. I hadn't expected to be alone with her. Sherry broke the silence first. "So, I think I know why you haven't been too warm toward me." Instead of playing aloof, I answered her directly.
"Yeah? And why would that be?"
Sherry grinned. "Ethan." Her smile wasn't malicious, more like she had a private joke she wasn't letting me in on. And what would Ethan have to do with anything? Before she could answer, Crystal burst into the room.
"I step out for a minute to use the washroom and you decide to entertain more people," she scolded as she ran over to Sherry.
"Of course. Anything to screw with you." Sherry took her hand and they kissed. On the lips. Her joking smile made more sense now. They pulled apart and Sherry looked at me, her face splitting into a big grin at the dumbfounded look on my face. "Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I'm not into guys," Sherry laughed. "And I believe Ethan falls under that category. If not, he had one hell of a plastic surgeon." I couldn't help but chuckle in response. The brown-haired woman turned to me with a raised eyebrow, her silver piercing glinting.
"You thought Sherry was after Ethan?" she snorted. "All he talked about was Chloe and you. And when he wasn't here, he was heading back to that gun shop to see if you guys had found the map. I'm Crystal, remember? We met when you first arrived."
"Of course," I said. I took Crystal's outstretched hand. Her fingernails were painted deep red, making me think of the bloody claws of a tiger. "Well, I feel like a jackass," I said, scratching at the back of my head. "How about we start over?" Sherry offered. "Deal." Ethan chose that moment to reappear.
"Did I miss something?"
At the confused look on his face, we all burst into fits of laughter. "Not a thing," I said, wiping the tears from my eyes. I couldn't remember the last time I'd laughed like that.
"Sounds like the doc thinks you're gonna make an almost full recovery,"
Ethan said, ignoring our hysterics. "I guess Mark owes you a kidney," I joked. Poor kid was here the entire time. Crystal had to shove him out 20 minutes ago, Sherry said. It was pretty big of Sherry to not hold a grudge against Mark for shooting her. If it were me, I'd be demanding his kidney as my due.
"Speaking of which, thanks for the visit, guys, but Sherry needs her rest," Crystal said, placing a hand on her hip.
Ethan and I said our goodbyes and headed out.
"So you gonna tell me what that was all about?"
Ethan asked as soon as we hit the last front step. "Girl stuff."
"Right. Girl stuff."
Ethan didn't sound the least bit convinced. I bit my lip. Did I really want to have this conversation with him? "I haven't been too nice to Sherry because—" the words weren't coming out easily. "Well, I thought there was something between you two." Ethan stumbled. "You know she's—" he searched for the right word. "Gay?" He nodded. "I do now."
"So,"
Ethan raised a finger.
"you were jealous, then?"
I knew this was how this conversation would go. Me having to cop to my feelings. Instead of teasing me, Ethan's lips curled upwards.
"Guess we haven't really talked about it, have we?"
"Not like the normal dating rules apply here. We can't just go out to a dinner and movie, you know?" I shrugged, still uncomfortable with this conversation. Ethan stopped and grabbed my arm, swinging me around to face him. We were standing in the middle of the road under the starlit sky. A few solar-powered lampposts shone along the sidewalk, but didn't cast enough light for us to see each other properly.
"Bailey, would you like to go steady with me? Whatever that means now."
His words sounded casual, but he stood ramrod straight. I smiled at him. Can't say I've ever been asked that way before.
"Is that a yes?"
he asked hopefully. I put my arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips. For a millisecond, he stayed still, and then he must have clued in that I was saying yes. His arms encased me, and he kissed me back, excitedly. I pulled away, but his lips stayed on mine until it was either part or fall over together. In a very unlike me manner, I steered him toward my condo. How about we finish what we started at the cabin? I shot him a sly look. He stumbled but allowed me to pull him to the other side of the road. A goofy grin spread across his face. You sure? I laughed. I'm even sober this time. We quietly walked into the house and tiptoed to my room like a couple of teens out after curfew. Luckily, Roy and Amanda were already in bed. As soon as I shut the door behind us, Ethan pushed me up against the wall and kissed me like he was on death row. The tingling that had started in the pit of my stomach began to spread. With each deep kiss, warmth pumped through my veins. We stumbled to the bed, which was only 3 steps from the door. Ethan fell back, taking me with him. Using my dominant position, I kissed him languidly, my hands running along his muscular chest. His hands roamed down my back, giving my butt a squeeze and pushing my body closer to his. Our breathing was almost embarrassingly labored from the heavy makeout session. Ethan grabbed me tight and flipped us over so he was now on top. His lips moved from my mouth to my neck in a sloppy trail of kisses. His lips roamed lower, between my breasts, as his hands worked to unbutton my jean shorts. He reared up and pulled his shirt over his head, revealing a toned torso. I ran my hands over his bare skin, which twitched under my touch. Do all country boys look like that with their shirts off? Too bad you'll never find out. I liked his possessive tone. You have protection this time? Oh, yeah. I'm not letting you get away twice. Ethan stopped the laugh that was threatening to escape my lips by lowering himself down and kissing me gently. He ran his hands up and down my bare legs as he helped me tug my shorts off. I resisted the urge to shiver. My bottoms fell to the floor next to his shirt. I wrapped my legs around him, drawing him closer to me, and our lips met again. Sometime later, a noise like a tree branch scraping against a window woke me. Weird, considering there were no trees by my bedroom window. I lifted my head. Ethan was breathing deeply behind me. I could have sworn I'd seen a shadow cross my window, but a wave of drowsiness drew my head back to the pillow, and I fell back asleep without giving it another thought. Chapter 26. I poked my head out of my bedroom to see if the coast was clear. From the sunlight glaring through my window, I could tell it was pretty early in the morning. I was starting to prefer mornings because the sun hadn't had the chance to warm up the condo. We didn't have air conditioning to stave off the heat. Long before we arrived, Wyatt and his crew had disconnected most of the power in the units, saving the electricity for the hot water tanks and pumps. A smart idea, but it meant the units became saunas every now and then. During the summers back home in British Columbia, I'd sometimes blow up the air mattress and sleep in the basement instead of my room upstairs. Canada may have cold winters, but the summers could be scorching. A familiar flood of homesickness hit me, so I turned to Ethan to stop my thoughts of home in their tracks. I'd shaken him awake, and he was putting his rumpled clothes from last night back on, readying himself for the walk of shame. I was glad it wasn't me who had to do it. I don't hear or see anyone, I whispered. Ethan finished pulling up his jeans and said, Why am I sneaking out like this again? Is this how you want people to find out we're together? His lips curled up, and he yanked me to him, placing a giant kiss on my mouth. Whatever you say, darling, he said, exaggerating the last word with his southern drawl. That accent is starting to grow on me, I said, our lips a millimeter apart. But only mine, right? I smiled and placed a finger on my chin. I dunno. Byron's Cajun accent is in close second. Ethan scoffed. Even I have a hard time understanding him sometimes. I kissed him back and then shoved him out the bedroom. Geez, woman, you're not even going to let me put my shoes on? I could have tossed you out in your underwear, I grinned evilly. Next time, you're coming to my place and I'm kicking you out in your underwear. That'll leave quite the impression on our neighbors. Plus, what about Chloe? Ethan's goofy smile, which had been permanently etched on his face since he woke up, faltered. He put down the shoe he'd been slipping on as realization sunk in. How should we tell her? I ran my hands up and down my arms. Well, I've never dated a guy with a kid before, so I have no idea. Ethan raised a brow. She's not my daughter. She might as well be, I said without thinking. Ethan stilled his hands again. A scared pair of eyes bore into my own. I'd just put my foot in my mouth in a very spectacular way. I opened my mouth to apologize, but Ethan held up his hand. You're right. He flopped down on one of the island stools. I guess I just didn't want to believe it until now. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. He looked so lost, so unlike himself. I walked over to him and wrapped my arms around him. It took a second, but he hugged me back. So you'll tell her then? I gently smacked him upside the head. Kiddin'. He put his hands up in surrender. Chloe's not just your responsibility, you know. She has all of us, too, I said. Especially me. In the weeks we had spent together where it was just the two of us, it felt like I had adopted Chloe in a way. Huh. I guess I just gained a little sister. You know, I don't think I'll ever be able to pay you back for keeping her safe, Ethan said once again, all flirting gone. Well, I'm not a diamond kind of girl, so how about you share some of the dirt on this place? Bailey, there's nothing wrong with this place, so stop looking for something, he said, like a dad scolding a child. The front door flew open and Roy rushed in, almost face-planting when he saw us in the kitchen. Roy, I said louder than I should have, sounding guilty. I can... You two need to come outside. Now! He ran back outside, leaving Ethan and I to chase after him. I guess we should go after him then, I said. We walked outside, squinting in the early morning sun. A small crowd of people had gathered by the far side of the cul-de-sac. Together, we ran toward them, only to halt at the sight of red smeared on the road like a bloody chalk drawing. Roy was one of the few people standing around. He waved us over and moved out of our way so we could see more clearly. Something that had once been a human was spread all over the pavement like roadkill. The body cavity had been viciously hollowed out. Tendons and flesh were scattered around the crime scene, and I couldn't tell if it was on purpose or the result of the attack. From the long strands of hair matted to the ground in blood, I assumed the body belonged to a woman. All her clothes had been torn away, and the torso was too mangled to identify the gender at first glance. It was like she'd been laid out as a sacrificial offering to some heathen god, though the scene lacked any ritualistic symbols or items. What the hell? I looked to Roy for answers. Chris found the body about 10 minutes ago. Wyatt isn't even here yet, Roy said. This Chris guy looked like he was about to puke. Did anyone see an infected? I asked. Don't know, Roy said. I got here not long before I came and got you guys. Amanda's still asleep, thank God. I don't want her to see this. I turned to Ethan. Quite the safe place here, eh? He didn't look at me as he took a deep breath. I gotta go get Wyatt. He took off, sparing one last look at the crime scene. Other curious people were coming out of their condos to see what all the commotion was about. They were in for a surprise. Chris, I put my hand on the shocked man's shoulder. Can you go get a large white sheet to cover the body? He nodded at me dumbly, his legs walking ahead of his body as he left. Quick thinking, Roy said. I moved around the scene looking for footprints. With this much blood and carnage, there should be some tracks to follow. I couldn't spot anything that indicated what direction the killer had gone. If it had been an infected, it would have left us a trail of breadcrumbs, or in this case, a trail of innards, to follow. They weren't known for their brain power. It was hard, but I forced myself to kneel down and examine the body more closely. If someone had told me 6 months ago that I'd be inspecting a mutilated corpse, I would have broken down in laughter, then thrown up. It didn't look like the flesh had been gnawed on. I couldn't see any visible bite marks along the extremities. The arms and legs, while sliced and covered in blood, were still attached to the torso with no evidence that the killer had attempted to sever the body parts, except for the neck. The killer must have tried to decapitate the poor girl. Her neck was cut so deep, the spine peeked out from the gash. "What are you doing?" Wyatt's authoritative voice bellowed. He was talking to me. "Trying to see what?" I looked him dead in the eyes. "Or who did this?"
We have people who will do that. Now please, step away."
He commanded me, still wearing his pajamas. Ethan was at his side, jerking his head, telling me to step away. I glared at him, but stood. Chris chose this moment to reappear with the sheet and handed it to me, still in a daze.
"What's that for?"
Wyatt demanded. "You really want a mutilated body on display?" I asked, fanning the folded sheet out. Roy grabbed one end and we gently lowered the sheet over the body. For a brief moment I was reminded of the time we buried Taylor. I shook my head to dispel the unpleasant memory. I remembered how sad I'd been back then, but now all I felt was anger. Wyatt had a duty to keep these people safe, and by not catching the killer, he'd allowed this to happen again. He'd exposed my friends and me to this menace. I walked around the covered body to Wyatt and got right up in his face. "What are you going to do about this? I heard this wasn't the first time someone was murdered in the streets."
"I'll chalk this up to the stress of finding the body, but you need to back away,"
Wyatt practically growled at me.
"Bailey?"
Chloe asked wide-eyed. The rest of our group had decided to join the spectacle of onlookers.
"Hey, let's go back to the condo."
Ethan grabbed her hand and towed her back down the street as she complained about us always leaving her out.
"Holy shit,"
John said. Zoe's face paled at the sight, and Darren stood defiantly beside her. No doubt these stupid people would suspect him again, because they were looking for a scapegoat. John's hand curled around my arm and yanked me to the side.
"Now's not the time."
His look told me not to do anything rash. The rest of Wyatt's entourage finally arrived, the sergeant among them. I watched his reaction, or lack thereof, as he took in the sheet-clad body.
"Everyone needs to head to the clubhouse for breakfast, and let us handle this,"
Wyatt said over the murmuring that was breaking out, essentially shooing the crowd away.
"The cooks have already been informed that breakfast will be earlier than normal, so please head there now."
He looked directly at me as he finished his sentence. Most people listened and were walking away, but a few had to be prodded to migrate toward the clubhouse. I was among those few.
"Come on, Bailey. Wyatt can take it from here,"
John said as he dragged me with him. I whispered to John, "That wasn't the work of an infected."
"Keep walking,"
John said as he glanced back at the body. I kept my head facing forward, knowing that Wyatt and his groupies would be watching. I was going to get a reputation as a shit-starter soon. People eyed Darren as we walked and gave us a wide berth. Once we were far enough away, John leaned in.
"What happened to the body?"
"Looks like someone tried to cut her head off and hollow her out." John tugged at the collar of his shirt. Unlike Wyatt, he was dressed and ready for the day.
"Sounds like what we found with the previous murder."
I looked back one last time. They were all standing around the body, Sergeant Grant peeking under the sheet, as if he didn't already know what was under there.
"I don't trust them,"
I mumbled.
"It shows,"
John said.
"You gotta be more discreet."
"Our lives are at stake," I pointed out. John held up his hands.
"I just mean, you gotta be less obvious about it."
That gave me an idea.
"Oh, no. You got that look on your face."
"Well, if they won't investigate these crimes properly, then there's no reason why I can't do some digging of my own." John leaned in closer.
"What'd you have in mind?"
I smiled. I'd half expected him to berate me. "A little breaking and entering. I'll have to wait until the timing is right so I can make sure Wyatt will be out of his condo for an uninterrupted amount of time. Then I can poke around without worrying he'll come back at any second."
"You'll be needing someone to watch your back."
"I assume you mean you?"
"Unless you know another Marine who did recon for a couple of tours."
He readjusted his cowboy hat. "Can't say I do."
"But we're not doing this half-cocked. We gotta plan it out right."
"Naturally," I said as I pushed open the clubhouse door. People were already sitting down, eating breakfast. Many people were still in their pajamas, not caring if anyone saw them in their ancient, holy sweats. I guess they got a pass today because of the shitty morning so far. Zoe came up to me. "Did you see who it was?" I shook my head. It was really hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure it was a woman.
Someone will report a person missing soon. John sucked in a breath. Then we'll have that to deal with.
Does anyone live alone? I asked.
I don't think so, Zoe answered. Most people arrived in groups, so they stuck together, and Wyatt doesn't want anyone left out, so he assigns people a roommate if they don't have one.
Except for him and his goons, I bet, I muttered. John shot me another warning look, and I clamped my mouth shut. Darren looked at me and nodded. He must have picked up on my accusatory tone. People were giving Darren, and us by proxy, the stink eye as we walked to the serving line.
How about we take our food back to the condo?
Zoe suggested, and we all agreed. Turns out Chloe and Ethan had already gotten their breakfast and were waiting for us back at their place.
Will you tell me what happened?
Chloe asked, exasperated. What did Ethan tell you? I didn't want to step on his toes.
He said there was an accident.
He's right. She put down her fork.
You're not going to tell me either?
Because I don't know what happened, I shrugged. That was the partial truth. She blew a puff of air out of her nose like a bull and crossed her arms.
Do Amanda and I still have to go to school?
Of course,
Ethan interjected, even though she'd asked me. Someone pushed open the front door, almost causing me to fall off the stool in surprise. I hadn't been expecting anyone to come barreling in. A girl I didn't recognize stood at the entrance, sobbing. Zoe stood up from the couch.
Misha? What's wrong?
The girl looked around 12, her face puffy and red. Chloe leaned over to me.
She's in our class, too.
It's Miss Rayna,
Misha said.
She's dead.
At least they'd identified the body. Zoe wrapped the girl in a hug.
It's going to be okay. Rayna was the other teacher side Zoe and Krista,
Chloe said, filling in the blanks. Another link that could very loosely be traced back to Darren. He was dating Zoe, and Zoe happened to work with the victim. This wasn't looking good for him. Chapter 27. After Zoe left to usher the crying Misha back to her condo, Roy and Amanda walked in. Amanda ran over to Chloe.
Was that Misha?
Chloe bobbed her head.
Apparently Miss Rayna is dead.
Amanda's mouth hung open.
Who's Miss Rayna?
Roy asked, eyeing the two mini-gossipers.
One of the teachers,
Chloe answered.
Is it all clear out there?
Ethan asked.
Looks like they moved everything to the clinic and hosed down the street,
Roy said. I walked over to John out of range of the younger ears. Was there a funeral for the last woman?
A short one. They buried her on the edge of the cul-de-sac.
How soon after the body was found was the funeral?
Pretty much the same evening.
And that doesn't strike you as odd? I asked.
Yes, it does,
John said as he rubbed his bruised jaw.
The quicker the body goes into the ground, the less chances there are for people to poke around.
His face looked sore today, the purple bruising out in full force. His left eye was still swollen, but at least it wasn't shut all the way like yesterday. They'll probably do that again, I groused. I doubt they'll do an autopsy.
Don't really think they need an autopsy in this case, though,
John said. A thought hit me. If she was attacked by an infected, wouldn't she have come back? John let my theory sink in.
Claire didn't turn either.
So that for sure rules out an infected as the culprit, leaving us to figure out who, not what, did this. John sighed.
Should I start calling you Nancy Drew?
Well, I am blonde.
So, John said, I noticed Ethan didn't come home last night.
I froze. In the excitement of the morning, I'd completely forgotten about that. Was all I could say.
I ain't ever had to deal with young girls before, but if he does anything you don't like, you can come to me,
John said, making both of us feel awkward. I laughed. You're worried about Ethan doing something?
Guess you're right. I should be having this conversation with him instead.
I playfully punched him in the arm. I'm offended.
Just be smart,
John said in all seriousness. No babies. Got it, I joked.
Don't know why I said anything.
John shook his head.
So there's something else I didn't mention before when you told us about the mercenaries. I honestly didn't think much of it until this morning, but there's also been a disappearance while we've been here. One of the guys up and vanished in the middle of the night. Wyatt said he decided to leave, but the guy he was staying with told us afterward that Gerald couldn't do that without saying something. He said Gerald had left behind his favorite pair of hiking boots, which he would never do.
Great. More shit to deal with. You think these incidences are related? I asked. I'd be tight-lipped this time around about my supposed immunity.
Dunno, but I think you're right about Wyatt being crooked.
I'm glad you're on my side, but Ethan's in pretty deep. I motioned toward Ethan, who was talking with Roy.
That's gonna be a problem,
John admitted. I felt like conspiracy theorists plotting in a shadowy corner, but our lives were at stake, so I didn't feel as crazy as I probably should have. I couldn't trust anyone in this new world, it seemed. Like my dad used to say, if something is too good to be true, you better hold on to your wallet. Maybe I got my trust issues from him. Everyone left Ethan and Zoe's condo to return to their regular routines, despite the horrific morning discovery. While Roy and I were left to our own devices, we sauntered outside and started walking down the sidewalk.
So we go from one problem to the next, huh?
Roy said. We just can't catch a break.
Do you think the mercenaries have their hands in this place too? Like the apartments?
I looked around, worried someone might be listening in. There's no way to tell yet, but after what John told me about a guy from Hargrove going missing, we can't rule them out. Can you do me a favor?
Of course.
Please don't mention my scratches from the infected.
I won't,
Roy promised. I was talking to John, and I think I'm gonna snoop around Wyatt's condo to see if I can find anything. I just need the right opportunity.
How about during Raina's funeral tonight?
Roy suggested. How do you know it will be tonight? Had he talked with John, too?
I was speaking with Crystal before I met up with you guys in Ethan's condo. She told me then.
Don't you think Wyatt will notice I'm missing from the funeral?
You could go after. Crystal also said that they had a celebration of life sort of thing after the last death, and it would be the same for Raina. Chances are Wyatt will be there the whole time to keep up appearances.
Perfect. I patted Roy on the back. Good thinking. I'll do that.
You mind if I come with you when you check it out? I want to see his broadcasting equipment and check if he's in contact with the mercenaries.
I thought you had the trucker radio from Tim.
I tried it and got nothing.
The mercenaries were Roy's only lead in finding his wife, if she was still alive. Are you going to try and find her? I hesitantly asked.
Roy licked his lips. I want to so badly, but I have Amanda to look after.
I can help. Thank you, Roy said, sincerity ringing in his voice. We walked in silence for a minute. Mentioning Tim had made my thoughts drift toward the apartments. I didn't really want to bring up the subject of going back for the people who had exiled Roy, but I'd made a promise to Mac that we would come back for them once we found Hargrove. I feel like I should warn you that I still have to go back to the apartments and get everyone, I said, breaking the silence.
I figured. When do you think you'll go?
Not sure yet. I was going to bring it up to Wyatt, but now I'm thinking of talking to Byron. Wyatt wasn't my biggest fan at the moment, not to mention I was planning to break into his condo tonight. Byron seemed nice enough, just hard to understand, and he was part of the inner circle.
You want to go find him right now? Roy asked. It's not like we have anything else to do.
Sure. I assume Byron will be at the clinic with the body, and if not, I'm sure someone can point me in the right direction. Thanks to our aimless walking, we had ended up close to the clinic. We only had to walk a few more meters before we reached the front door, and inside we found Byron was sitting in one of the waiting room chairs.
"Cher, what brings ya here?"
he asked with that big grin of his as he stood. "You, actually," I said.
"I'm flattered. But you with Ethan, no?"
He winked at me. I rolled my eyes. I told the survivor group I was with before Hargrove that I'd come back for them once I found this place.
"You asking me for permission, you?"
Byron gave me a smirk this time. "I guess.
How many?
About 20, Roy answered.
One's a registered nurse. They have lots of guns and ammo, too.
Byron thought about it for a second before saying,
I'll give Wyatt a heads up, but bring 'em down.
There's space here for all of them? I asked. I had no idea how many condos were full versus empty.
This here's a safe haven. Can't be turning folks out.
All right, then. I'll head out tomorrow for them. The sooner we brought them back, the better. I didn't want Mac and the others to think I had forgotten about them, and it wouldn't hurt to have more people on our side. It'd make it easier to deal with the corrupt leadership in Hargrove.
You gon' go by yourself, Cher.
Byron raised a brow at me.
I'm going too, and I'm sure we can find a couple more,
Roy said. I was surprised at his offering to help the people who had sent him away. I was going to say something, but I decided against it. I'm sure Roy had his reasons.
Sounds like you got her under control,
Byron said before he was waved into one of the rooms by Oscar. Roy and I walked back outside, already planning for the trip tomorrow. This was going to be a busy next 24 hours. I was excited to see the others again. I was sure everyone would love Mac. Elaine? Not so much. I bet she'd get along great with the sergeant, though. You think we need another vehicle? I asked. We couldn't fit that many in the Mazda.
They have that big truck and an airport shuttle van back at the apartments, Roy said. But we should bring some gas with us to be safe.
All right. Let's unload the car. We got to work unloading the rest of our supplies from the Mazda, which we still hadn't done. It felt like we were unloading the groceries from one of my mom's infamous Costco trips. I was dragging my feet on unloading the car because I liked the idea of being primed for a quick getaway, and with the murder this morning, it made even more sense to be ready to leave on the fly.
I didn't think we had that much,
Roy said as we placed the last of the bags on the kitchen island. Better safe than hungry.
I left 2 full gas canisters in the trunk, in case they needed to fill up their vehicles.
I had to ask, will you be okay going back there? Roy fiddled with one of the plastic bags as he considered my question.
I'll be fine. I just don't know how they'll react.
Well, they knew I'd come back for them once we found Hargrove, so they've had a little while to mull it over. They had to realize that if I did bring them to Hargrove, Roy would be here as well, unless they'd been hoping he would meet his end along the way. Hey, Zoe said from the wide-open front door. Want to help us unload all this? I motioned to the pile of stuff. Seems fun, but I was wondering if I could talk to you alone, Zoe asked. Sure. How about we head out back? As Zoe and I left the condo, Roy shouted,
No, don't worry. I'll unpack the rest of this.
I snickered as we rounded the house and plunked down in the lawn chairs in the backyard. A tiny lot squared off by a short white fence that offered no privacy from our neighbors. Perfect. Some condos had bigger backyards, but those spaces were reserved for the livestock. Zoe and I hadn't had much quality time to talk since the whole apocalypse thing. We used to talk for hours about everything, from exams to her revolving door of boys. She'd once been serious about a guy, the douche, as I'd dubbed him, but he cheated on her, destroying her trust in relationships. Since then, she's never stuck to one guy for long, preferring flings and one-night stands. I could tell she was secretly waiting for that one guy to sweep her off her feet. Zoe was a hopeless romantic at heart. So, what's up? I asked. 2 things, actually, Zoe said. First, Ethan wasn't in the condo this morning. She shot me a scandalous look. I waved it off. Old news already. I assume you two finally sealed the deal? Zoe wore a big grin. I should have known this would be a gossip session. I sighed. About damn time. Although I'm not too happy that he's so engrossed in this place already. I frowned. Well, they do have a pretty good setup here, Zoe said. I groaned. Not you two. I didn't say it was perfect. I'm pretty scared, actually, considering the 2 murders now, which is kind of why I'm here. I leaned in. Do you know something? Zoe looked torn, as if she didn't know whether she should say anything. You know how they're trying to blame Darren? So I've heard.
He left the condo in the middle of the night last night for over an hour and a half.
Did he give you an explanation?
No, but he's always had issues sleeping. He used to toss around all night, the way you did, except he'd get up and do something until he could fall asleep. He's left before in the middle of the night.
I tried to digest what she was implying. Did he leave the night of the first murder?
I don't remember.
Did he ever come back wearing different clothes?
It's always dark when he comes back, so I never noticed.
Zoe started tapping her leg with her hand. Has he ever been violent toward you? I asked, my protective tone coming out.
Never.
I paused before I asked, do you think he did it?
Zoe took a deep breath and leaned back in the scratchy lawn chair.
I took a really good look at her. She'd always been tall and skinny, something I used to envy, but she somehow seemed thinner, even bony. She'd tied her black hair hastily with flyaways sticking out all over. Zoe usually liked to keep her appearance overly clean-cut, whereas I'd go with whatever was quickest.
Do I think he's capable of doing it?
Yes.
Do I think he actually killed these two people?
No, Zoe said. Did you tell anyone else that he was gone last night?
No.
I wouldn't tell anyone else. I stared her down. Is there something else you're not telling me? She stopped tapping her leg with her hand.
No.
You'd tell me, right? If there was anything else?
She gave me a hurt look. Of course. You're my best friend, and you're one to talk holding out on me about Ethan and you.
To be fair, it's not like we've had a chance to talk this morning, I said.
All right, I'll give you that.
She slapped her hands down on the wooden arms of the chair.
I have to go help with the funeral arrangements for Raina. There's going to be a town gathering at the clubhouse tonight to honor her.
Yeah, Roy told me. Will everyone be there?
Mm-hmm. It should be like last time. There was food, music, and mingling. You have to come.
I'll be there. I didn't mention that it would be just long enough to make an appearance and make it seem like I'd been there the whole time. Like Roy had suggested, the celebration of life would be the perfect opportunity to poke around Wyatt's condo. We said goodbye, and by the time I walked back inside, Roy had put everything away. Perfect timing. Chapter 28. I decided to keep Zoe's tidbit about Darren's tendency to wander in the middle of the night to myself. I was biased. I didn't want to think that we'd brought the killer with us. For the rest of the day, Roy and I planned our trip back to the apartments in Gretna and our digging up dirt mission on Wyatt. At the peak of the Memorial tonight, we'd sneak out and poke around Wyatt's condo. Roy made sure he had his tools ready to go by the front door. We couldn't just kick in Wyatt's front door. We didn't want him to know we'd been in there. We left our condo to find John. He was standing below one of the guard towers, chatting with the guy on duty. We flagged John over and in hushed voices started filling him in. He volunteered to help us gather the people from the apartments.
"I'll be driving, though,"
John said. "Well, it is your car, after all."
"I see there are some new dents and scratches on it."
I grinned sheepishly. Kind of a hazard of the zombie apocalypse.
"We could always hit up a dealership and get a new fleet of cars," Roy suggested. "We'll have to keep that in mind,"
John said. An hour before supper, the community was rounded up and ushered by Byron to the lot at the back of the cul-de-sac, where a freshly dug grave was waiting for Raina's body. Wyatt and an older gentleman stood beside the grave. Judging from the Bible in the older man's hand, I assumed he was a priest or someone to do with the church. A round of gunfire went off from one of the watchtowers, making me and a few others jump. Sounded like more infected had sidled up to the walls. Hearing random gunfire and not having to run for my weapon was unnerving. Soon we'd be getting lazy. After about 10 minutes, Grant, Byron, Ethan, and Oscar carried the body over in a bare-bones plywood coffin. Using flat ropes spread across the hole, they lowered the coffin into the grave. The hole wasn't 6 feet deep. The coffin's lid was about a foot lower than the lip of the grave.
"We are here to honor the life of Raina, a teacher, a friend, a sister, and a pillar of this community,"
Wyatt thundered over the hushed voices.
"Benjamin will lead the service with a verse from the Bible."
The elderly man stepped forward and opened his red tome. He cleared his throat.
I will read from Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth gave way and the mountains fell into the heart of the sea.
At that point, I tuned him out. I wasn't one to draw comfort from religion. Instead, I peered around at all those attending Raina's burial. Most people had their heads down while they listened to Ben recite the passages from the Bible. The children from her class were present, some visibly distraught. A few adults comforted them. I had no way of knowing if the adults were the kids' parents or their adoptive guardians. Wyatt and his groupies stood by, their hands clamped in front of them. Ethan joined us after they'd lowered the body and stood beside Chloe with his hand on her shoulder. Grant appeared stone cold as he listened to Ben, nothing in his expression giving away what he was thinking. Byron and the surgeon looked sullen as they stared at the coffin. Oscar wiped away a tear. He'd had it pretty bad. As the town's resident doctor and medical examiner, he was the one who'd had to look at the body up close and personal. When the ceremony finished, Wyatt guided everyone to the clubhouse where dinner and refreshments would be served in memory of Raina. It almost sounded like a party. The funeral procession took up the entire street. Not one person must have been absent. The clubhouse smelled like roasted meat, and the cooks hurried to the back of the building to finish preparing dinner. Music played over the speakers, just loud enough to hear over the voices. They wouldn't have dared turn it up to rock concert levels. Once we picked up our food, we sat at one of the last empty tables. I ate slowly, buying time, and making sure people saw me. I made eye contact with Wyatt as he passed me by. John waved to add to the illusion. After an hour, once the party was in full swing, John gave me the signal. I nodded slightly to let him know I'd seen. John walked to the front doors, smiling politely at people as he passed, and even stopped once to strike up a conversation. He was good at acting inconspicuously. Must have been all that military training. Next to leave was Roy. He walked over to Amanda, who barely paid him any mind while she played with the other kids, and told her he was just going back to the condo for a bit. She shooed him away. She most likely wouldn't have noticed his absence. 10 minutes after he left, I told Zoe I was having stomach issues and that I was going to use the bathroom back at my condo. She told me to take some Pepto, and I was in the clear. Before I could make it to the door, Wyatt stopped me.
"Where are you taking off to?"
he asked, his tone friendly but firm. I placed my hand on my stomach, fearing our plan would end before it even began. It's kind of embarrassing, but I need to use the washroom.
"Why not use the one here?"
"I'd rather use a more private bathroom, if you catch my drift," I said, feigning embarrassment.
"I'm sure Oscar can grab you some medicine after,"
Wyatt offered. "We have some Pepto back at the condo."
"I hope it helps so you can hurry back. Do you think you'll still be able to make your trip tomorrow?"
Wyatt asked. Byron must have filled him in. "I think so. It's not the flu or anything."
"Well, I wish you good luck on your expedition."
I guess he wouldn't be seeing us off in the morning. With that, he turned to another person who'd caught his attention. Looked like I'd have to come back to make sure Wyatt saw me. I hurried out the door, the fresh air slapping me in the face. The clubhouse had been stifling with all the bodies packed inside, and the heated food. Walking at a faster-than-average pace, I hurried to meet Roy at the condo. The sun was starting its nightly descent, casting shadows all over the road. It would have been better had the sun been completely down, but we only had a small window to do this.
"Finally,"
Roy said as I opened the door. He'd been in the middle of the living room, pacing. "Sorry." Wyatt stopped me and I had to make up an excuse about why I was leaving.
"Think we should continue with the plan?"
"If you want out, you can stay here," I said.
"No way. Besides, you need someone to get you inside."
He lifted up his small sack of tools. "All right then, let's go." We took the long way around to Wyatt's condo to avoid anyone seeing us. We dashed into his backyard where John was crouched waiting for us.
"'Bout damn time,"
John whispered. "Anyway?" I said, ignoring his comment. "Is it clear?"
"There's no movement or lights on inside, and no one's come or gone since I've been waiting here."
Roy went up to the bedroom window and popped out the screen. He jimmied the window latch with the screwdriver, and after a few tries, he slid the window open. Once again, I was glad I'd lost weight. It would make it easier to fit through the window. "I'll give you a boost," John said, dropping to one knee and clasping his hands together on top. I stepped on John's hands and scrambled inside as he raised me up, knocking over a lamp during my entrance. I managed to dive and catch it before it smashed on the ground. Roy came through as I was putting the lamp back, hopefully in the exact same spot. John stuck his head inside the bedroom. "I'll knock on the window if anyone approaches the house." Roy handed me a flashlight from the tool bag he'd brought. I shot the beam across the room. Wyatt's bedroom was bigger than the ones in our condos. We rooted through the closet and dresser drawers, coming up empty-handed. I headed into the hallway, spotting the door to the other bedroom, which was closed, and the bathroom. Roy tried the handle to the other bedroom, but it was locked. He put down his tool bag and positioned the screwdriver at the apex, where the door met the frame by the handle. With a stiff smash of his hand, as if he were working a chisel, the door swung open.
"You have to teach me how to do that,"
I whispered. The door was unscathed, but opened. We flashed the beams inside, revealing a smaller bedroom filled with junk. Radio equipment covered a desk and electrical odds and ends littered shelf after shelf. It looked like the room of a crazy person trying to contact aliens. Roy whistled. "I think we've hit the jackpot." We examined the gear on the desk. It all seemed to be in working order. 2 metallic black boxes and a microphone dominated the middle of the desk. Roy pointed to one of the black boxes. "This piece is a radio repeater, sometimes called an extender. It takes a weak signal, amplifies it, and then rebroadcasts the signal. Wyatt's also got a transmitter, a stockpile of batteries." Roy tapped one of the emergency batteries under the desk with his foot. "There's even a spectrometer. Basically, he has all the fixings to create a pirate radio station." Roy sounded impressed. "That's great, but how do you turn this stuff on?" I prodded him. He flipped a silver toggle switch, and the room filled with the hiss of an empty radio frequency. Roy quickly turned a dial and the volume dropped. He turned another set of knobs, scanning to see if we could pick up a transmission. While he did that, I thumbed through the scribbler on the desk. Various speeches were written in a neat scrawl. They read like the announcements Wyatt had described. I came across a page with a bunch of numbers, but that wasn't what caught my attention. The hand with the eye drawing did. "Roy!" I grabbed his arm. "The symbol." Roy leaned over the scribbler, shoving me out of the way. "What are all those numbers?" I asked, pointing to the page. "They're more than likely frequencies." "Think these are for the mercenaries?" "Only one way to find out." Roy fiddled with the equipment again, turning dials and mashing buttons. He picked up the mouthpiece and hit the talk button. The hissing cut out. "Hello?" Roy said into the old-timey microphone. He released the talk button and the hissing resumed. We waited for a good 5 minutes before Roy tried again. "Hello?" No reply. "Can anyone hear me?" Roy asked. We waited again, barely breathing, as though if we did, we'd miss the reply. When none came, I turned to Roy. "Probably for the best. We don't want Wyatt to know we were using his equipment. We didn't want the mercenaries tipping off Wyatt that someone was in here." Roy's shoulders slumped. This was his only way of finding out where the mercenaries had taken his wife. "Just give me a few more minutes," Roy said, his voice barely a whisper. I sighed and decided to look around the room while Roy chased a ghost. I scanned the shelves, most of them filled with old equipment, making Wyatt look like a hoarder. His personal appearance was so neat and freshly pressed, but this room was the exact opposite of his persona. The closet was so full of random junk that it barely opened. I cleared some debris, revealing a medium-sized chest at the bottom. My hands flew to open it, only to be stopped by a brass padlock. Damn it. Chances were Wyatt had the key to open it on his person. "Roy, you know how to pick a padlock?" He put down the microphone and shuffled over to me with his tool bag. Roy kneeled before the chest and inspected the lock, turning it this way and that. "I think I can open it." He pulled out 2 small metal tools, one looking like tweezers and the other like a dentist pick, placing one tool in the center and the other at the top of the keyhole. Roy tried to turn the lock. After a few seconds, the lock clicked and popped open. Were you a criminal before all this? I asked, impressed with his skills.
I did some stupid stuff as a teen,
Roy admitted with a shrug. He removed the lock and opened the lid of the chest, pointing his flashlight inside. An acrid smell hit my nostrils, and I crinkled my nose. An old Afghan covered the top, so I pushed it to the side. Underneath were bloody clothes, tossed haphazardly like an incriminating laundry basket. That explained the sour smell that had wafted out when Roy opened the top. "You have gloves in that tool bag?" I asked.
No, but I have tongs. That seemed like a weird thing to have in a tool bag.
He passed me the tongs and I fished around. The clothes had belonged to a woman. I lifted a bloody ripped shirt, uncovering a sharp, curved-tipped knife. John had once explained to me the differences between certain knives. This one looked like the kind used to gut a fish. There's dried blood on that, too. Roy and I exchanged a grim look. We'd just found some very incriminating evidence. Either Wyatt was the killer, or he was hiding evidence for him. I jumped, almost dropping the tongs and clothes they were holding, when the radio equipment crackled.
"Hello?"
Chapter 29. Roy and I froze in our crouched positions.
"Hello? Wyatt? That you?"
the person on the radio asked. Before I could grab his arm, Roy ran to the desk. He scooped up the microphone and hit the talk button.
"Yes, we're here. Hello? Wyatt? That don't sound like you."
I knocked the microphone out of Roy's grip as if I were swatting an insolent child's hand. "Roy, now Wyatt's going to know we were here," I hissed, and flicked the toggle switch to off. All the equipment went dead. We only needed them to verify the frequency by answering back. We didn't need to talk to them.
"How else will I find Irene?"
"With these frequencies," I pointed to the scribbler. Carefully, I ripped out a blank page and copied down all the numbers.
"Tim's trucker radio is only a short-range one,"
Roy said. "Bring it tomorrow and we'll try reaching them when we're on the road. Maybe we'll be able to narrow down the location, or we can look for one of those extender things," I suggested. Roy stared at Wyatt's equipment wistfully.
"Fine."
I was glad he could see reason. Last time he let his emotions get the better of him, he'd killed our only lead. I passed him my copied sheet, and he shoved it in his pocket. "We need to make it look like we were never here," I said. Roy got to work turning all the dials back to their original positions, while I packed up the trunk of horrors. Afterward, we stepped back and examined the place. To my eyes, it looked like everything was where it had been when we entered. So we relocked the door and backtracked out the window. Roy closed the window and put the screen back in place.
"Found anything?"
John asked. "Oh, yeah, but we need to head back to the memorial," I said.
"I'll meet you guys there. I gotta put away my tools first,"
Roy said. We split up. John and I entered the clubhouse together, and Zoe instantly bombarded me. "You feeling better?" she asked. "A bit. How long do you think this will go on for?"
"Just about another hour, I'd say,"
John answered. Not wanting to be rude, I stifled a groan. John gently ushered me to an empty table.
"So, what did you find?"
"We think we found the frequencies the mercenaries use," I whispered. "And I found a trunk full of bloody women's clothes and a knife with blood on it." John sat back in his chair, starting to fiddle with a cup that had been left behind on the table.
"You think Wyatt did it?"
"I've no idea. It's either that or he's hiding the evidence for one of his cronies," I said. I had no proof, just some circumstantial evidence. Either way, Hargrove wasn't as safe as they made it out to be.
"We still heading out tomorrow for that other group?"
John asked. "Yes. Although I wasn't sure I should bring them here while there was a killer on the loose. Maybe once they got here, we could all form a new safe haven somewhere else. But where would we go? Plus, I'd have a hell of a time convincing Ethan to leave. Hargrove was already up and working, minus the murders, of course. Clearly Wyatt, along with his crew, were crooked. They needed to go. Why were the others in the town not suspicious of Wyatt? Were they that afraid of life outside these walls that they were willing to put up with a murderer and corrupt leadership? "What do you think we should do with this information?" I asked John.
"There's no police to go running to, so I say don't do anything rash. We need more proof first."
"Aside from catching whoever's doing this in the act, How do we find more proof?
Killers tend to keep going till they get caught. Chances are they'll do it again.
And this helps us how? I asked. I didn't like the idea that we'd have to wait for the killer to strike again.
We can form some kind of watch.
That'll be hard with just the handful of us. And what if someone from Hargrove sees us? John readjusted his hat.
I honestly don't know what to do, Bailey, other than leave this place.
It was a tough call, but I was thinking leaving was our only option. The question was, would they let us leave? The memorial wound down and we all headed back to our condos with the promise that a nightly street patrol would start tonight.
Get some sleep. It'll be a long day tomorrow,
Roy said as we each retired to our bedrooms. I tried to fall asleep, but ended up tossing and turning for most of the night. Nowhere was safe. Maybe I should just pack up a car and try to head back home? The journey would be long but worth it if I got to see my family again. What if they were gone? What would I do with myself then? What about my new family? I was floundering again. My eyes had a hard time opening when morning came. Roy had to knock on my door to wake me.
I made some instant coffee,
he yelled through the door. My body begged me to roll over and get back to sleep, but grudgingly, I got out from under the covers. After a quick shower and 2 cups of coffee, I was standing with our group around the Mazda. Roy had packed food in the trucker radio. The real reason he wanted to go on this trip wasn't to bring back the people from the apartment, but to find a lead for the whereabouts of his wife, Irene. John had borrowed an M4, which I was pretty sure was the one they'd taken from me. We'd also packed extra ammo for our various weapons. I checked that my Beretta was fully loaded, along with the extra magazine, and I had my trusty axe sitting in the back seat. Roy was hugging his daughter goodbye, clearly reluctant to leave her. He'd asked Zoe to watch over Amanda while we were gone.
How long do you think you'll be gone?
Ethan asked. John was holding our old map.
We should be back by the end of the day.
You sure you don't need another body? Darren asked again.
No, 3 will be enough, son,
John said.
We need all the room we can get.
Roy did say they have a big truck and an airport shuttle van, I said.
They did when you left them. Who knows what they have now?
Then what difference will one person make? I can go instead of Roy. Darren motioned to the sad goodbye scene. Roy needs to go, I blurted out. Crap.
Why?
Darren asked suspiciously.
I know the way,
Roy said before I could insert my foot further into my mouth. Darren huffed but didn't press the issue. He knew how directionally challenged I was.
All right. Daylight is burning, folks. Let's go.
John held his hands out for the keys. For the first time in over a week, I sat in the passenger seat of the Mazda. Roy piled into the back and we drove to the front gate. The others followed to wave us off as the heavy iron gate opened wide. I looked in the side mirror to see our friends' faces disappear behind the gate as it closed with us on the outside. John didn't need me to read out the directions to find his way out of the city. He knew where Gretna was from memory and from studying the map before we left. It was nice to sit back and leave the driving up to someone else. The trip was almost relaxing until we hit our first patch of infected. John drove onto the side to avoid them, the Mazda's suspension groaning.
The suspension sounds off,
John said. I avoided his accusing eyes. I may have had to jump a curb or 2. John didn't reply. We didn't head back to John's shop because technically that would be backtracking. John knew a quicker way out of the city. According to him, some people had cleared a lane along the bridge leading out of New Orleans over the Mississippi River, so that was where we were heading.
How do you know?
Roy asked.
Grant.
John said his name in a clipped tone.
He mentioned that another group he knows of cleared it about a month after everything went to hell. He claims to have used it before.
So he wasn't always with Hargrove then, I mused out loud.
I don't think so,
John said. Maybe that other group Grant had mentioned happened to be the mercenaries? We played chicken with all the infected. I had to hand it to John. He knew how to maneuver this car pretty well. It wasn't until we got to the bridge that we had to stop. John had been right about one of the lanes being cleared of cars, but now it was full of infected. He pulled out his bag from the back and handed me a black tube.
Here's a suppressor that fits the Beretta.
It doesn't match the color, I joked, and John gave me a look that told me now wasn't the time for jokes. He gave me that look a lot.
You and Roy need to take him out before I can get through,
John said.
I'll take the axe,
Roy said. We got out of the car facing down the long road filled with shambling bodies. Well, you ready? I asked Roy.
No,
he deadpanned. Too bad. I raised my gun and shot the nearest infected. The body twirled to the side and fell over the railing, landing in the water with a splash. This grabbed the others' attention. I walked with my Beretta at eye level, my sights landing on various targets. One infected popped out from a spot between two cars in the lane beside us. Roy whirled the axe toward it, chopping at the infected like it was a tree. The thing gurgled and hit the hood of one of the cars as it fell. The rest moved toward us even faster, encouraged by the noise. Thanks a lot, Roy. He raised the axe again and split the infected's head open. We kept moving toward the group, John right behind us in the car. He had the easy job. Once they were in range, I shot the infected, although I missed a few times, hitting shoulders instead of heads. As we walked on, we dragged the dead bodies aside to allow the car to pass through unimpeded. I jumped when one of the infected I reached for wasn't quite dead. Its hand groped at my leg and I flew backward, right into Roy.
What the?
Roy said as we stumbled back. I pointed at the squirming infected stuck under the fallen body of its friend. Roy raised the axe and caved its skull in. While we were distracted, another infected jumped out from behind a delivery van. I whirled around with my gun and shot, the bullet going way off course. I heard the distinct whistling of air escaping from a tire and watched the van sink down on its back left tire. This distracted the infected long enough for me to shoot again. Its brains splattered all over the logo for a home renovation company painted on the side of a van. The smiling photo of a family peeked out from underneath the carnage, and a pang of guilt hit me for some reason. I had to reload my Beretta about halfway with the extra clip. It took a while, but we finally reached the other side of the bridge.
You use up all your ammo?
John asked as we got in the car. About a magazine and a half, I said.
Roy, can you pass him my bag?
John asked. Roy handed me the heavy duffel bag, and I rummaged around for extra 9mm bullets. I'd rather use Hargrove's supply than my own. I loaded up the Beretta while John swerved around a group of loitering infected. They reminded me of a group of teens hanging outside a 7-Eleven, bumming cigarettes off people. We finally hit the turnoff for Gretna.
There should be a guard or two here,
Roy muttered as we passed through unimpeded. No one popped out like they had on my last visit. Maybe they decided to stop doing that, I suggested, but I knew something was up.
Stay alert,
John said, his eyes narrowing. Roy pressed against the window, peering out at the small town. As we passed familiar scenery, I spotted the top of the rundown apartment building a block away. That's the place. I pointed out the windshield. John took a right, and we found ourselves on the street in front of the building. I could tell from our spot that the glass front door had been smashed in. Shit! Roy got out in a rush, almost forgetting the axe.
This ain't gonna be good,
John said in a low voice. He got the M4 ready before exiting the car. I gulped and followed them out. Chapter 30. Roy ran into the building like an idiot.
Roy!
John yelled, running behind him. The glass from the broken door crunched underneath our feet as we ducked under the metal handbar. There was no one in the entrance, alive or otherwise. Someone gasped, and I ran down the hall to the common room.
Bailey, maybe you should stay there,
John instructed, holding his arm out. I pushed his arm away and turned the corner. Blood, copious amounts of it, was sprayed all over the walls like an unfinished morbid mural. The source? The fallen bodies sprawled around the room. But there wasn't a single ragged infected among the bodies.
People did this,
John muttered as he kneeled to look at one of the fallen elderly ladies.
They've either been shot in the head or butchered with what looks like machetes, judging from the wounds.
Holy shit, I said. The image of the family I'd found back at the hardware store when I was with Chloe came to mind. Gore and carnage, not at the hands of the infected. In a roundabout way, the infected were to blame. If they hadn't taken over, this probably wouldn't have happened. But more concerning was the question of who was directly to blame for this. Was this the work of the mercenaries? Why would they come back? To avenge Tim? A thud sounded from the floor above us, and Roy took off up the stairs. We rushed after him, John yelling at Roy to slow down. The hallway on the second floor was empty, except for the body lying in the doorway of one of the apartments. The thud sounded again, louder this time, from a room at the end of the hall. Before Roy could sprint away, John latched onto his shoulder. "Listen, we don't know what's in there. Whoever did this could still be in there. Calm down." Roy shook off John's hand but didn't immediately take off. Carefully, we made our way to the closed door, our weapons raised. "Roy, you open the door and get out of the way. I'll stand in front with my rifle ready to go," John instructed. Roy nodded and put his back flush against the wall beside the door. He reached for the doorknob and shoved the door open. John took a step toward the entrance. Nothing flew out of the room. No bullets sailed through the air, but banging started from inside the apartment. John jerked his head, motioning for me to follow. He entered the room, checking every corner for movement. We were like a SWAT team sweeping through a drug den. The noise was coming from behind one of the bedroom doors. John opened the door a little and backed up, only to have the door slam shut again. "There must be an infected in there," John said as he readied his gun to shoot. "Wait, what if it's not an infected? Just some scared person?" Roy asked. John's mouth formed a mulish line, but he listened to Roy anyway. "If anyone is in there, identify yourself," John yelled. All we got as an answer was harder rattling against the inside of the door. "I don't think the thing in there is alive," John said, then turned to me. "I'm gonna open it and hold the infected between the door and the wall. You go in and shoot it." He turned the handle and burst through the door. I ran in right behind him a few feet into the room. The light coming through the window was dull, but I could see the infected squished behind the door, swinging its grabbing hands at me. Its teeth ground together as it struggled to free itself from John's trap. I raised my Beretta and shot it in the forehead. "Come on," John said. I rushed back out, but not before I caught a glimpse of the bloody bed sheets and a dead infected crumpled in the corner. John let the weight of the falling body slide the door shut. What the hell was with that scene? "Where'd Roy go?" John asked as he stepped into the hallway. "God damn it," I hissed. "He probably went to check the other floors." We ran up the rest of the stairs and found Roy coming out of an apartment on the top floor. "They're all dead," he said to no one in particular. Neither John nor I knew what to say. "Did you see Elaine or Mac?" I asked. Roy shook his head. I went back downstairs to the apartment Mac used as his kitchen. The fridge door was wide open, and all the cupboards had been cleaned out. A drawer full of cutlery had been tossed all over the scuffed floor, a bloody butcher knife in the mix. But Mac wasn't in here. I backed out and ran down to Elaine's office. John met me at the door. "What did I say about running off?" John said angrily. "Who knows what's in there?" "You find Mac?" Roy asked. "No. There's a mess in his kitchen, but no body." I gently pushed open the door to the medical office and found it ransacked. All the shelves were empty, even the ambulance stretcher was gone. I spotted a pair of white running shoes sticking out from behind the metal desk. I approached slowly. Elaine was lying face down, a massive bloody crater adorning the back of her head. "Looks like a shotgun wound," John said. I lowered my gun and took a deep breath. Seeing dead bodies was one thing, but seeing the dead body of a friend was different. It was like you realized your own mortality that much more if you knew the person. Elaine hadn't been my favorite person, but that didn't mean I'd wanted her dead. As I looked down at her body, sadness deflated my chest. She hadn't deserved to be gunned down.
What should we do with all the bodies?
Roy asked, kicking at the floor.
We don't have the time to bury 'em all,
John said. We burn them, I said, tearing my eyes away from Elaine's corpse.
I don't know about that, Bailey, John said.
Well, between the three of us, we can't bury them all, but we're sure as hell not leaving them like this, I argued, stabbing a finger at where Elaine had fallen.
They deserve to be put to rest,
Roy added. I wasn't sure if burning the place was putting them to rest, but it was the best solution I could think of. I wouldn't want my body left to rot.
All right. But we gotta give the place one last sweep to make sure there's no one alive in here before we set fire to the building.
None of us wanted to tour through the horrific sights again, but we couldn't assume everyone was dead. For all we knew, someone was hiding in a closet or something. Any way to tell when this happened? I asked. We'd only been gone 4 days.
The smell ain't that bad, and the bodies aren't that decayed. I'd say it happened somewhere between 5 and 12 hours ago, John said. If we'd stayed, maybe we could have done something,
Roy muttered.
Or you'd be lying right alongside the rest of 'em, John said bluntly.
Roy's face scrunched up and I punched John in the arm. Seeing everyone massacred was rough on me, but Roy had lived with them for a long time before they ran him off. This had to be 10 times harder on him. I grabbed the white lab coat hanging on the back of Elaine's office door and used it to cover her body as best I could, then said my silent goodbye. We hurried through the apartment building one last time. Our search was fruitless. Not one person was left alive. Some people had been shot in their beds while others were crouched in closets, shot while they were hiding. Whoever did this had swept through the entire building looking to kill. This hadn't been a raid for supplies. It had been a massacre. The sight of one of the elderly ladies wrapped around one of the young kids, both huddled in the bathtub and shot dead, was something that wouldn't leave me any time soon. We regrouped downstairs, all with the same morose expression.
Let's grab one of the gas canisters,
John said. Will one be enough? I asked.
We just need enough for the fire to start and spread, John answered.
As we exited through the busted door, I wasn't surprised to see the arsenal by the entrance was empty. Someone had used a shotgun to break open the lock. With a lighter and gas can in hand, John returned inside, leaving us with the instruction to stay by the car. Roy and I stood in silence staring at the apartment building, absorbing all the things we'd seen.
So you never spotted Mac?
He finally asked. No.
Maybe he got away.
I hope so.
You think the mercenaries did this?
I have no idea. But if it was, why did they come back? Roy shrugged.
Maybe they were here for me.
I turned to look at him. Why would you say that?
I killed Tim.
They wouldn't know that unless there was another mole to tell them, I pointed out.
Well, why else would someone do this?
Roy asked, his voice cracked. It was human nature to rationalize people's actions. That was the basis of psychology, why people did the things they did. Sometimes there wasn't an answer, and my guess was that we would never get one. John came running out, a small trail of flames following behind him.
We just need to make sure it catches, and then we need to take off.
He huffed out of breath. Roy pushed off from the side of the car and dug into the open trunk. He gently placed the black trucker's radio on the rooftop. I'd almost forgotten about Roy's ulterior motive for coming. He flicked it on, the dial already on the right channel. Roy pressed the button.
Hello?
He waited for an answer.
Hello? Can anyone read me?
Roy asked again. The radio crackled before a male voice came through.
Who's this?
All of us turned to look at the radio.
Who's this?
Roy countered.
I don't have time for this shit. You looking for Sean?
The man asked.
I'm looking for my wife, you asshole. I know your group took her.
Roy spat into the microphone. Way to go, Liam Neeson, I glared at him. You could have started with something less antagonizing. The man on the radio didn't immediately reply, and I motioned to the box as if to say, see? Harsh laughter echoed from the radio.
You don't know shit, pal. Why don't you tell me where you're at, and we can talk this through?
John grabbed Roy's arm.
Don't you dare tell him where we are.
I'm not stupid. Roy brought the talk piece back to his mouth.
Why don't you tell me where you are, so we can come to you? We got your frequency working, so you must be nearby.
We waited for a reply. There was no way we could just march into their lair. I'd done that once before at the police station, and I wouldn't be doing that ever again. The eerie laughter returned.
Come and find me if you can.
The static returned.
Hello?
Roy tried again and again, but the guy had tuned out. He slammed down the radio talk piece on the rooftop of the car and stepped away.
Fuck! You sure these are the guys who took your wife?
John asked calmly. Wyatt Scribbler had the same eye and hand symbol by the frequency numbers as the ones who attacked the apartment, I answered for Roy, who was fuming not so quietly. John adjusted his cowboy hat.
I admit, that's pretty damn suspicious. But we can't just go storming their gates by ourselves.
Wyatt's got to be in cahoots with them, so we won't be getting any help from Hargrove, I said.
I'll go by myself then,
Roy said through a stiff jaw. I walked right up to him. Who will take care of Amanda when you die? And you will die. I'm sure as hell done with my babysitting days. It was harsh and made me sound like an insensitive asshole, but Roy needed to hear it.
What would you do if it was Ethan?
Roy argued. Well, we don't have the history that you and your wife do, but I'd want him back. I'd just be smart about it, I said. Although I couldn't be sure how I would react. Spewing advice was easy. Taking your own advice was hard.
How about we do some recon first? I happen to have some experience in that, John said.
Roy crossed and uncrossed his arms.
You'd help me? Of course.
John nodded, the brim of his cowboy hat briefly covering his eyes.
Family is all we got, blood or not.
John wrapped an arm around my shoulders. I had to blink away tears that his statement brought to my eyes. We were family now, and always would be. Chapter 31. Roy stared out the backseat window as we drove back to Hargrove. The airport shuttle van that was supposed to be at the apartment was gone, so we were returning empty-handed, but with heavier hearts. If we'd just gotten there a day ago, we could have possibly prevented this. Or as John had said, been caught in the middle of it. John had said the recon would have to wait, since Roy's exchange had no doubt put the mercenaries on edge. They'd be expecting an assault, so we would lay low for a while, then canvass the Gretna area once tensions settled down. Since Tim's radio was a short-wave one, the mercenaries had to be within a few miles of where we had the exchange. The sound of squealing tires reached my ears. I whipped around to see what was happening just as a bullet flew through the back windshield and embedded itself in the center console, less than 6 inches from my face. I slunk back into my seat, the fact that I'd almost had my head blown off rendering me into shock. "Bailey!" John screamed. I looked up at him and he let out a huge breath when he saw I was okay, his face relaxing. He didn't have much time to relax, though, as more bullets blasted through the back windshield. John veered off to the side, but we were trapped on the interstate with no turnoff in sight. "Roy, you okay?" I shouted into the back.
"Yeah,"
he croaked. In the side mirror, I saw a giant black SUV barreling toward us, a man leaning out the passenger window with a gun.
"Everyone keep your heads down," John yelled. "Roy, pass that M4 up here."
Gingerly, so he didn't expose any body part of the shooter's line of sight, Roy handed us the automatic weapon. I grabbed the barrel and pulled the rifle into my lap. More gunfire hit the car, bullets pinging off the back end. John drove in a serpentine manner all over the highway.
"Go faster,"
Roy barked.
"We go any faster and they'll shoot our tires out. Then we'll roll and get crushed to death," John said back. "But I got an idea. Hold on."
I barely had time to grab the seatbelt and M4 before John turned the car 180 degrees, so we were facing the SUV head on.
What the hell?
Roy screamed from the back seat. Instead of answering, John floored the gas pedal as if we were playing a high-stakes game of chicken. The SUV hit the brakes, their tires squealing, and the back end sliding out. The guy who'd been shooting from the passenger window was thrown out of the SUV and landed with a splat on the pavement. He didn't get up.
"Bailey, now!"
John commanded. I rolled down the window and, using the ledge to balance the gun, pointed the muzzle of the M4 at the side of the SUV. As we drove by, everything moved in slow motion. The guy at the wheel was fumbling with something, but I flipped the selector switch to fire and pulled the trigger. A spurt of bullets sailed through the SUV's passenger side window, hitting the driver and shattering the window behind him. His body jerked with every hit until I released the trigger. I heard John's voice through the ringing in my ears.
"The back seat!"
The SUV's back seat window was rolling down. I pointed the rifle at the back and let the rest of the bullets fly. The rifle clicked empty, the muzzle smoking like a lit cigarette. I let out a shaky breath, not daring to move. The SUV's side windows were shattered, and holes marred the doors. No one was moving inside, but to be on the safe side, John drove a few meters away before stopping. He looked straight out the front windshield, which had a few bullet holes in the center.
"Anyone hit?"
"No," Roy and I said at the same time. John swallowed and said to me,
"You did good."
I nodded dumbly, my brain still working out what had just happened. John took the empty rifle from me and reached into the back for his bag. He popped out the magazine and reloaded it before cracking his car door open.
"I'm gonna make sure there ain't no one left to come after us. You two stay here," he said.
John took off for the SUV on foot. I twisted around in my seat and watched him approach the vehicle with caution. He was crouched low, moving fast toward the back window. He peered up and then went around to the side, the M4 aimed and ready. No one fired at John. They must all have been dead or injured. John slipped around to the driver's side out of our sightline. I would have gone with him, except I felt like I'd lost the use of my legs. I was shaking from a mixture of adrenaline and fear. Drive-by shootings weren't a common occurrence where I was from. Roy seemed as shaken up as I was, his shoulders trembling. He was staring out the fractured back window. Neither of us said a word as we waited for John to return. He hustled back into our view, carrying an armful of items. He dropped them with a thud on the roof of the Mazda and leaned into the driver's side.
3 dead, including the one on the road,"
John said, military-like. I'd finally achieved that serial killer badge I'd been working toward. Had this been the old world, the police would have been hunting me. I remained slumped in my seat, unable to even muster the urge to laugh inappropriately.
"Found this round the driver's neck."
John held up a necklace, the pendant hanging at the bottom a familiar sight, the mercenary symbol.
"They must have decided to come looking for us after our little conversation. I knew they were nearby."
"How could they have been that close to the apartment all along?" Roy asked.
"Dunno, but we need to get off the main road in case they send backup."
John tossed his loot into the back seat, a few more guns among the items, and got back in. We drove in silence until the engine began making a ticking sound that grew into a loud clunking.
"Come on, don't do this,"
John said to the car. We'd just reached the bridge when the car gave one last sputter, like the last gasp of a dying man, and came to a rolling stop.
"Shit,"
John said. John got out and I followed, feeling like a toddler learning to walk for my first few steps. The adrenaline had dissipated, leaving behind stiff limbs. I got a good look at how much damage the car had taken. The body was littered with bullet holes. It was a miracle none of us had been hit. Latent panic wriggled at the back of my brain as my mind digested the situation. We'd almost been killed. I'd stopped myself from freaking out during the firefight, and my body needed to release the shock, but now wasn't the time either. Stupid Roy just had to antagonize the mercenaries into action. If he hadn't done that, they probably never would have come after us. I glared at Roy. Oblivious, Roy leaned down.
They punctured the gas tank. Must have been a slow leak. Yeah, I figured when I noticed the gas meter going down faster than before.
You couldn't have said something? I asked curtly.
There was no need to frighten you guys. Plus, I was hoping what we had left would at least get us back to Hargrove,
John said as he took off his hat and rubbed his head. How are we supposed to get back?
I was thinking about what Roy said earlier about hitting up a car lot. I'm sure we passed one just before the bridge on our way out.
I looked across the bridge we'd cleared on our way to Gretna. No new infected had wandered in, but the city was crawling with them. I didn't like our odds on foot.
How close would you say that car lot was? Roy asked. I'm hoping it takes us an hour max to get there on foot,
John said. We only gathered the weapons we needed. We'd come back for the rest of our supplies once we had a ride. I shoved my Beretta into my belt and picked up my axe. Together, we started across the bridge. The sun bore down on us, and without the car's AC blasting away, I was starting to feel it. We ran into a few infected, but I easily dispatched them with my axe. After 45 minutes of brisk walking, a broken banner of colored flags came into view, waving in the sparse wind and signaling we'd reach the car lot. A pool of black plastic lay on the front lawn in front of the tiny office. It must have been one of those tacky blow-up mascots that car dealerships often used.
Keep an eye out,
John said as we entered the lot. Dusty vehicles were neatly parked in all the spaces. I pointed to a new Audi coupe. I like this one.
Don't matter. We take whatever one we can find the keys for,
John said. Way to take the fun out of car shopping. We reached the front door, which was unlocked. Once inside, we stalked from cubicle to cubicle, looking for infected. No one's here, I said.
Start looking through desk drawers for keys,
John said. We got to work rummaging through people's desks. I hoped to find the keys to that white Audi outside.
Got something,
Roy yelled over the top of a cubicle. We walked over to him and he hit the unlock button. The chirp of a vehicle sounded from the parking lot. Please be the Audi, I muttered. Once outside, we followed the sound to the oldest car on the lot, an ancient Honda Civic. I laughed out loud. John raised a brow.
What's so funny?
I have a Civic just like this at home, except mine is in worse shape, I said. Of all the vehicles we could take, it had to be the dumpy one. I had the worst luck.
Tough,
John said as he opened the driver's side door and tried the key, but the Honda's engine didn't take on the first 2 tries.
Pop the hood,
Roy said. Once the hood was up, Roy got to work fixing the Honda. John sat in the driver's seat turning the key in the ignition when Roy instructed him to. Sensing this would take a couple minutes, I wandered back over to my dream car, the white Audi. I wished I could have afforded it back in Canada, and now, ironically, when it was free for the taking, I couldn't have it anyway. I peered in the side window, taking in the white-trimmed leather seats and console, practically drooling. Something blocked the glint of the sun on the window, and I swung around to face an infected that had snuck up on me. Using the axe, I shoved it away. It fell back and landed hard on the next vehicle. The shrill car alarm went off. Shit, I hissed. I pulled out the Beretta and shot the slumped infected.
Bailey!
John's voice boomed over the siren. I ran to them, the Civic's engine having finally turned over.
You just had to set off the alarm, didn't you?
Roy shook his head. Hey! It caught me off guard, I said, and he was one to speak.
We gotta leave.
John shut the driver's door and we got in. Even the interior looked like my old car, except for the lack of coffee stains.
How much gas is in the tank?
Roy asked.
Enough to get us back to the Mazda and then home,
John said, as he sped out of the parking lot. Chapter 32. We'd gotten back to the broke-down Mazda without any problems. Getting back to Hargrove, however, was proving difficult. The infected had decided to have a parade in the streets in honor of our return trip, and it was not appreciated.
How much worse could this day get?
Roy muttered loud enough for me to hear him. Have you never seen a horror movie? Never ask that, I said. John swerved around a couple of infected, almost sideswiping a fire hydrant. We reached the gate to Hargrove, only for the guards peeking over the wall to stop us, weapons aimed at the car. "Stop!" the Filipino lady demanded. John got out to show them his face. "It's us." The guard disappeared behind the wall and the gate cracked open. Our newly acquired Civic must have thrown them off, since they'd been expecting the Mazda to return. "Bailey, we're gonna need your Beretta," John said. I got out and began to pick off the groupies that had followed us back. John had purposely taken a less direct route to Hargrove to avoid this problem. Stupid infected. One by one, every infected I shot was transformed into one of the faceless mercenaries. They'd killed my friends, tried to kidnap me, and tried to kill me. I wanted them dead, and I wanted to be the one to kill them, just like Riley. My head shot up as that last thought echoed in my mind. I was scaring myself again with all the anger and resentment. "Bailey, come on," John shouted. I turned and followed the car inside Hargrove. Once the gate closed behind us, people crowded in. Panic briefly gripped me as my mind registered the encroaching people as a group of infected. "Where's your car? What happened? I thought you were bringing others back." They hounded us with questions, their voices blending together all around me. I could feel my heart rate rising, my lungs struggling for air. I fought the urge to scream and cry all at once. My limbs were ice cold, yet my body felt like it was boiling. "Move," I said, no louder than a whisper. No one got out of the way. They seemed like they were closing in even more. I felt like an injured animal waiting for a predator to strike. "Move!" I screamed, my lungs still struggling for air. The talking stopped, and I shoved my way through the crowd, heading for my condo. I needed to get away from everyone, from the noise and their gazes. I sprinted down the street and barreled through the front door. Once inside, I headed for my room, slamming the door behind me, and fell onto the bed. The weight of the day came crashing down on me like a collapsed shelf of books. One by one, every dead face and every dodged bullet hit me. I hadn't allowed myself to panic while we were on the outside, and holding it back had sent me into a full-on panic attack. What is happening to me? I thought I could deal with anything, but this world kept knocking me down. Around every corner was some new horror. We fought and clawed our way out, only to find out we hadn't fought hard enough. I placed my hand over my heart, which was beating faster than if I'd just run 10 miles. My stomach was in knots. I bolted for the bathroom as my gag reflex kicked in. I barely made it to the toilet before I heaved up the contents of my stomach. My eyes watered as I threw up for the last time. Using the bathtub as a brace, I sat down on the ragged bath mat and leaned against the cool acrylic surface, taking in numerous deep breaths. A nasty, acidic taste coated my tongue. As I sat on the floor, breathing through my nose, my heart rate slowed to normal. I hadn't had a panic attack since my first year at university. Can't say I missed it. Tears ran down my face and I let them drip onto my shirt. I missed the way my mom would squeeze-hug me. I'd pretended I hated it, but deep down, I loved the comfort it provided. I missed the way my dad would cuss out whoever or whatever was upsetting me. And then my mom would chastise him for using foul language in front of the kids, even though my brother and I were legally adults. I missed my family so much. The front door opened, tearing my thoughts away from my family, and I wiped at my damp cheeks with the back of my hand. I listened to the footsteps approach the bathroom door. In my state, I'd forgotten to shut the door. John appeared in the doorway, his face serious. "I know it's stupid to ask if you're okay, since you ain't. But are you?" I looked down, not wanting to meet his eyes. The last person I wanted to think I was weak was John. "You know, when I was in the Marines, I saw some shit. Now, I know everybody who comes back says that, but it doesn't make it any less true. Some men couldn't handle what they saw and came back home a mess of a person." John swallowed loudly. "I even dealt with some PTSD from the things I had to do. I tried booze,
and all it got me was an ex-wife and lost years with my son. But I sobered up and took over my father's store and got back into Taylor's."
John's face tightened at the mention of his son's name.
"Life, thanks to an amazing lady. My therapist, Ms. Turner. She got me right in the head again and set me down the path I was supposed to be on. Not a day goes by where I'm ashamed of asking for help. The tools she gave me are helping me to deal with my grief from Taylor's death. The pain of losing a child is hard to put into words. I pray you never have to go through it. I know Taylor would want me to keep going. After all, I helped raise him, so that's what I'm going to do. Keep living."
John let me sort through his words in silence. I'd expected his speech to end with him thanking the Lord for his turnaround, but he'd proved me wrong. He'd been through a lot, even before all this happened. He was a strong man. Here I was, freaking out but alive, and John was trying to help me. He was the one who'd lost a child, and I'd never even asked if he was doing all right because I was a coward. I needed to be more like John. "I don't think Hargrove has a therapist," I finally said.
"You don't need someone with a fancy degree, just an ear and a desire to help."
"Is that you?"
"Only if you want it to be."
I took a deep breath. "I don't know. I kind of need to sort through it all myself before I can sort through it with another person."
"Whenever you're ready."
"Thank you."
"You're welcome. Now, flush that toilet, please."
The corner of my lips turned up as I reached over and hit the lever. Chapter 33. I spent the next couple of days being the recipient of curious stares. Everyone wondered whether I'd lost my mind. John patiently waited for me to spill my guts, but I wasn't ready. I was beyond glad I'd agreed to go with Darren on his run. It would give me a break as the town's resident loon. But due to my breakdown, as he'd called it, Darren had postponed the trip for a few days. Now that the few days had passed, we would be leaving tomorrow.
"Are you listening, Bailey?"
Ethan asked. I turned my head toward him, losing my train of thought.
"You bet."
Ethan didn't look convinced, but went on.
"Can you keep an eye on Chloe today? I have to do some things for Wyatt."
I didn't want to encourage Ethan's attachment to this place, but I wouldn't mind a chance to hang out with Chloe. Sure. But doesn't she have apocalypse school or whatever it's called?
"Lessons are just in the morning today."
"When's it over?"
"In like 10 minutes.
I glared at him.
"Way to cut it close. I figured you'd do it."
He gave me a brief hug and left my condo with a goodbye. All of our group members had been stopping by like they were checking up on me. I told them I was okay, that I'd had my little outburst and was all good, but they didn't really buy it. It was mostly the truth, though. It was like every bad thing that had happened to me built up to the point where I needed some kind of release. Unfortunately, my treacherous body and brain had made it into a public spectacle. I was still struggling with the rather high body count I'd racked up. I didn't know how people could get over that sort of thing. I supposed being a psychopath would help. I stopped my wallowing and cleaned the kitchen island, clearing off various items. The place definitely looked lived in. As a bonus, I tucked away most of the cat paraphernalia except for the hideous couch. Honestly, the place was kind of a mess. I wasn't the cleaning type, and neither was Roy. I didn't know why I bothered. It wasn't like Chloe would care. After my 10 minutes were up, I left the condo and headed toward the building they were using as the school. Even before I opened the door, I could hear children screaming. Inside, they were all in a flurry, chattering among themselves. Papers were everywhere. I spotted an exhausted-looking Zoe and made my way over to her. "Hey, Bailey, come to fetch Chloe?" Zoe asked, a smear of sparkles on her face.
"How'd you know?"
I asked. She bit her lip. "Well, you're not here for any other kid, are you?" Fair point.
Bailey, look at the pirate's hat I made.
Chloe brandished her work of art. "What, no princess crown for you?" I asked, noticing that most of the girls had opted to make glitter-saturated paper crowns. Chloe scoffed.
Pirates are way cooler.
You got that right. Guess you're stuck with me today, kid.
Cool! Can we stay here for a bit? I want to make the popsicle cabin next.
I turned to Zoe. Are you actually teaching them anything, or just having them do crafts all day?
Hey! We do so teach them. The last hour is always craft time.
I chatted with Zoe while the kids governed themselves. It was nice to catch up with her. We'd been drifting apart since we'd arrived at Ethan's cabin, her always with Darren, and me trying to make myself useful. It was strange how you could be so close proximity-wise, but so far apart communication-wise. I frowned. Now I was making us sound like an old married couple. After another half an hour, Chloe was ready to go. I had to carry her soggy popsicle cabin back.
No, we need to take it back to my place,
she insisted, grabbing my forearm and dragging me in her condo's direction. We walked to the condo, and once inside, Chloe set down her crafts on the kitchen island. Their condo was a lot tidier than mine. Chloe looked up at me.
What are we going to do today?
Her fingers were stained with black marker from coloring the pirate's hat. Don't know yet. How about we get some late lunch first and then decide, I suggested. From their condo, we headed to the clubhouse, hoping to catch the cooks still serving lunch. Chloe regurgitated everything she'd learned today in her lessons. Apparently, tarantulas could survive for more than 2 years without food, a fact Chloe found interesting. Me, not so much. And ants never slept, nor did they have lungs. Geez, are they training you guys to be entomologists? I only knew that word because I'd watched Silence of the Lambs one too many times.
Huh?
Chloe gave me a confused look. People who study bugs, I clarified.
No, but that would be cool.
Weird kid.
I missed hanging out with you,
Chloe said almost grudgingly.
I always wanted a big sister.
The image of Ethan in a dress and a floppy sun hat came to mind, and I laughed.
I forgot you did that,
Chloe smirked. I flipped her hair forward and watched her struggle to put it back in place. She hated when I did that. The truth was, I also missed having her around, a fact that continued to surprise me. But our paths had deviated as soon as we got engulfed in this community. Everyone had their place to be. The cooks were just starting to put away the food when we entered the clubhouse, so we scrambled to get our plates, the staff grumbling the entire time. I spotted Darren eating by himself, so we headed over to bug him. "How's it hanging?" he asked. "Chilling with the kid today," I said. Chloe shot me a dark look.
"I'm practically 10.
"Still a kid, though," Darren said. Chloe narrowed her eyes at him while still shoveling food into her mouth. "What are you up to today? Need a hand with anything?" I asked, not really sure how to entertain Chloe all day. Out on our own, my only concern had been keeping her safe, not entertained. "Going to help count and portion supplies, especially the chicken feed. We really need to grab more when we go on our trip tomorrow."
"Can we come with you to see the chickens?"
Chloe asked, forgetting she was supposed to be mad at him. "Sure, but fair warning, it's not that exciting."
"I just want to help gather the eggs," Chloe said.
I noticed the lingering stares of people nearby. Darren and I sat at the same table. Apparently, it was social suicide. Darren had said we were similar, and maybe he was right. Now people regarded us both with curiosity and fear. With all the gossiping, this place really did feel like a high school cafeteria. If Darren noticed, he paid them no heed. I fought the urge to flip them all the bird, but that was the last thing my dented reputation needed. We finished our food and followed Darren to the stinky part of the block, the chicken coop. As soon as we got there, Chloe ran to the lady tending to the chickens, asking if she could help. The lady, Margaret, explained how to get to the eggs without scaring the chickens and how to tell whether the egg was still good. She had a bucket with shallow, cold water to demonstrate that good eggs stayed on the bottom and the rotten ones floated to the top. I left Chloe with Margaret while Darren and I went to the shed to count out the remaining feed. Judging from the small amount of sacks, it wouldn't take us very long. "Shit, we really do need to get some feed when we go," Darren said as he scrubbed his hand down his face. "Where would we even get that?"
Any kind of feed and seed store, even some pet stores carry it. I'll ask Byron if he knows where we should go."
Darren estimated that the remaining feed would last another 2 weeks. According to Margaret's secondhand knowledge, chickens ate less when it was hot out. I was learning all sorts of new things today. I felt like I was on an episode of the Magic School Bus. We stepped out of the shed in time to see a clucking chicken run by us, followed by Chloe and Margaret. "Do they usually let them out of the coop?" I asked as they whizzed past us.
"Nope."
We watched Chloe dive for the chicken. She caught it, but it managed to squeeze out of her grasp in a flurry of feathers. Margaret approached the chicken like it was a strange dog, inching toward it while the chicken stood still. Then she struck when she got within range. Margaret grabbed it in what could only be described as a headlock for chickens and strode back to the coop. Chloe trailed after her, kicking at the grass.
I almost had it.
A guard fired a shot by the front gate. Throughout the day, I'd catch random bouts of gunfire as the guards took out a roaming infected that got too close to the walls. I no longer jumped in surprise and knew the double alarm would sound if too many approached. Depending on how many infected they'd killed, a crew would be formed to remove and dump the bodies miles from Hargrove. Darren took off to help with the weekly food inventory count, while I decided to doze off in the sun as I watched Chloe play with the poor chickens. She was like a fox, terrorizing the hen house, and I was surprised Margaret allowed it. She seemed to enjoy having Chloe pepper her with questions, reminding me of a grandmother with her endless patience.
Oh, geez. We, need to go, Bailey.
Chloe was right beside me, tugging on my arm. What for?
I can't tell,
she said, not meeting my eyes. Okay, that was suspicious. I let her lead me back to my condo, the one she'd avoided earlier. Chloe was practically bouncing, and she kept looking back at me with a poorly hidden grin. I had an odd feeling she was about to prank me. She opened the door and motioned for me to go in. The first thing I spotted were lit candles on the island with 2 sets of plates out. Ethan was smiling, wearing a clean blue button-down shirt and hole-free dark jeans. Wow, he busted out the good jeans for me. Multicolored string lights hung all over the living room, and a newly set-up projector screen took up one wall.
So?
Chloe blurted out behind me. You got me out of the house all day so you could set this up? I said to Ethan. This was really sweet of Ethan. The last guy I dated thought going to the casino and watching him lose all his money at the blackjack table was a great date night. Needless to say, shelling out $500 to the casino had put a damper on the romantic mood.
Well, you said we couldn't just go out for a movie and dinner, but I figured, why not? So I brought the dinner and movie to us,
Ethan said as he motioned to the food on the counter.
Thanks for getting her here, Chloe. You're good to go.
With a giant grin, Chloe shut the door, leaving us alone. What about Roy and Amanda? I asked as I walked to Ethan.
I arranged a sleepover for 'em.
So, you're sleeping over here, then? I smiled at his subtle hint. He cast me a shameless look.
Well, it is a date night. Have a seat.
This is very sweet of you, I said, and sat down on one of the bar stools.
Darren said it was corny.
He's kind of right, but I like it all the same. I was really looking forward to eating a meal alone with Ethan. We'd never shared a meal without the others around. Ethan leaned over, his hand cupping my cheek, and gave me a tender, lingering kiss. It seemed like the right time. Subtle way of not mentioning my breakdown. Did you cook all this? I asked when he pulled away.
Nah, I ain't much of a gourmet cook. The ladies in the clubhouse prepared it just for us.
How many people were in on this?
This date was sounding like a conspiracy. Almost everyone, especially Zoe. She made me promise to leave a couple movies for you guys to watch later. I had to borrow the projector they had stored in the clubhouse. Apparently, they used to have movie nights for the seniors, so our selection isn't that impressive. Then I had to get a full battery to plug it all into, since the power in these units only go to keeping the water running and hot.
You know, it's a lot less romantic when you tell me all the details, I teased. Ethan laughed.
That's a good point.
He served up our plate of fettuccine alfredo with a side salad and wine to go with it. The pasta was really good. The cooks must have used the fancy stuff for this batch. They certainly cooked a lot of pasta here, but I supposed dried noodles were an easy find and had a long shelf life. We started talking about Hargrove, but had to stop before a fight erupted. I still couldn't understand how he'd assimilated so fast, and he didn't understand why I was so skeptical about the place. I mentioned the murders, and he had no reply other than, "Wyatt will deal with it." For the sake of not letting our evening go to waste, I changed the subject. "So, what kind of movie choices do we have tonight?"
"It's a mixed bag. They have Pocahontas, the Disney one, Ghostbusters 2, the original Dawn of the Dead."
I cringed. "How about we skip that one?" Ethan nodded.
"And then there's Dennis the Menace and all the Lethal Weapons."
Old ladies really loved young Mel Gibson for some reason. I thought about it. "I'm kind of a sucker for Disney." Ethan raised a brow.
"Don't you dare tell anyone that." "I swear. So, Pocahontas it is."
We ate our last bites and cleaned up the plates before going into the living room. The atmosphere felt so domestic. Almost like we were putting the apocalypse aside for tonight, which also made me feel a bit guilty.
"Behold,"
Ethan said right before he plugged in the string lights. The room filled with a soft glow, just bright enough to not be overbearing. The living room looked like a teenage girl's room, but I decided to keep that to myself. "Oh, wow," I said, trying to sound impressed.
"Now for the hard part."
Ethan tinkered with the projector set up beside the couch. His arms were tight against the unyielding fabric of his dress shirt. Looked like he'd put on some muscle. Not that I was complaining, far from it. I felt a little pervy for leering at him while he was unaware. After a few minutes of struggling to get it to work and muttering angrily at the old technology, Ethan succeeded and the Disney intro started. The castle projected on the screen. "Is there sound?" "Just a minute." Some more tinkering later, and then music blared. I had to cover my ears. When he got it down to a humane volume, we sat together on the couch, his arm draped over my shoulders. I leaned into him, enjoying the feel of his body against mine.
"I tried it out earlier, and it didn't do that."
Ethan pouted. Sure. He squeezed me and kissed the side of my head.
"But I'm doing pretty good so far, ain't I?"
I tisked. "Guys, you always need confirmation, don't you?"
"That's 'cause you girls are a tricky bunch."
Chapter 34. By the time the scavenging trip rolled around the next morning, I was ready to go. Some normality was just what I'd needed, and Ethan's date night had really helped. That next morning, a set of grinning friends prying for details had met us. Zoe still hadn't let up, swooning over Ethan's romantic surprise. It kind of sounded like she was jealous, since Darren would never do anything like that. Speak of the devil. I looked out the condo window to see the truck pull up. Darren must have gotten up early to pack up the massive truck for our scavenging trip before coming to get me. We'd have enough weapons, food, and ammo to last us a couple of days if we had to stay away for an extended period of time. All our friends had crowded into my small living room for another round of farewells. John was pacing, nervous about letting me go out. He had another group to train today. Even though he and Grant had had their little spat, they were still behaving like adults and running the gun training together. Zoe was playing with the silver necklace around her neck, and Ethan was practically pulling out his hair as he sat on the edge of the couch. He was lucky the old lady who owned this condo hadn't put plastic on the furniture. He would have slid straight off. Chloe gave me the matching pirate hat she'd made for good luck, saying we were like real pirates, plundering treasure. Not that we'd be hitting up banks for gold bars, but still, it was cute of her. Oddly enough, I was quite relaxed. I'd had a few days to recover from my breakdown of sorts and was looking forward to putting it behind me. The ever-growing danger the mercenaries posed, however, was in the back of my mind. I couldn't forget about what they'd done. I needed to stay alert and keep an eye out for signs of them on the road. "Well, my ride's here." I opened the door and walked to the truck with my backpack over my shoulder. Everyone followed me out. Darren had gotten out of the truck and Zoe was currently hugging and kissing him to death. She then came over to me and wrapped me in a big hug. She spoke quietly in my ear. "I know you've been having a rough time. When you come back, we'll have a night where it's just you, me, bad movies, and tequila, okay?" Sounds like university all over again. The next bear hug came from Ethan and included a kiss. "You be safe, okay? We got day number 2 next." I raised a brow at that. Will it top our lovely dinner and movie night? You'll see. Ethan winked, releasing me from our hug. It felt like I was going away to war and everyone was giving me their last goodbye. When we'd left earlier in the week, our farewell hadn't gone like this. Maybe they were worried because of my episode. John was the last in line and gave me a tight hug. "When you get back, I expect a long talk. You hear?" "I promise. But it might have to wait after my girls' night." He placed his hands on my face and kissed the top of my head in a very fatherly way. "Be safe. Do you still have that suppressor I gave you?" he asked. Like hell I was giving that back to them. I pointed to the mismatched gun and suppressor tucked in my belt. "Good, 'cause I technically stole it," John admitted with a grin. So that's where Taylor had gotten his klepto tendencies. I tossed my bag into the back as I hefted myself to the passenger seat. The truck was lifted, requiring more effort to jump into than most vehicles. "You ready?" Darren asked. "As much as I can be." I peered into the back seat expecting to see a stockpile of weapons. What? No automatic rifles? "They make too much noise when we're out in the open. Silenced handguns are better for in and out missions. Plus, when you're carrying weapons, the rifles just add weight." 2 other vehicles joined us at the gate. "Are they coming with us?" I asked. Darren had never mentioned them. "Not exactly," Darren said. "We go out in groups, then split up. We get more supplies by fanning out." "Why split up?" "It's easier to do runs with less people to worry about. You can move fast and bail if need be when you're in a smaller group." "You better not bail on me," I said, narrowing my eyes into slits. "Zoe would have my head." "Glad to know that's the reason," I muttered. The driver of one of the other vehicles waved at the guards to open the gate, then we drove out like a convoy. For the second time in a week, I left the walls of Hargrove. I took a shaky breath to dispel my nerves. Something about being safely tucked away behind stone walls made the thought of not being behind them scary. That was the main reason I'd wanted to go on this run. I didn't want to end up like those who couldn't function out in the open. Well, that, and I wanted to prove I was okay after my panic attack. The 2 vehicles behind us veered off, one going left, the other right. I guess they decided where they were going? Yeah, we talked it over this morning. They wanted to see how far out they could go and still find supplies. We're going west. Darren looked at me. That's the way we're heading right now. I knew that, jackass. Just making sure. He turned his smirking face back to the road. We dodged infected after infected, the map on the dashboard shifting every time Darren took a sharp turn. I was growing tired of watching it, so I grabbed the map and stuffed it into one of the console slots so it would stay put. How far out do you think we need to go? I asked. Until we find a place that people haven't likely raided already. So, way farther out then. You got it. You get that chicken feed location from Byron? On that map you grabbed, Byron circled some of the seed and feed stores we can try. I figure we'll head in that general direction and stop anywhere that looks good along the way. Darren gave up trying to dodge every single infected in our way and rammed into them instead. Since the truck was lifted, the infected hit the deer guard on the front and bounced underneath the truck. Having this much clearance was perfect. We passed a McDonald's and my mouth watered. I'd kill for a Big Mac, I said, almost drooling. Kill, eh? Darren raised a brow. I froze as I realized what I'd said. It's a figure of speech. I didn't mean literally. I know that. It's just, you've seemed different since you arrived. Like the way you reacted when Chloe brought up you having a bruised neck. I don't really buy the whole falling downstairs story, by the way. I sucked in a breath. Darren sure picked up on a lot of things, especially when I didn't want him to. I wiped at some imaginary dirt on my pants. I don't know what you're talking about. You can tell me. I won't judge. When I didn't respond, he sighed. Fine. We sat in awkward silence until I turned to him. You remember us telling you about that guy who held us prisoner at the police station? Riley? I nodded and the words rushed from my lips. Well, he found me at the medical center I was raiding for antibiotics, and he tried to kill me, but I killed him first. That's how I got the bruises on my neck. And when we were at the apartments, I stabbed one of my would-be kidnappers in the lung and he drowned in his own blood. I had to stop to take a breath. Then when I was out on the run 2 days ago with John and Roy, I shot 2 more of those asshole mercenaries. Darren let my confession hang in the air for a bit before he finally piped in. You did what you had to do. Don't you dare be ashamed of that. All those people had it coming. It's not like you went after them. They came after you. After all the time I'd spent struggling with the fact that I'd killed actual human beings, it was a huge relief to hear someone say that. I looked out my window and inconspicuously wiped away the tear that had slipped down my cheek. I'd held on to that burden for so long. It had been eating away at me like a parasite, and for some reason, I found it easier to tell Darren all this. I'd had ample time to tell my friends, but couldn't get the words out. I could picture John frowning because I'd opened up to Darren instead of him, even after he'd shared his war story. Darren swerved the truck, ruining my moment of tranquility. I had to brace myself on the center console to stop my ribs from becoming better acquainted with the hard unit. What the hell, Darren? I demanded. We're taking a little detour, he said. I looked around the area, spotting a road sign that stated Tulane University campus was 5 miles down the road. To the university? I asked. No way. I've done my time. He cast a grin my way. We can hit up the dorms. Most stores in the city have already been raided, so we need to search places people wouldn't have thought to look at. All we'll find, if we find anything at all, will be Cheetos and ramen noodles, I said. Better than no food. If broke university students can live off it, so can we. I had no response to that. Saying the campus was big would have been an understatement. It must have spanned blocks. Which of these buildings are the dorms? I asked. All the structures varied in size and age. Don't know. Once we get close enough, we can look through the doors. Darren drove over the curb to our left, which was no obstacle for the lifted truck, and drove down the wide walkways originally meant for students. We cut through the lush quad that had fallen into disarray with no groundskeeper to mow the lawn or pick up the garbage. The truck left tire marks as it trampled down the lengthy grass, so the wandering infected trailed along the path we had made. The grass came to an end and Darren veered off to the right, stopping in front of a grass-paneled building. The massive windows reached from the ground to the next floor, illuminating the inside and allowing us to peek in. A square marvel of glass and steel girder architecture. The building was modernly designed compared to some of the older brown buildings we'd passed on campus. I think there's a food court in there, Darren said. He inched the truck flush against the front steps. I squinted and looked inside the building from my seat. It looked like the usual food court you'd find in a mall. Fast food stalls lined the inside and plastic tables and chairs covered the rest of the area. Looks like we found our first stop, Darren said, cutting the engine. A group of infected were hanging around like ducks in a pond, waiting to be fed. We got out of the truck as they shambled toward us. I lifted my loaded Beretta and chambered around before taking out the 5 of them with precise, muffled shots. The suppressor wasn't 100% silent, but it certainly dampened an otherwise loud gunshot. Thank you, John, you klepto. I have to say, I did not expect you to turn out to be a good shot. I glared at him. Rude. He ignored my reply and pulled his backpack on. I grabbed my own, the extra bullets and magazine jingling inside the bag. All we needed was a handful of $200 textbooks that students didn't crack open until midterms to complete the college freshman look. Instead of the textbooks, I grabbed my axe to wield. Darren approached the glass doors and looked inside. An infected flattened itself against the inside of the door, opening it enough to smash Darren in the face. God damn it! he bellowed as he stumbled down the 2 short steps. The infected had managed to get itself out of the building and was perched on the first step.
"You brought an axe, right?"
Darren turned to me while pinching his nose. "Here." I passed it to him, my eyes never leaving the ill-mannered infected. He ran back up the steps and swung with brute force at the infected. Decayed skin splattered all over the door as the pinging sound of teeth hitting glass rang out. Darren had hit the thing so hard that half of its face now decorated the glass, but it still stirred from its new spot on the landing. Darren loomed over it and used the blunt end of the axe to crush its skull. It cracked like a clay pot, and the infected stopped moving. He shoved the body out of the way. More infected had gathered on the grounds, as if we'd announced there was free beer. The ones that had followed us through the overgrown quad were now just reaching the sidewalk. An infected snuck around the truck and lunged at us from the other side of the grill. I took it out with one shot. It fell face first onto the steps, looking as if we'd parked on top of it. "We're going to be surrounded soon," I said nervously as I watched the infected close in on us. The city population of infected was larger than the one by the cabin, or even around the small towns we'd been to. "Come on," Darren said, and together we entered the building. "How do we keep these doors shut?" I asked. "Hold this." Darren passed me the axe and ripped into his backpack. He produced some white zip ties and used them to bind the 2 doors handles together. "You're really prepared," I said, impressed. Darren stood and took the axe back. The infected had reached the steps, some tripping over the first stair while the others navigated their way to the double doors. The rest spanned out, banging against the doors and running their hands down the glass walls. I could imagine them yelling, "Let us in!" The scene reminded me of the time we were bombarded at Walmart. Darren grabbed my shoulder to get me moving. "We need to get out of their sightlines so they'll calm down." "You think they're attracted to movement?" "Movement and sound. Not like I really want to test that theory, though." A few infected were plunked all around the large cafeteria, either in the chairs or wandering in between tables. The ones closest to the doors tried to shuffle over to us, but the tables and chairs were making it difficult for them to move around. One knocked a tray off the table and it smashed to the ground, capturing its attention, as well as the attention of nearby infected. It would be easy to stay clear of few we could see. The hard part would be backtracking to the truck, but I'd worry about that after we got our supplies. "Maybe we'll find something good inside this place," Darren said. "I'll start at the right end. You take the left." Darren motioned to the fast food stalls lining the back of the cafeteria. Walls stuck out, separating each stall and giving the illusion of privacy between booths. We broke apart and started our search and seize mission. An infected in a school hoodie sat in one of the plastic chairs and stirred, reaching toward me as I passed by. Out of instinct, I slapped the bony hand away from me. I looked down in horror at my hand and quickly wiped my palm on my pants. The infected decided to get up instead of merely grabbing at me. The hoodie it wore hung on its emaciated form like a really ugly dress that was 3 sizes too big. I took a few steps back and shot it in the head, seeing as Darren had pilfered my axe. It jolted backward, landing back in the chair, unmoving. The few other infected stationed all over the cafeteria were still trying to navigate their way through the maze of chairs and tables, diminishing their threat level. There was no sense in possibly wasting ammo by aiming so far back. I'd deal with them when I had to. I leaned over the counter of the sandwich booth, checking to see that nothing was hiding on the other side. Looping a leg around, I jumped over and found a full display of chips and a cooler full of bottled soda and water. I looked around hoping to find bags to load the food in, but all I found were extremely unhandy, sub-sized bags. I took off my backpack and opened it to fish out the empty plastic grocery bags we'd brought. They were light, took up little room, and would work well for carrying everything. I got to work filling the bags with what I thought we could use. 2 full grocery bags later, I placed them on the counter. All the bread and meats had gone bad and the trays of condiments were covered in a greenish film of fuzz. A door led to a small back room, but the smell alone made me stay away. I figured the taco stand would have tortilla chips that were still edible, so I hopped over the counter to check out the neighboring booth. Turned out the taco stand had a bunch of supersized bags of corn chips under the counter that were still sealed. A pretty good find, I'd say. The bags rattled as I piled them on the counter, drawing in the nearest infected. I hadn't heard anything from Darren since we'd split up, so I leaned over the counter to see if I could spot him farther down the row of stalls. But giant white pillars obscured my view of the other fast food stands. My ears picked up a scraping sound along the floor behind me. An infected wearing the taco stand uniform emerged from the back room, a low growl rumbling in its chest. I drew my gun and put 2 bullets in it, blowing off the dorky pinstriped hat in the process, just for kicks. I jumped over the counter, intent on finding Darren. Splitting up always led to trouble. We should have stuck together, even if it meant doubling the search time. I shot at the nearest infected that had freed itself of the sea of tables, the bullet hitting it in the torso. It stumbled back and landed funny on the chair behind it, knocking it over with a crash. Of course. The other infected went into a frenzy, zigzagging toward the noise. I loomed over the infected responsible for the racket and shot it in the head. I rounded one of the solid white columns and ran into a group of infected that were lying in wait behind one of the walls, separating the booths. In a panic, I threw the full grocery bags at the infected and lit up the group with the few bullets left in the magazine. My hand was shaking from the surprise, and my aim suffered for it. I only killed 2 before the Beretta clicked empty, and the slide popped back just to rub it in. Time for Plan B. Run. I sprinted past the group, jumping over the 2 fallen bodies, and the rest immediately chased after me. Where the hell was Darren? I tried to maneuver my backpack to reach for the spare magazine stashed in the outside pocket, but I slipped on something wet and crashed onto the hard linoleum. The gun slid from my grasp and slid underneath a nearby set of tables. I struggled to untangle myself from my backpack and get to my gun, but I kept slipping on whatever had caused me to fall. I looked down at the red staining my hands and clothes. I'd fallen in blood. A pool of congealed blood surrounded me. My gag reflex kicked in as I continued to slip around in the sticky substance, as if I were wading through an oil spill. Please don't be Darren's blood. As the infected drew closer, I gave up trying to get my backpack off and attempted to crawl away, my feet unable to gain any traction. My hands slipped out from under me. As I scrambled to catch myself, my chin smashed into the floor. Shit! Even though I was seeing stars, I was well aware of the infected behind me. On my hands and knees, I scuttled toward where my Beretta had landed, ignoring the pain shooting through my head. I dove under a mass of tables that had been pushed together, but my backpack strap snagged underneath a table leg in the middle, yanking me backward. I bucked to loosen myself as I watched the many legs of the infected close in, my heart rate going up with every step they took. Chapter 35. As the group of infected drew nearer, dread settled in my stomach. I bucked hard enough that the table tipped over, the toppled surface blocking my escape route as it landed. Fuck! At least I'd freed my backpack. My head whipped around, my panicked gaze landing on my Beretta. I had to stretch out, my fingers pawing at the handle. Success. I hauled the gun to me, then ripped off my backpack and unzipped the outside pocket where I had the extra magazine stashed. I fiddled with the Beretta to eject the empty magazine, the simple task rendered difficult by the sticky coating of blood on my fingers. As soon as the empty magazine clattered to the floor, I jammed the full one in as the first infected dropped to the ground in front of me. It reached for me as I racked the slide of the Beretta. I gave it the honor of receiving the first bullet in my magazine. Brain matter flew out of both the entry and the exit wounds, and the thing slumped down with a thud. Ugh, gross, I muttered, and wiped away the pieces of brain splattered all over me. A second infected tripped over the legs of the first one. I aimed at its floor-level, snapping face and shot it at point-blank range. While I was occupied with the first 2, a third infected had climbed underneath the side of the first table I crawled under. The infected looked in pretty good condition as far as decay went. It wasn't missing any limbs or chunks of flesh. It grabbed at my ankle to pull itself closer to me. The trail of blood I'd brought with me made it easier for the infected to shimmy toward me on its belly. I couldn't help myself. I screamed bloody murder as I used the butt of my gun to bash its head in. The infected snarled and snapped away despite the brain damage I was inflicting. I could have shot it, but I wanted to take out my frustrations on its skull instead. As I wound my arm back to give it one last hit, the body was pulled backward, its fingernails scraping across the linoleum. I watched as a heavy boot came down again and again until the head no longer existed, instead, just a pile of pulp. I sat there for a second to get my bearings. Then I gathered my empty magazine and my backpack. The figure kneeled down and peeked under the first table. Darren. He reached his hand under the table for me to take and help me to my feet. Holy shit. He paled at the sight of me covered in blood. You bit? He checked me over rather intrusively without waiting for my answer. What? You're not even going to buy me dinner first? Darren stopped patting down my sides and had the good graces to look embarrassed. I take it you're fine if you can crack a joke. He scowled at me. Why are you covered in blood? I slipped and fell in some. My face scrunched up as I looked down at myself. I was literally covered in the stuff. What started as a giggle burst into full-fledged laughter. Sometimes I wonder about you, Darren said as he rolled his eyes at me. I laughed even harder at his words. I felt the exact same way about him. Once my laughter subsided, I muttered, It's always me. Seriously, though, are you okay? Yeah, no bites or scratches, but I think my old elbow injury is acting up, I said, cradling my left arm. My elbow was throbbing again thanks to my fall. Let me see, Darren said and checked my elbow over. I don't think anything is broken. The skin isn't discolored, but I'd have the surgeon take a look at it when we get back. I bobbed my head to placate him. I'd never actually let anyone in Hargrove examine me. It was too risky. I didn't want my supposed immunity brought to light, especially with Wyatt's shady mercenary connection. We stood staring at each other, Darren holding my arm. He moved in closer, his free hand aiming for my face. For a brief, horrific moment, I thought he was going to pull me in for a kiss. Instead, he pulled his hand away and dropped something on the ground. It landed with a resounding splat. You have brains in your hair, Darren said. I stared down at the gray matter on the bloody floor, glad I wouldn't have to kick his ass for cheating on Zoe. That's so gross, I cringed. You look like a mess. I look like Carrie. Except that's not pig's blood. I shot him a sharp look. Thanks, but I'm trying not to think about that. I went back to the stalls I'd already cleared and grabbed a bunch of napkins to wipe away as much of the blood as possible. While I was doing that, Darren took out a few more infected. When the paper stuck to my skin, I knew I wouldn't get any cleaner without water. Using a water bottle, I wet a handful of napkins and wiped down my face and any exposed skin I could reach. By now the blood had seeped into my clothes, adhering them to my torso and legs. So gross. I give up, I growled and threw down the soiled napkins. Darren walked up to the counter, setting down his handful of grocery bags, and grabbed a couple of napkins to clean off my bloody axe. Did you find anything? I kind of tossed the supplies I found at the infected, I said sheepishly. They surprised me when I rounded that column. Let's go grab them and then we'll leave. I'm pretty sure we passed by a dorm on our way through the courtyard. We can get you some clean clothes and see if any of their communal showers still have water access. Sounds good to me. But how do we get through the infected clogging the entrance? The back room of the stall on the end has an emergency exit. That's great, but they'll still be surrounding the truck, I said. Not if we let them in here. I'll smash one of the glass doors and get them to file in. I didn't like it, but what choice did we have? I led him over to where I'd tossed my supplies like a fool. We rounded up the bags and the items that had fallen out. I tried to shift the plastic bags around in my hand, but my fingers were still starting to stick together. Where were wet wipes when you needed them? Darren showed me where the emergency exit was and set his bags down by the door. Stay here, Darren said, and have this door ready to open as soon as I get back. I'll be running fast. He walked back to the front of the stall with the axe, leaving me alone. I swallowed as I pictured all the things that could go wrong. What if he didn't get out of the way in time? He had the keys. Shit, 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 I hissed to myself. The sound of glass breaking interrupted my hissy fit. I held my breath, my muscles tensing. Please, for the love of God, come back, Darren. After a few moments of standing eerily still, I almost screamed when Darren burst into the back room. Go! I shoved open the door as he scooped up his supplies. We ran back around to the front, Darren holding out an arm to me as he peered around the corner. His arm fell back to his side and he started running again, me right on his heels. A large portion of the infected had poured in through the broken door, leaving the truck exposed. We threw the plastic bags into the bed while still running. I used the passenger door to whack 2 infected and dove into the truck. Darren didn't even give me time to close the door before he hit the gas, the truck flying backward. I reached outside the moving vehicle to grab the swinging door and almost fell out when Darren abruptly turned us around to face the quad. The door slammed shut from the momentum, an inch away from smashing into my surprised face. Had my head been out any farther, the door would have broken my nose. I glared at Darren, not that it registered with him. He ripped across the quad back the way we'd come and stopped on the other side of the campus. I braced myself against the dash when Darren slammed on the brakes, the tires squealing. I'm pretty sure these are the dorms, he said. The building looked like an old 3-floor apartment complex shaped a little like the letter E, if a kindergartner had drawn it. The building was brown and outdated, but well kept. Most of the infected on the campus were currently in or around the cafeteria we'd vacated. It would take a while for them to shuffle their way back over here. Let's go, I said. I wanted nothing more than a chance to scour myself clean from the blood crusted on my skin and find some clean clothes. Darren inched the truck up to the nearest door and got out, taking out a few stragglers. We ran up the steps to the door, but it was locked. We needed some sort of key card to enter. Darren poked and prodded at the silver card reader beside the door. Then he lifted the axe and brought it down. The squealing of metal on metal made me grit my teeth. It sounded like utensils scraping against a glass plate. The silver box took a few more chops before it fell to the ground. Will that even make a difference? There's no electricity, I said, my eyes darting between the door and the infected looming in the distance. These things are usually battery-powered, like at hotel rooms, Darren said as he gripped the door handle. It opened. He shot me a, "Would you look at that" look. We rushed inside, Darren using more of his zip ties to secure the door we had just broken into. Once that was done, we went through another set of doors and entered into the main corridor, our weapons at the ready. The main floor looked huge. To our left was another set of doors, so we continued right, passing what looked like a student lounge area on either side of us. Fallen bodies lay face down among the couches and tables, but none were moving. My eyes watered from the sheer force of the odor of rot. They must have been here decomposing for a long time. We increased our speed, trying not to gag. A sign pointed us to the stairs. Darren said it was best to start at the top of the building and work our way down. Following it, we rounded a corner to our right. Darren pointed to a wide staircase. You think these are the ones we need? I asked. There seemed to be a few dorm rooms on the main floor that we could look through if we could bear the stench. They go up, don't they? Jackass. We climbed to the highest floor, the bottom of my shoes sticking to every step. This had to be one of the grossest moments of my life. We pushed open the door to the third floor, which was the top floor, but a pile of furniture blocked the entire doorway. Looks like they barricaded it, Darren said. I tightened my blood-stained fingers around the handle of my Beretta. Maybe they were trying to keep a barrage of infected out. We closed the barricaded door and went down to the second-floor landing. The next floor wasn't blocked and didn't smell like a morgue after a long power outage. There were smears of blood on some of the walls, but there weren't any bodies. The blood trail led to an open room at the end of the long corridor. The frame was a mess of bloody handprints. I vote we skip that room. We rummaged through the closest rooms we could open without a key. The first dorm I checked had belonged to someone with major school pride. Tulane banners hung all over the walls with a giant poster of Riptide the Pelican over the bed. Must be the school mascot. I scooped up the noisemakers and air horns on the dresser. Never know when they could come in handy. After tearing apart 3 more rooms, I found one that looked like it had belonged to a girl. First, I checked the room for anything that might jump out at me from behind a door or under the bed. Then I proceeded to yank open the dresser drawers. I shuffled through the clothing and produced a couple of band t-shirts that would work, including a V-neck AC/DC shirt that caught my eye. Skirts and sweats filled the last drawer. I pulled out a pair of black sweats and held them over my hips. They should fit. Can't decide on an outfit? I jumped a foot in the air, my heart beating a mile a minute. Don't do that! You need to stay aware of your surroundings. What if I was an infected? An infected wouldn't have tiptoed in here. Darren tossed a towel at me. I found the bathrooms, and in the lounge around the corner, I found a water cooler with the jug almost full. You can use that to wash up. He led me to the communal showers 2 doors down from the room I'd raided. I already checked that nothing was in the showers and put the water jug in there. I'll stand guard out here. I also brought a first aid kit, so when you're done, I'll wrap up your elbow. Don't take too long. Not sure how quick I can be when I'm scraping brains out of my hair, I said and opened the door. Just to be extra cautious, I recanvassed the bathroom. I found the showers at one end and a single bathtub. Thank God. I wouldn't have to worry about holding up the heavy jug with my sore elbow. I splashed some water in the tub to clean off the grime from lack of use, and then plugged the drain, emptying the rest of the water from the cooler jug in the tub. The water barely came up to my ankles, but I'd make do. At least the water wasn't freezing. Someone had left a bottle of body wash in the stall, which would better help get the blood and stench off me. I put down my backpack, placing my gun on top of it for easy access, and stripped off my dirty clothes, flinging them to the ground. I hopped into the tub and squirted a huge handful of body wash right on top of my head. Crouching uncomfortably, I had to bend down to gather water and wash my hair while my head scraped along the bottom of the tub. Next, I scrubbed the crusted blood from my skin until it felt raw. My elbow didn't appreciate the movement, but I ignored the dull ebb of pain. At least the pain wasn't even close to when I'd originally injured it falling off that fence. The blood ran off me like melting snow, staining the water a grisly red color. I ran my hands through my wet hair again and again for good measure, making sure I got all the brains out. I chuckled at the absurdity of that. Good thing I wouldn't be scarred for life or anything. Using the rough towel, I dried off and put on my borrowed clothes. The shirt was a bit tight and rather low cut, but the sweats were a good fit. After I gathered my backpack and gun, I opened the door to find Darren gone. So much for standing guard. Darren! I hissed down the hall. I held my breath and listened for him. When I couldn't pick up anything, I tiptoed farther down the hall with my Beretta at the forefront. Door after door revealed that Darren was nowhere to be seen. I continued to the end of the hall, noticing that the door to the gory dorm room was closed. Darren must have closed the door to spare me the sight of whatever was inside. When I reached the last room on the left, I found Darren standing inside with his back to me. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I said, enraged. He turned to me and held up a baggie. "You left me unguarded for pot?" Darren called my attention to the floor, where there was a plastic bag overflowing with styrofoam cups. "And soup cups. Besides, you were fine, and I checked all the open rooms for infected. Something could have attacked me while I was bathing. Like I said, you were fine," he said as though my concern was senseless. He was the one berating me earlier for not paying attention while I searched for clothes. I pointed to the bag of rolled-up doobies. "Let me guess. This was the real reason we came to the university, right?" Darren looked pleased with himself. Food was my main thought, but I figured there was a high chance we'd find some. I sighed. "You better share that." "I was thinking we head to the sun deck I spotted and light one up. Not like there are schedules anymore." "Well, we do have a stockpile of junk food," I mused. My ire started to dissipate. Why not? After the week I'd had, getting stoned seemed like a reprieve, and it was probably the best offer I'd heard since the infected took over. Plus, my elbow was bugging me, and there was nothing like a little pot to help with the pain. Noticing that I was poking at my elbow, Darren said, "Now that you're all cleaned up, let's take a look at that elbow." He kneeled and dug through his backpack, producing a white plastic box with a red cross on it. Inside was the usual fare: bandages, scissors, peroxide, gauze. He pulled out the light brown elastic wraps used to treat sprained ankles and stood. After unraveling the wrap, Darren wound it tightly around my elbow and tied off the ends. The pressure turned the pain into a manageable ache. "Thanks," I said, and inspected my newly wrapped appendage. I wondered, after all the injuries my elbow had sustained, if it would be permanently messed up like my dad's bum knee from one too many baseball slides. "Take a few of these. It'll help with the swelling." Darren plunked 2 pills in my hand. At my curious stare, Darren explained, "Ibuprofen helps reduce swelling." Trusting him, I swallowed the pills dry. We headed back down the corridor toward where Darren had found the water cooler jug. The small lounge and communal kitchen had been picked clean, but the lounge had a door leading to a balcony that connected to a deck farther up. Darren opened the door and a wave of fresh air hit me, blowing through my wet hair. A shiver ran up my spine. The mid-afternoon sun was hours away from setting. Bright light shone between buildings, reflecting off the glass. The sight would make for a great postcard picture for Tulane. "Hold the door open while I look for something to prop it open with," Darren said. He took off in search of something heavy. I looked down to my left and saw a cement block sitting there, so I picked it up and used it to keep the door open. Darren's eyes bulged when I came up beside him. "What are you doing? You want to get locked out here?" "Calm down. There was a cement block right beside the door, Sherlock." We went up the set of stairs to the deck, which had a variety of lounger chairs to choose from. An infected was sightseeing from the ledge, but turned as we approached. Darren sprinted toward the infected. "Darren, what are you—" He shoved the infected with the full force of his speed behind him, and the infected toppled backward, flailing over the side. I ran up to the ledge and watched the infected splatter against the pavement, its head cracking open like a dropped egg. "That was crazy," I said. Darren shrugged and left to secure the rest of the sun deck. I knew this was a bad idea. I could almost hear John berating Darren and me for being stupid, but forgetting about everything for a while was beyond appealing and almost necessary. I was so tired of constantly worrying and being on edge. I wanted a brief chance to relax. Was that so wrong? Plus, I had Darren with me. He was proving himself more useful as the day went on, and we were stashed safely away on the deck, 2 floors off the ground with scores of junk food. All we were missing was a season of The Office to binge watch. Darren returned, told me the area was secure, and plunked down on a lounger. He tore into his backpack. Fuck it. With a mental shrug, I sat on the chair beside Darren and lay back to enjoy the view. Chapter 36. 2 joints later, we'd chewed through a couple of chip bags each. I had no idea how much time had passed, but the sun was no longer above us and instead, now was closer to the tops of the buildings. I was feeling pretty good. I always preferred pot to drinking for the sheer fact I wouldn't have a hangover later. We sat in companionable silence, eating our fill and wondering about the pretty colors shining off rooftops and windows as the sun set. Darren turned to me. "You know I had nothing to do with those murders, right?" It took me a minute to gather my thoughts away from the setting sun and come up with coherent words. "I know." I hadn't told him about our findings in Wyatt's condo, and I really didn't want to have this conversation with him, not while I was high, and definitely not when I was sober. "Good." He nodded and returned to gazing at the city skyline. I snorted and then started to laugh. "But when we first met, I thought something was up with you. I mean, where were your friends?" Darren put down his chips, his face falling. "I left them." There was an awkward pause which I ruined by laughing again. He shot me a hurt look. "Sorry. I'm normally not a giggler when I smoke pot." I giggled again, ruining my previous claim. "That wasn't the only thing," Darren said cryptically. I told you everything. Quid pro quo, Clarice. I snickered again at my lame joke. Darren took a breath through his nose. I had to kill one of my friends. That stopped my giggles. It was back at our hotel. My buddy, Brody, got bit by one of the infected downtown while we were all plastered. The stupid bastard wanted to stay and keep drinking, but we forced him back to the hotel room to patch him up. Darren gave me a sad smile. Within an hour, he was really bad, and another hour after that he stopped breathing. We were freaking out, still drunk when he came back. I had to bash his head in with the tiny closet safe that wasn't bolted down. I can't even imagine. I didn't think I could ever do that to Zoe, and especially not back then. I felt so guilty this whole time, Darren said. We'd driven to New Orleans as a road trip, but after Brody died, they panicked and drove back home to Wisconsin. I thought that was a stupid idea, so I left them and headed for the school. I don't even know if they got out of the city alive. I took a big lungful of air, trying to stifle the urge to laugh. I swore I wasn't normally like this. I feel guilty for a lot of shit, too, I confessed. Darren smacked his hand down on the lounger. You have nothing to feel guilty about. I killed 2 people, Darren. I paused. Shit. I guess it's up to 4 now. Once again, you had no choice. It's kill or be killed. I hadn't realized how much of a burden holding this in had been. Between my admission in the truck and here, I felt the straps of my heavy conscience loosen once again. It was liberating, adding to my current high. We fell back into silence, chewing on each other's words instead of on our chips. Come at me, you crusty pox-filled motherfuckers! I turned to Darren. What did you say to me? That wasn't me. Darren looked back at me, confused. I jumped to my feet, but a wave of dizziness sent me back to the lounger. Whoa, I said, holding my hand to my forehead. Darren stumbled to the ledge, his steps slightly off. We were really baked. Fear ran through me and panic closed in. This had been a bad idea. How could we fight infected while high? I could barely stand, let alone shoot. This was how those fatal accidents you hear about on the news happened. Holy shit! There's a kid down there! Darren yelled louder than was necessary. There's no way for a kid to talk, I yelled back, slapping a hand over my mouth at the volume. And then I started to laugh again. I really shouldn't be yelling. Well, he's more like a teenager, Darren bellowed. I got up again, and this time the floor stayed put under my feet. I walked over to Darren and peeked over the ledge. Indeed, a teen boy was running along the main boulevard that split the campus in half. Infected roamed all over the place, like scattered game pieces. The boy was easy to spot with his short but shaggy electric blue hair. He shot at a bunch of the infected with a handgun. The sound bounced off the buildings, echoing through the streets. Take that, you brainless fucks! He yelled again as if expecting them to shout an insult back. That stupid shithead is going to bring in all the infected, Darren grumbled. We need to shut him up, I said. We could shoot him from here, Darren said. What? I jerked my head to face him. Darren put his hands in the air. I'm joking. I narrowed my eyes. Should we yell at him to shut up? If he knows we're here, he'll head for the dorm's front doors, which are currently zip-tied. And the other entrances are probably locked, Darren said. I jogged around the entire perimeter of the sun deck, looking for a fire escape. Here, I flagged Darren over. We can tell him to run over here. Darren jogged over, almost tripping over the leg of a folding chair. He'll bring the whole horde with him, and we'll probably need that for our own escape. Well, we can't just leave the kid to die. He's egging them on, Darren argued. You want to start working away at that guilt? I asked. Then start by helping people. Apparently I turned into a philosopher when I was high. Darren ran his tongue over his teeth. Fine. I ran back to the side of the deck facing the street and cupped my hands around my mouth. "Hey! Kid with the stupid blue hair!" Darren raised a brow at my word choice. We watched the kid stop his tirade and looked around, blue head whipping back and forth. "On top of the dorm," Darren piped in. His stare shot toward us and I waved my arms as if I were front row at a concert. "Head to the south side. There's a fire escape you can climb." He darted across the boulevard, taking out more infected with his loud handgun. We followed him around the deck until he disappeared around the west wing of the dorm. We ran to the south side to see if he'd made it. After a few minutes, his blue hair came into view. Once he reached the fire escape, he looked up. "It's not all the way down," he shouted. I scanned the area for an idea. "Push the trash bin closer," Darren said, his mind working quicker than mine. "Are you kidding me? What about the pinheads?" It took me a couple seconds to get who he was referring to. I started to laugh at his nickname for the infected. Darren rolled his eyes as I struggled to contain my laughter. "I thought you said you weren't the giggly type." "I'm not! I swear!" Darren turned back to the kid. "Maybe you shouldn't have run around yelling then, yeah?" He flipped Darren the middle finger. "Little shit," Darren muttered. "Pfft." I smothered another round of laughter. The rusted wheels squealed as the kid pushed the garbage bin toward the fire escape. If I could hear it from the deck, that meant the infected could also hear it. A bunch of them poured in from around the corner the teen had come from. The kid shot off a few rounds, not even making a dent in the swarm. I stumbled back to the lounger, trying to sober up with every inhale. "What are you doing?" Darren asked, following me. "Getting my Beretta," I said, grabbing the gun. "Shooting while stoned isn't a good idea," Darren scolded. "The kid's going to become a live Happy Meal if we don't do something." Darren blinked and then started to laugh. Oh, sure. Now he got the giggles. I ran back over to the ledge to see the teen on top of the garbage bin, reaching up for the end of the fire escape. The infected surrounded the bin, their hands grabbing for him. I took deep breaths to clear my head, and I slapped my cheek. If my aim was off, I might accidentally hit the blue-haired teen. His legs flailed below as he clung to the bottom of the fire escape, enticing the infected like a squirming piñata. One of the infected latched onto his leg and he yelled a slew of curse words that even made me cringe. Using the ledge to steady my arm, I aimed for the offending infected and pulled the trigger. The thing's head blew back, its falling body knocking down a few of the others. The teen's head jerked up. "Hey! You could have hit me, you crazy bitch!" "You're welcome, asshole!" I yelled back. Instead of arguing, the kid swung back and forth until he got enough momentum to hook his legs onto the bottom rung of the ladder, so he was hanging upside down. From there, he pulled himself upright and scaled the ladder, taking the 2 steps at a time. He ran up the metal stairs while the infected swarmed below like a pool of enraged sharks, denied their meal. Darren and I helped the kid onto the sun deck. The teen hunched over, bracing his hands on his knees as he caught his breath. Even bent over, the teen was obviously tall and lanky. His electric blue hair was matted with sweat, and dark circles hung under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't gotten a good night's sleep, or full meal, in months. He was as pale as me after a long Canadian winter. But who wouldn't be after all that running and climbing? "Holy!" He took a deep lungful of air. "Shit!" "Thanks, kid. Now you've trapped us as well," Darren said as if he were a father scolding his son. "Kid? What are you, 50? Darren bristled and the teen turned from Darren to me, giving me a lopsided grin. "Why, hello there. What's your name?" "Crazy bitch, remember?" I said. His grin widened. "I was a little frazzled at the moment. Didn't mean anything by it. Let's start over. I'm Colin, but I prefer Captain Awesome." "Captain Douche would be more appropriate," Darren said, getting his jabs in. Colin ignored Darren and extended a sweaty palm my way. I looked down at it until he wiped his hand on his shorts. "I'm Bailey, and the old guy here is Darren." I took his dry, outstretched hand with a chuckle. Darren mumbled something, not unlike an old man, making me laugh harder.
"What's wrong with you two?"
Colin sniffed the air.
"You stoned? Care to share?"
"What are you, 13? No way in hell I'm giving pot to a kid."
15, actually. And who cares? It's the end of the world. We're all fucked.
"Is that why you were running down the street like you had a death wish?" I asked.
More or less.
His eyes drifted to my cleavage, which the V-neck shirt I borrowed showed off more than my usual shirts. Lecherous teen boy. I crossed my arms over my chest, covering my apparently enticing cleavage.
"Turn around. We have to check you for bites,"
Darren instructed. I hadn't even thought of that. At least one of us had a semi-working brain.
"That your excuse for checking out young boys?"
Colin taunted.
"If you don't let us, I'll toss your ass right back over the ledge,"
Darren said. After the way he'd steamrolled that infected earlier, I assumed it wouldn't be too hard for Darren to do it either.
"Fine,"
Colin said and turned to face the skyline. Darren patted him down, confiscating the teen's handgun and a giant knife from the backpack he wore.
"I'll give these back when you give us more information," Darren said. "He's clear."
Darren walked over to our chairs and put Colin's weapons into one of the plastic bags. If Colin rummaged through them, the crinkling of the plastic would give us a heads up.
"Are you with others? Do you have a group somewhere?"
Darren asked, launching straight into the interrogation.
"I'm what you call a lone wolf,"
Colin said, his thin lips turning up.
"Do you guys have a group, or is it just you two?"
"Perhaps," Darren answered evasively. Colin narrowed his eyes.
"What? You only ask questions, not answer them?"
The teen had quite a mouth on him, which kind of reminded me of, well, me. Minus the blue hair, of course. I'd never gone through that phase. "You want to come back with us?" I blurted out, and Darren shot me an angered look. Colin hesitated, brushing his hand up and down the back of his neck.
"Well, sounds like you're not too interested. Can't say we didn't try,"
Darren said. "We can't just leave him," I said. Darren grabbed my arm and dragged me off to the side, out of Colin's earshot. I looked back to see Colin staring at his feet, rocking back and forth on his soles.
"You trying to bring back a stray?"
Darren whispered. Looked like I'd picked up one of Ethan's bad habits. Or good habits, depending on who you asked. "You know, I thought that about you once," I said, "back when we met on the bus." Darren let out a harsh breath. "I can tell you don't like him, but he's just a teen. We can't leave him here to fend for himself," I said, stomping my foot.
"What if he's lying about not having a group and some crazies come after us looking for him?"
Darren said. "There are crazies inside Hargrove, so they've got to get past them first. Do you think it's even safe to bring him back there?" I wasn't sure whether it was proper to disclose the murders to Colin. It seemed like something you'd want to know before stepping inside. But I also didn't want him to say no, because then we'd have to leave him out here by himself.
"Honestly, I don't care about his safety. It's our group I care about,"
Darren said gruffly.
"Aw, Darren,"
I cooed. He glowered at me, then turned to Colin.
"Yes, we have a group. You can come back with us, but be warned, Hargrove's not some oasis in the desert."
"They should make pamphlets that say that." I waved my hand in a wide arc. "Not great, but it'll do."
"You guys really went hard on that pot, eh?"
Colin smirked.
"I still didn't agree to anything."
With a shrug, Darren returned to his lounger chair. "How have you been surviving out here this long by yourself?" I asked.
"I'm fucking awesome?"
Colin answered, but it sounded more like a question. "Yeah, I don't buy what you're selling," I said.
"Mind if we sit? I'm feeling a little tired from all that running."
Colin pointed to the loungers we'd been sitting on. I motioned for him to go over. Colin took off his backpack and plunked down on the ratty chair cushion, giving him one buffer lounger between him and Darren. He took a deep breath.
"I've been keeping a low profile, not staying in one place too long. The key is to always be on the move."
"What about food?"
"Been scavenging grocery stores and convenience stores mostly."
And you've been by yourself the whole time? What about your parents?
I was here for, Colin paused ever so briefly, boarding school. So my parents weren't with me when everything went down. I have no idea what happened to them.
I sat down on the chair between Darren and Colin. Me too. Well, not the school part. I was only here for Mardi Gras. I'm actually Canadian.
But you don't have the goofy accent.
You're thinking of the Newfie accent. We don't all talk like that.
Say a boot,
Colin teased. I laughed again. I probably shouldn't be laughing. I should be offended.
Didn't your Canadian school ever tell you drugs are bad?
Colin grinned. You haven't had the week I've had, kid, I grumbled, my laughter stopping.
I know pot messes with your brain cells and all, but it's Colin, remember?
I scowled at him.
Don't make me regret my offer. Anyway, I'm not that bad off, Colin said, almost offended. I met this guy at the school. He had his full leg in a cast when the infection first broke out.
That's pretty shitty, I said. It was frightening to imagine hobbling away from a bunch of infected with your leg wrapped in a cast. The guy probably hadn't lasted very long.
You never gave us an answer,
Darren butted in.
I'll think about it,
Colin said, his nose in the air. We decided to camp out on the sun deck since it was getting dark, hoping the majority of the infected would have wandered off by morning. Colin told us about Chrissy, the red Mustang he was essentially living out of. It was official. Even a 15-year-old kid had a better car than me. He said it was parked in a lot a few blocks away from the university. When I asked him what he was doing at the campus, he simply said,
I just wanted a chance to see what university was like.
A lot less parties than I thought. I liked the teen, but Darren treated him like a leper for the rest of the night. He refused to give Colin his weapons back, even though the teen hadn't made an aggressive move the entire time he was up here with us. Like most teens, he talked a big game. The pot vacated my system, leaving behind a bone-deep tiredness. I looked over at Darren, who appeared wide-eyed. How he managed that, I had no idea. His eyes narrowed and flashed to Colin, who was dozing off, then looked at me. We locked eyes, and he nodded. I assumed that meant, go to sleep. I got this. I fought my fatigue for a while longer, but eventually my heavy eyelids won as I lay on the lounger in between Darren and the new guy. Chapter 37. I woke up to Darren shaking me.
Dear God, I thought you were in a coma,
Darren said. My eyes opened to a blurry shade of electric blue in front of me. I rubbed my eyes and sat up. My head spun and limbs creaked, my elbow reminding me that I fell yesterday. How long was I asleep? I croaked.
I didn't time it, but close to 10 hours,
Darren said.
I woke up first and figure I'd let you wake yourself up, but we gotta go. You're just as bad as me,
an unfamiliar voice said. I looked at the teen from yesterday. I'd almost forgotten about him. I was disappointed in myself for lowering my guard so spectacularly. But I blamed the pot. Colin could have robbed us and taken off, but then he'd have to face the mob of infected solo. Plus, before I fell comatose, Darren had been on watch duty. At least I hadn't lived, or not lived, to regret my choice. I guess my people-reading skills were back online. A burning odor reached my nose. What's that smell? Shit! Darren jumped up. The noodles! He ran over to some sort of metal and tin contraption that was smoking.
Some Boy Scout you got there,
Colin scoffed. I walked over to Darren. What are you doing, trying to burn the dorm down with us in it? Colin shoved a cast iron pot in my face. In addition to the burning scent, I could also smell the familiar aroma of instant noodles. I looked down, and indeed, there was a soupy brown mix of noodles in the pot. On the ground was a small portable grill. This is a military-grade camping stove. It burns whatever you can find for heat to cook with, so you don't need to carry fuel around. And it folds easily, and it's fairly light, Darren explained. I was rather impressed with how prepared Darren was. First with the zip ties and first aid kit, and now this. I really had undervalued his expertise. You pack bowls, too? I asked.
I found some disposable bowls and cutlery when we raided the cafeteria. Darren passed me a set, then reluctantly handed one to Colin. We dug in, practically inhaling the hot noodles. When we were done, Darren packed up his supplies and made sure we all drank a bottle of water before we decided what to do. The infected had dispersed overnight, but way too many were still wandering all over the campus and streets to make our getaway easy. "It's decision time, kid. You coming with us or not?" Darren said. "Depends. Is this Hargrove place you told me about full of grumpy old men like you?" Darren clenched his jaw. "Suit yourself." He walked away to canvass the perimeter for an escape route. "You know, you really should be nicer to people who are trying to help you," I said in a very adult-like manner. Oh God, I sounded like an old person. Soon I'd be yelling at kids to get off my lawn. "Sure," Colin said in an insolent manner. "We need to get my car first." "That might be hard with the city crawling with infected." "That's my stipulation. I need my car first, then I'll come with you," Colin repeated. "Please, don't do us any favors." Darren muttered, then launched into planning mode. "Our best bet is to go back out the front door since the truck is closest to that exit. If we took the fire escape, we'd have to wade through the crowd." I started packing up my stuff. "Here, make yourself useful." Darren tossed a couple of the full plastic bags at Colin. "Your gun and sheathed knife are in one of those." "I'm not a butler," Colin said as he picked up the bags and rummaged for his confiscated weapons. "We'll need some sort of distraction," I said. "They'll be swarming the truck as well." "Like what?" said the guy who'd smashed in the cafeteria door, allowing the infected inside so we could get away. I reached into one of the bags Colin was holding and pulled out one of the air horns I'd found while looking through the dorm rooms. "I figured these would come in handy. Got 2 in total." "Not bad," Darren said. "I got some flares in my backpack," Colin added. "We can throw the air horns and flares off the side of the building to draw them away from the truck," I said. "It'll draw in more infected," Darren said, pointing at the flaw in my plan. "Yeah, but I'm hoping we'll be gone by then and the horns will eventually run out," I countered. "All right. Be ready to hoof it down the stairs right after we do this," Darren said. He dug through his backpack and pulled out more zip ties. "We'll need these to hold down the air horn triggers." Always prepared. "Get those flares ready," Darren told Colin. Colin gritted his teeth but did as he was told. We stood at the northeast corner of the deck where we'd originally spotted Colin on the boulevard. Darren struck 2 flares and threw them as hard as he could. They landed in the street a good couple meters away. The nearby infected honed in on the extremely bright light within seconds. "Get ready," Darren said as he tightened a zip tie around the trigger of the first air horn. The shrill sound echoed from the roof, and Darren tossed it next to the flares. He threw the other one down, and soon we were sprinting back inside the dorm and down the stairwell, not wasting time to see if the infected had fallen for it. We hit the main floor and ran for the front doors. Darren raised my axe and brought it down on the zip tie around the handles, severing it. We burst out the door, running headlong for the truck. I could hear the air horns blaring even from the opposite side of the building. The nearby infected had been spurred into action and were stumbling around the building toward the noise. "It worked!" Colin yelled. "Shut up!" Darren hissed. An infected a few feet away veered toward us. Colin whacked it with the axe, part of its decayed face coming off. "Dude, you just scalped that pinhead," Colin said. Darren chose to ignore his comment as he ripped open the truck driver's side door. Colin regarded the lifted truck with a raised brow. "Get in the back," I commanded, and tossed the bags into the cab. We hopped up and barely had time to shut the doors, again, before Darren hit the gas. "Dude, how small is your dick?" Colin taunted. Pfft. I had to look out the window so Darren wouldn't see me laugh. "I'm not having this conversation with you until you're 18, kid," Darren retorted. Colin's smirk wavered. "Who knows if I'll make it that long? Hell, you might die of old age by then." "I think we have more important things to worry about, yeah?" I said to get them to stop arguing. The nearest infected chased after us, while the rest were too focused on the high-pitched noise of the air horns.
Once we cleared the campus grounds and got back on the main road, Colin poked his head into the front seat, pointing to a street on our left.
"Turn down here." "Why? My car?" "Why should I?" Darren said, antagonizing him. "If you don't, I'll jump out of the truck." "Like I care." "All right, I got lots of supplies, too," Colin bargained.
"Darren, we said we would," I said, feeling like we were parents squabbling with our restless kid during a road trip. Darren rubbed at his temple.
"Fine, but if the area's too hot, we're not stopping."
"Okay." I'd expected more of a fight from Colin. He must really want to get to that car. We were thrown to the side as Darren took the corner too sharply. A couple of infected bounced under the truck, sounding like dribbling basketballs.
"Now, keep going down here until you see a paid parking lot sign practically falling off the side of a building."
After a few blocks, we spotted the arrow-shaped sign on our right. All the light bulbs along the edge had been broken, and it was hanging awkwardly off the building, no longer pointing to the parking lot, but at the ground.
"Take a right in between the buildings and it'll take you to a parking lot,"
Colin instructed. Darren slowed and we scoped out the opening. The space was wide enough for us to fit through, but there were infected in our way.
"Mow the fucking pinheads down!"
Colin yelled. Darren put the truck in reverse and backed up until the tailgate was almost touching the building on the opposite side of the street. He was giving us a running start to bulldoze the wandering infected.
"Hold on,"
Darren said before he put the gas pedal to the floor. The tires squealed as the back end glided to the side before the wheels got traction. We took off so fast, I was thrown flush against the back of my seat. The infected didn't stand a chance as we barreled through the narrow entrance. Thanks to the height of the truck, the infected hit the grill, flying backward, and got tossed underneath the truck. The sound of the thick metal deer guard pulverizing bones resounded with every hit. Darren slammed on the brakes as we hit the main lot, narrowly avoiding a parked car. In between an abandoned van and a truck was Colin's red Mustang.
"She's alive!"
Colin exclaimed. "You going to be okay driving?" I asked.
"I've been driving since I got my learner's permit earlier this year. I got this."
God, was I like that at his age? I turned to Darren. Maybe I should go with him.
"Hell no,"
Darren said before turning in his seat to face Colin.
"You get in and follow me once I get turned around in here."
Yeah, Colin said. He jumped out of the back and slammed the door. We watched him sprint to his car, taking out the only other non-flattened infected. Once we heard the car door shut, Darren drove around the lot to get us situated so we were facing the entrance we'd come in through. Colin drove the Mustang right up to our back bumper. The kid was a tailgater. Darren left the parking lot with as much speed as before and turned left, back the way we'd come. He kept hitting the brakes to get Colin off our ass.
"The stupid kid is going to hit me,"
he muttered. He rolled down the window and flipped Colin off. "You keep hitting the brakes like that and he sure will." After a few more road rage sessions, I realized we weren't heading to Hargrove. "This isn't the way back," I said.
"We still need to pick up feed, remember?"
In all the excitement, I'd totally spaced on that. Great. More stressful driving. It felt like I was on the worst kind of road trip. The never-ending kind. Darren took a sharp turn. "Are you trying to lose him?" I said. Darren grinned but didn't answer. Another group of infected introduced themselves to the truck's guard. Blood and teeth were thrown against the windshield. Darren turned on the windshield spray until the blood ran down. "How much do you think this truck can take?" I asked.
"The deer guard will prevent any damage from the infected. If we hit another car, though, we'll be in trouble."
"Maybe you should stop showing off then," I suggested.
"I'm not showing off."
"Mm-hmm." At that, Darren slowed to a respectable speed. Thank God. I was starting to feel queasy.
"Pass me the map,"
Darren said. I reached into the console slot and took out the map. I unfolded the well-used paper and spread it out on the dash. "How far are we?" Thanks to the breakneck speed he'd been going before, I imagined we'd be arriving sooner rather than later.
"We should be coming up on one. Byron circled a couple stores to choose from."
The map indeed had various red circles scribbled all over the city. It looked like a treasure map. Darren stabbed one of the spots with his finger.
We're closest to this one." Turned out we weren't as close as Darren had thought. We had to backtrack a bit, much to Colin's dismay. He even honked once before Darren stopped the truck to yell at him for behaving like an idiot and making noise out in the open. This trip was taking forever. Finally, we pulled into the parking lot of a strip mall. The feed and seed store was at the end of the length of stores. Kind of an odd place for a feed store, but who was I to judge? Darren hit every visible infected, leaving behind a trail of carnage. When we got out, I spotted an arm stuck in the wheel well. Taking a deep breath and a handful of tissues, I pulled the limb free. The owner of the appendage was using his attached arm to wiggle along the pavement, not giving up on us. I grabbed the axe from the back and ran toward the gibbled infected. Colin beat me there with his baseball bat in hand. "4!" he yelled and swung the baseball bat as if he were golfing. The head flew back but didn't fully dislodge from the thing's neck. Instead, the infected rolled onto its back, gurgling away. Colin lifted the bat and swung downward, caving its skull in. That was, I struggled to find the right word, unnecessary. "Gotta have a little fun every now and then," Colin said as he cleaned off the bat on the dead infected's moldy shirt. That wasn't really my definition of fun. I ran back to Darren, who was working to pry the sliding doors apart. Colin and I jumped in to help. The tracks squealed as the doors gave way, but then they got jammed on something and wouldn't open any further. At least the gap we'd created was wide enough for one person to pass through at a time. Darren peered through the dirty glass. "Looks like there's a cart stuck on the door track." "We can still fit through here," Colin motioned to the opening. "Why are we at a feed store anyway?" "I think that's pretty obvious," Darren said, setting down his backpack. "Getting food for your mother?" Darren stopped opening his backpack to shoot a black look at Colin. At Colin's taunting smirk, Darren just shook his head and returned to his bag. He produced mini metallic flashlights, handing one to each of us. Was he ever not prepared? "This going to give off enough light for you, old man?" Colin asked, examining the tiny metallic flashlight. Darren clicked his on and shone it into Colin's eyes. "Fucking hell, old man!" Colin hissed and turned away. The light reminded me of those annoying halogen headlights that blinded me while driving at night. It was hard to believe such a bright light came from such a small flashlight. All right. Let's go," I said before the fisticuffs broke out. Darren took the lead, his handgun in one hand and the flashlight right underneath in the other. I copied his stance, the beam pointing in the same direction as my Beretta. An infected reared up from behind a till as we passed. She was stuck behind the counter, flailing her arms at us. Using my Beretta with the suppressor, I shot the bag lady in the head. She flopped backward onto the conveyor belt of the till next to hers. "Here we go," Darren said, shining his flashlight on the end piece of an aisle. Apparently, before the world deteriorated, the store had been running a special on chicken feed. 50% off. Something touched my foot and I jumped back as if I'd burned myself. The stack of feed had toppled over at some point in the past, trapping an infected underneath the heavy pile. A bony hand with one finger missing and the rest gnawed on was feeling around. I placed a hand on my heart. That had scared the crap out of me. "You think the feed is still good?" Colin asked and stomped on the wriggling hand. Darren kneeled down and examined one of the fallen bags. "I hope so. It's commercial-grade chicken feed optimized with protein," Darren read. "And it says here it can last for about 6 months if stored in a dry place, out of the sun." "Don't chickens eat pretty much everything?" Colin asked. "Well, there's not much they won't eat," Darren said, standing up. I pointed my flashlight beam toward the front of the store. "I'll grab us a few carts while you take care of the squished infected." Before they could object, I headed back. A new infected had snuck in through the opening in the doors and was limping toward me, blocking the corral of carts. The light from my flashlight illuminated its discolored face. All of its teeth had fallen out, its black gums visible past its shrunken lips. I shot it between the eyes and kicked it out of the way of the carts. After shoving a cart in front of the opening to block it, I pushed 3 stacked carts down the aisle I'd come from.
I arrived in time to see Darren shove another bag of feed to the side, freeing the infected underneath. Its skull was partially sunken in, the rest of its body a mix of broken bones and discolored blood and skin. Snapped ribs poked through its shirt, and one leg was bent at a 90-degree angle. "Okay, so we don't take the bags that were touching the infected," Darren said. "Bailey," I shot the barely moving head. We got to work, staying clear of the bags with zombie goo on them. Colin was huffing worse than Darren or me from the exertion by the time we'd pushed the full carts to the front of the store. "We need to open these doors some more to fit the carts through," I said, pushing my cart full of feed to the side. I removed the cart caught in the tracks, and we tried opening the doors again. They parted, and we shoved the shopping carts full of feed through. Darren unlatched the tailgate of his truck and piled in the bags of feed. Colin struggled with the bags. To be fair, they weren't light, but he was a teen boy. He shouldn't have been struggling that much. "I'll help Darren. You watch out for infected, okay?" I said, placing a hand on Colin's shoulder. "I'm fine," he said, sucking wind. "Just keep a damn eye out, kid," Darren said. "You're slowing us down anyway." Colin threw the bag he was holding into the truck bed with one last heft and picked up his bat, muttering the whole time. Darren and I hurried to load the rest of the feed. I watched the truck sink lower under the weight. I hoped it wouldn't affect us mowing down the infected. Darren hopped down and slammed the tailgate closed. "Let's go." "Colin!" I yelled. He'd taken off and was almost at the edge of the parking lot. He was going to town on a fallen infected with his bat. 2 more whacks, and he headed back to his car. "Just so you know, I'm making sure everyone knows bringing him back was your idea," Darren said, before we got in the truck. Chapter 38. "Holy shit! It really is an old folks' home. Perfect for you, old man," Colin said as we got out of the truck, once again safely inside Hargrove's walls. We managed to arrive just after noon. Darren glared at him. Wyatt approached us. "Who's this?" "Colin's the name," Colin said and extended a hand to Wyatt. Wyatt didn't take his hand. Instead, he looked Colin up and down. "You bit? You look sick." "No, we checked, and he's been with us since yesterday," I answered on Colin's behalf. "Maybe you should have Oscar do a super thorough exam," Darren said. Not realizing Darren had been joking, Wyatt said, "That sounds like a good idea." Colin gave Darren a death glare. Byron leaned down, poking around the red Mustang. "You ain't old enough to drive, young'un, and you certainly ain't old enough to drink." I looked in the back seat to see what Byron was talking about. There were crates of booze on the floor among old food wrappers and dirty clothes. "Nah, I'm not that cool. It's for Molotovs." "How much ya settin' on fire, boy?" "You ever have a horde trap you? Fire's an easy escape." Byron didn't look convinced. "We're gonna have to confiscate this." Colin opened his mouth, but I held out my palm. "I'll take responsibility for him so his stuff can stay with us." Byron looked Colin over one last time. "He all yours, Cher." I wasn't positive that vouching for the teen was a good idea, but I didn't want him at the mercy of Wyatt's sketchy crew. "He's staying with you, then?" Wyatt asked. "The couch is pretty comfy," I said. "Couch?" Colin's face scrunched up. "After our surgeon examines you, you'll be free to unpack," Wyatt said, then pointed to one of the guards. "Clean up this mess." He motioned to the pile of empty shells lying by the walls. "What happened?" Darren asked. "Just a few roamers, that's all," Wyatt answered. I'd figured something had happened. We'd seen a bunch of dead infected lying around the road leading up to the gate as we approached. Another wave must have attacked while we were gone. "Drive the truck to the chicken coop and put the feed in the shed," Wyatt said. Darren got back in and drove off in the truck. Ethan ran over from behind some of the condos, a painted rifle in hand. "You're back." He smiled widely and we hugged. "How'd it go?" "Came back with lots of feed and an extra body." I pointed a thumb at Colin. "Sup? I'm Colin." Ethan took his hand. Colin's pale hand standing out against Ethan's tanned one.
Ethan, how old are you?
Ethan scrutinized the teen.
15? You?
Colin countered.
25?
Ethan answered.
Nice hair.
Colin ran a hand through his blue hair.
I watched a lot of anime back when we had internet. Come on, I'll take you to the med center.
Wyatt prompted Colin. I wanted to mention that they hadn't forced me into an examination on arrival, but then Wyatt would probably make me go to prove a point. Colin did look sickly, so I couldn't really blame Wyatt this time. I can take him, I said, stepping toward Colin. Give me the keys. Colin handed me the keys as if he were surrendering his most treasured possession. We got in, me at the wheel this time. I stared down at the gear shift. The car wasn't an automatic. I hadn't driven a standard in a long time. I'd learned to drive manual by practicing with my neighbor's old TJ, which had those handy up and down arrows that flashed to let me know when to change gears. Kind of like training wheels for learning to drive a standard. The car roared to life and I drove slowly to the med center, hoping I could stay in first gear the whole way.
You better not scratch my car, Colin warned.
I'm literally driving it meters, I said. No need to tell him about my dented and scratched up car back home.
I don't like that Wyatt guy, Colin said. Or Byron.
Smart kid. Yeah, there's something a bit off about the people in charge here.
So you decided it was a good idea to bring me around their sketchy asses?
Colin raised a brow. Better than leaving you in the middle of the city.
As long as they're not murderers.
I gripped the wheel, choosing to remain silent.
Your reaction is concerning me.
Colin turned to face me fully. There was a murder before I got here, and then one while I've been here. I might as well tell him everything up front.
A serial killer on the loose. Lovely.
No one will force you to stay, so you can leave at any time.
What about you? You can just leave too.
I bit my lip. As much as I wanted nothing to do with Wyatt's shady dealings, Ethan was pretty invested in this place, and our group would fracture if people decided to leave. I needed to wear Ethan down until he saw Wyatt and his cronies for what they were, false authority. It's complicated, I said. I stopped in front of the doctor's office and managed not to stall the engine when I put it in park. Want me to come with you? I asked. He let out a sad laugh.
You sound like my mom.
Well, screw you too.
Nah, I'll be fine. He's just checking for bites and scratches, right?
I stiffened when he said scratches. Yep. I'll park your car outside my condo. Just head there when you're done. I pointed down the street to where the old Civic was waiting for me like the creepy guy at the bar you couldn't shake. You didn't want anything to do with him, yet he kept coming back. Colin got out with a salute. I drove to my condo and parked the red Mustang out front. When I got inside, I found Roy tinkering with Tim's radio.
God damn it, Roy! You trying to bring the mercenaries back down on us?
I growled and slammed the door behind me.
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking, Roy muttered,
briefly taking his eyes off the metal box to look at me.
Those assholes shot us up a few days ago.
Calm down. I haven't contacted them. I just wanted to see if there were any other signals near here. But without a range extender, I can't get anything, Roy said.
I let out a deep sigh. Though Roy was grating on my nerves, I didn't feel like arguing with him right now. I understood his need to find his wife. I really did. But he was going to get me and my friends killed in the process. So we brought someone back with us. Roy's head shot up.
Mac?
No, a teenager named Colin. He's got quite a mouth on him, but he's all right. He'll be staying on our couch.
Do I get a say in this?
I opened my mouth to say of course not, but held back. How about you meet Colin first before you throw him to the wolves? And there were plenty of wolves within these walls. He didn't kill Darren or me when we were with him, although he does like harassing Darren. I smiled to myself. It was kind of funny to watch. The radio crackled, then went silent.
It keeps doing that,
Roy said.
Like it's on the cusp of catching a signal.
Strange. Do you know where everyone else is? I asked.
Amanda and Chloe are at the chicken coop again. Don't know about the rest.
Of course he had no idea. I was willing to bet he'd been hiding in here all day, playing with the radio.
Looking for tips, are we?
Roy finally noticed my new outfit. I looked down at my shirt and decided now was a good time to unwind and take a shower. The clothes I'd borrowed from the college were already dirty, and I badly needed to wash in more than a couple inches of water. Once clean, I chose a shirt that wasn't as low-cut and a pair of shorts. I walked back into the kitchen area to see if there was anything to snack on. There was a box of graham crackers on the counter that I dug into. Just as I was wondering what was taking Colin so long, he hesitantly opened the front door. As Roy and Colin shook hands, Roy asked,
"So you're the guy who'll be crashing on our couch?"
Then added,
"You better not give us any problems."
I slapped Roy in the arm. Rude! Colin set his backpack down by the couch. He regarded the cat-plastered couch with a grimace.
"You sure I can't bunk with you?"
He waggled his eyebrows at me.
"I liked your other shirt better, by the way."
To be a hormone-fueled teen again," I said sarcastically.
"So, is that a yes?"
Roy grilled him for information, from where he lived to what his parents did for a living. Colin was a stranger and he was clearly worried about Amanda's safety. A little while later, Chloe and Amanda burst into the house reeking of chickens. They gaped at the blue-haired teen, which he returned with a stiff wave.
"Girls, this is Colin,"
Roy said with a stern eye as he watched Colin offer his hand to each girl.
Hi,
Chloe squeaked, cheeks tinged red.
Oh? What is this?
Something to tease her about later. Chloe grabbed Amanda and hauled her to Roy in Amanda's bedroom.
"Strange kids,"
Colin said.
"Oh, shit. I forgot,"
Roy said and ran into the hallway.
"Amanda, you need to get cleaned up and then put on your blue dress for tonight."
No one had mentioned anything to me. What's going on?
"There's an impromptu wedding tonight, just before supper,"
Roy answered, returning to the living room. I was getting real tired of being the last person to hear about things.
"Will this be a black tie event or a Hawaiian shirt and cargo pants one?"
Colin asked. Why the hell would anyone bother? I asked, ignoring Colin's joke. Hi, this is Mary, my apocalypse wife. Don't tell my real wife, though. She'll murder me.
Roy laughed. "For a girl, you really aren't big on the whole romance thing. Guess Ethan won't have to worry about roses on your anniversary."
His laughing face fell as he took in his words.
"I was always terrible at remembering these things, so Irene used to put a dent in our credit card in retaliation."
I didn't want to open that door tonight, so I changed the subject. Who's going to officiate this sham?
"The guy who ran the funeral."
"How romantic,"
Colin said. A few hours later, we were standing in the small park hidden behind the clubhouse, with a lattice arch wrapped in flowers at the helm. The crowd was a mix of casual and dressy. The groom wore an evening jacket and fidgeted beside Hargrove's funeral/wedding director.
"Good thing I forewent the tux," Colin whispered to me. "I would have been the best-dressed person here."
What are you talking about? Those elbow patches are mucho classy, I whispered back, pointing to the groom. Colin laughed and I waved Darren and Zoe down. As they walked over, Zoe stopped and said a quick hello to Sherry. Crystal was carting her around in a wheelchair while she recovered.
"This is stupid,"
Darren griped once they reached us. I had to agree with him, but I suppose the whole point of having a community was to try to recreate the life we once had. Although I'd rather they open a coffee shop than host weddings.
"Oh, come on. You should be excited. Old people love weddings," Colin teased.
Darren glowered at him. Through muffled laughter, Zoe introduced herself to Colin. His eyes drifted down to the short dress she was wearing.
"Robbing the cradle, are we? You gotta be like 80,
Colin said, still ribbing on Darren. I didn't think Darren had ever told us, or me at least, his age. He looked on the other side of 25, but not yet 30. How did you find this guy? Zoe asked, tugging down the hem of her dress.
"Well, they were high at the time."
Colin started, but I stomped down on his foot.
"What was that?"
Ethan asked, coming up behind us. He and Chloe must have just arrived. He was in an outfit similar to the one he'd worn on our date night, a dress shirt and clean jeans. Beside him, Chloe was dressed in a cute floral summer dress. She refused to look up and instead peered at the ground. Man, I was really underdressed. Nothing, I said. I didn't need people to think I was a drug user on top of being crazy. Roy and Amanda joined us as the soft music started. "Where's John?" I whispered to Zoe. "I think he's still out with this morning's gun training group. Shouldn't they be back by now? What if something had happened to John?" The funeral/wedding director shushed us. Then Wyatt and his cronies sent us accusing looks from the front row. I was going to return the look when everyone pivoted to watch the bride, in a no-frills white dress, walk down the aisle outlined by white ribbons. The groom stopped fidgeting and smiled at her as she strode toward him, a bouquet of wildflowers clutched tightly in her hands. As soon as she reached the canopy, the priest launched into his farce.
"We are gathered here today to join together these two souls in holy matrimony."
Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Chloe looking up at Colin, then quickly staring back at the show, and it was all for show, since this ceremony couldn't possibly be legally binding. Ethan noticed Chloe's glances too, his brows furrowing every time Chloe peeked at Colin. Colin rocked back and forth on his feet, oblivious to what was going on. The ceremony finished with their first kiss as husband and wife, while people catcalled and hollered. The bride tossed the bouquet. It headed right for our section. Zoe shoved me out of the way and snatched the flying flowers in one hand. She held the ruffled bouquet in front of Darren's pale face. Colin practically doubled over with laughter. I was glad I hadn't caught the bouquet. That would have been awkward. Ethan and I were nowhere close to that level in our relationship. People started clearing out. Byron walked over to our group, his toothy grin in place. It was kind of unsettling, now that I thought about it.
"We gonna need to use some dat booze you got, boy,"
Byron said to Colin.
"I didn't hear the magic words,"
Colin said snidely. Chloe giggled a little too loudly at that. Byron raised a brow.
"Bring it to the clubhouse."
He walked away, leaving his command hanging in the air.
"You know, just because there are zombies doesn't mean manners have to go out the window,"
Colin said, speaking loudly so Byron could hear. "You really need all that for weapons?" I asked.
"It's the principle."
I went with Colin to grab some bottles of hard alcohol from the back of his Mustang. The glass clanged in our arms as we walked along the road. Some people whooped when they spotted the booze. Inside the clubhouse, the party had already started. I was surprised they dared to turn the music up this loud. It was still low enough that it wouldn't attract infected, but just barely. People were singing and dancing along with the upbeat song, the bride and groom right in the center. We set the bottles down by the food and drinks. Our group waved us over, having already laid claim to a table. Everyone had a plate and a drink. Chloe stared wide-eyed as Colin and I approached, Amanda not so discreetly nudging her side. "Thanks for waiting the whole 10 minutes for us," I said.
"You better dish up before it's gone,"
Roy said around a mouthful of food. I narrowed my eyes. "Again? Thanks."
"I haven't gotten my food either," Darren said. "Let's go."
We had to shove our way through a group of people that had decided catching up right in front of the buffet line was a great idea. At the end were the drinks, and I sure as hell was pouring myself a big one. Beside me, Colin grabbed a red plastic cup and reached for the clear vodka bottle. Darren grabbed his hand.
"Nope, you're not old enough." "Don't you have some Werther's Originals to be sucking on, old man? It's a party and the end of the world, so loosen up," Colin said.
"One cup won't hurt anyone," I said. After all, I'd done my fair share of sneaking booze past my parents as a teen.
"One cup, and I'll be keeping an eye on you," Darren said and relinquished Colin's hand. "That's creepy. You should be keeping that eye on your pretty girlfriend instead. She might find she has a thing for younger men."
"Squeaky-voiced teens aren't really her thing," Darren retorted.
"I'll have you know my voice hasn't cracked since the 7th grade. So, 2 weeks ago?"
They stared at each other, neither giving in. I rolled my eyes and intervened. "By the way, Colin, you'll be asking Chloe to dance."
"What? Why?"
Colin looked taken aback.
"Yeah, Why?
Darren asked. I couldn't pass up the opportunity to tease the kid and inconvenience Colin. I leaned in as if I were gossiping in the girls' locker room. I think she has a little crush on you, Darren scoffed.
She has better taste than that, even for a 10-year-old.
Chloe wasn't 10 yet, but I guessed she would be soon.
Fine, Colin sighed. Totally going to ruin my bad boy reputation.
Not wanting to burst the kid's bubble, I poured myself a rum and coke and took a big drink. It was strong, just the way I liked my booze. Chapter 39. After 2 hours, the adults were well on their way to getting wasted, and the kids were gorging on the last pieces of cake. Even Wyatt was ripping up the dance floor. The music volume seemed to be sneaking up as the hours ticked by, but it may have been the alcohol playing with my mind. A chair-confined Sherry was sitting a few tables away from us with various people, staring longingly at the crowd, her healing kidney keeping her from joining in. According to Ethan, Oscar had released her from bed rest, but she had to stay in the wheelchair. Colin had finally asked Chloe to dance, and they were currently on the dance floor looking as rigid as possible. Ethan was sitting beside me, his arm draped over my chair. He pointed with the hand holding his drink at the pair and slurred,
I'm not going to have to get the shotgun, am I? This here's my daughter,
I said in my poor excuse for a southern accent, then burst into laughter. At Ethan's offended look, I said, Calm down. I told Colin to ask her to dance. She's totally got a crush on him. I had to get my fun somewhere. I looked down into my empty cup. I need more drink.
You need a refill?
Ethan knocked our cups together.
'Cause I need one.
If you're offering. I handed my cup to him. He stumbled a little as he got up. Roy was talking to one of the Hargrove residents, and Amanda was running around with some of the other kids. Zoe had dragged a tipsy Darren onto the dance floor, leaving me alone at the table, temporarily without a drink. Shouting drifted over the music. A scuffle had broken out, and people were trying to get out of the way. Byron and Darren burst out of the crowd, rolling and punching at each other. I flew from my chair, the alcohol making me regret my hasty action. I hadn't drank this much to cut loose since Mardi Gras. Drinking half a bottle of Jack back at the cabin didn't count as cutting loose. Zoe was watching them, one hand cupped over her mouth. What happened? I asked, yelling over the music. Byron was getting a little handsy, and Darren shoved him. Then they just started fighting. I was going to try to help break it up, but Wyatt and a drunk Ethan moved in before I could. Wyatt grabbed Byron, whom he towered over, but that didn't stop Byron from struggling. Ethan fought to restrain a still swinging Darren and put some space between the two.
What in God's name is going on? This is supposed to be a happy occasion, Wyatt demanded. This asshole needs to keep his hands to himself, Darren said between heaving breaths. They stared each other down as they caught their wind. Neither was badly beaten up. Wyatt and Ethan had stopped them before they could inflict any real damage. I ain't done nothing wrong, Byron said. You'll have to leave the party if you can't contain yourselves, Wyatt said. I good, Byron said and held his hands up.
Ethan let Darren go and Darren stormed out, not bothering to reply. Wyatt loosened his grip on Byron, who grinned his wide-mouthed grin.
Let's get the music on again.
Luckily, people were drunk enough that getting back to the party wasn't as awkward as it should have been. People started dancing, the fight forgotten to give room for a good time. Wyatt walked away with Byron in tow. I should go check on him, Zoe said sullen. She left the clubhouse to talk Darren down from whatever mountain he was sulking on. I still wasn't entirely sure what had happened, but booze always fueled these types of situations. The music switched to a slower number, replacing the fast beat with a piano melody.
If the mood's not ruined, wanna dance?
Ethan held out his hand to me. Why not? I took his hand and we strolled onto the dance floor. I put my arms around his neck and he placed his around my waist. I felt like I was back at one of my middle school dances. We swayed for a bit, but the rising temperature in the room was getting to me, as was my concern for John. They still hadn't returned. I knew they liked to drive as far away as possible for the gun training, but this was ridiculous. Nighttime was the worst time to be driving around, as the darkness only amplified the danger. "I need to get some air," I said, my lips brushing Ethan's ear. He pouted. "You want to end the party so soon?" "No, fool. I just need some air. You going to be fine without me for a few minutes?"
"I don't know."
I dislodged myself from our slow dancing, shoving him toward the table Chloe was sitting at. "Go take care of your sister in the meantime."
"Pushy,"
Ethan said with a shake of his head. The cool night air hit my face as soon as I stepped outside. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. It really had been boiling in there. The pathways leading away from the clubhouse were lined with solar lights, illuminating the way. I followed the one that led to the well-kept park where the wedding had been. A single white bench sat along the path, and I plunked myself down. Thanks to the fresh air and the short stroll, the effects of the alcohol were subsiding. I'd been sitting for a whole 3 minutes when the familiar squeal of the front gate's rusted hinges interrupted the quiet. Please let that be John. I ran back along the path, almost tripping over one of the solar lights. Maybe I wasn't as sober as I'd thought. 2 vehicles poured into Hargrove. Since everyone was at the celebration, the opening and closing of the gate had been left to the 2 guards normally posted at the towers. A spotlight shone down from the gate, making their entrance look like a dramatic stage production. The guards quickly closed the gate, kicking back a couple of infected trying to sneak in. Once the gate was latched, they ran back up to their posts and shot the infected. I watched the people get out of the vehicles. My breath caught when I spotted a tired-looking John get out of the driver's seat. I ran over to him, dodging around Grant, who didn't even acknowledge my presence. "You sure took your sweet time," I said as soon as I was close enough for him to hear me.
"Me? What about you and your excursion with Darren?"
John said, giving me a hug. I scrunched my nose. He smelled terrible. "You need a bath."
"Bad."
He let out a tired laugh.
"We picked the wrong spot to stop. There was an army of infected. Grant,"
he glared at Grant's retreating back,
"shot one too close to me and it splattered all over me."
Wait till I tell you what I fell in during my trip. I walked with John back to his condo and found a lonesome Zoe sitting on the couch, sniffling. John raised a brow, but I told him showering was the best thing he could do at the moment. I sat down beside her. "What's wrong?"
Darren wouldn't talk to me. He just paced angrily for a while before taking off.
"Where to?"
"I don't know."
She gave a big sniff. I looked around for tissues, but found none. I got up and grabbed a questionable-looking napkin from their kitchen counter and gave it to her, not caring that it may have been used. Zoe wiped at her teary eyes. "He just needs to cool off," I said breezily.
"You're probably right. He was so mad when Byron started grabbing at me."
"Byron grabbed you?"
"Well, more like groped. You know, like a drunk guy at a bar would do."
And here I thought we'd left those days behind us.
"You just get all the guys, don't you?"
Zoe let out a laugh.
"What was it you used to tell me? That I'd end up in a ditch one day?"
I laughed with her. "Only if your taste in men didn't change."
"Looks like that won't happen," she mumbled.
"Darren's not like the others," I said. I couldn't believe I was defending him, but I'd gotten to see another side to him during our trip, and it had definitely improved my opinion of him.
"Everything okay?"
John asked when he reappeared, all cleaned up. "Yeah, Darren just got into a fight with Byron at the party and went to cool off," I said.
"So they had that wedding then?"
I shifted my jaw. Even John had known about it. "It's still going on if you want to hit up the party," I said, not really wanting to return to it myself.
"Sure, I could use some food."
Given his admission about having a drinking problem, I wasn't sure whether being around drunks would be an issue, but he'd know his limits best. I'd just have to keep a discreet eye on him. He was probably keeping an eye on me, too, watching for signs of another breakdown. "You want to come back, too?" I asked Zoe. She shook her head.
"I'm going to turn in."
I placed a hand on her shoulder, giving it a squeeze. "If you change your mind, you know where we'll be."
"So, "How'd your trip go?" John asked, a little too aloof, as we walked toward the pulsating clubhouse. At this rate, they'd attract infected by the droves. Wyatt didn't seem concerned. He was more worried about keeping the drinks flowing. Knowing I'd probably have to help fight the infected off, I decided to stick to non-alcoholic drinks for the rest of the night. Fighting while hungover would suck. Good. Found a stowaway. John's head knocked back. What? We brought back a teenager, Colin. He was all by himself in the middle of the city. You'll notice him right away. He's the one with the blue hair. It was early into the morning hours, and kids no longer ran around inside. Most of them must have been ushered to their beds. Adults were passed out in chairs and at tables despite the music. The dance floor crowd had lessened, but a dedicated bunch was still grinding and swaying drunkenly, refusing to let the party end. Wyatt was among those few. John went to scrape up what was left of the buffet, and I returned to our table to poke Colin, who was currently passed out face first on the table. I ruffled his hair. "Hey, kid, that one drink do you in?" Was his muffled reply. He stirred, slowly, sitting upright, looking like death warmed over. I couldn't help it. I laughed. "Darren told you to stick to one drink. So much for Darren keeping an eye on him." "I only had a couple more," he said, his eyes unfocused. He really didn't look good. "You want to head back to the condo? It's got to be like 2 a.m. John chose that moment to sit down with his plate of scraps. "You all right, son?" Colin squinted at John. "John Wayne! I love your movies." John choked on his first bite. "Don't mind him. He's drunk," I said, patting Colin's head like a puppy. Colin furrowed his brow and swatted my hand away. "When John's done eating, we'll drag your carcass back to the condo." "I'm not a carcass." "Yet," he said cryptically. I digested his words as drunken banter. There had been this guy Zoe and I used to go to bars with back in university. As soon as he got a couple drinks in him, he'd turn into a giant downer. "Have you seen Ethan?" I asked. I looked around, but he wasn't amongst the dancing or passed-out bodies. "He took Chloe home," Colin said, swaying in his seat. "I don't think you are right about Chloe. She hardly said a word." Clearly, he knew nothing about little girls. Sherry wheeled over to our table. "Glad to see you both made it back today," she said to John and me. I nodded in answer. "What are you still doing up, girl? You should be in bed, resting," John said. Sherry waved her hand like she was swatting at a fly. "Been cooped up in that clinic for days. I needed a break. Besides, I got my trusty wheelchair. Seemed to have lost my motor, though." I assumed by motor she meant Crystal. Sherry looked at the spaced-out teen. "You need a lift?" "Depends. How fast can that thing go?" "As fast as Crystal pushes it." Sherry grinned. "Man, I must look wrecked," Colin muttered. "Everyone's trying to get me to go to bed." "Then maybe you should listen," I said. Colin sighed. "Fine. Let's go." "I ain't done eating yet," John protested. "That can't be very good." I peered at the cold, hardened food on his plate. "It's been out for hours." "Better than nothing." He had a point. We patiently waited for John to finish his block of food. Colin's eyes drooped, making him look like he was sleeping upright. He reminded me of how my uncle would inevitably pass out in the lounge chair every time we had a family dinner. All of us kids would paint his face with our cheap makeup sets. He'd wake up bellowing, but it was hard to be scared of a man wearing 3 layers of blush and sparkly blue eyeshadow. John got up and tossed his empty paper plate. "Let's go," he pointed to Sherry. "You too, Missy." "Okay," she grumbled. "Let me find Crystal first." Sherry wheeled away slowly. She kind of veered off to the side before getting her bearings. Perhaps one of us should have offered to help. Crystal was chatting with one of the guards who'd been on rotation, and Sherry grabbed a handful of her shirt at waist level. It was all she could reach. Crystal said a few more words to the guard before pushing Sherry back to us. "Some nurse I am," Crystal said when they met us at the door. Together we carried the wheelchair with Sherry in it down the steps. Then I helped a stumbling Colin down.
He almost took me down when he leaned his entire 6-foot frame against me. "John!" I yelled as Colin and I toppled toward the ground. John grabbed the falling tree trunk that was a drunk Colin. "I got him." "Thanks, John Wayne. Where's your horse?" "I'm gonna ignore that 'cause you're drunk," John said. We must have looked like quite the group, walking down the cul-de-sac at night with one gangly, drunken teen and a girl in a wheelchair. Thanks to the solar lights plunked along the sidewalks, we could sort of see where we were going. "Hey, you guys see that?" Sherry yanked me to a stop. "What?" "Something's moving behind those bushes." She pointed to the tall shrubs across the street. It was hard to tell if they were moving with just the streetlights, though. I started toward it when John hissed, "What are you doing? You have your weapon on you?" I wasn't sure how weddings worked here in the South, but I was pretty sure you weren't supposed to be armed at them. I shook my head. "Grab mine." John jerked his head. Looked like he didn't obey the Hargrove's rules of signing in weapons either. He produced a handgun from his waistband before hoisting Colin upright. He'd begun to slip off his shoulders. "Let me set down the kid and I'll back you up." If it was an infected, it probably would have stumbled out by now. I ignored John's protests and hurried across the street with his gun in hand. I flipped off the safety and held the slide as I pushed the gun handle forward to chamber a round. Maybe one of the chickens had escaped again, or, more than likely, a drunken villager had fallen over. But there was no harm in being cautious. I approached the hedges and peered over them, squinting through the shadows. I dropped my arms, the gun forgotten at my side. My heart lurched as my brain recognized the matted blonde hair on the ground. I staggered forward, ignoring the prickly bush scraping at my arms. "No. Please, no." My mouth gaped open. Someone was kneeling over a very dead Darren, their arms pumping back and forth as if they were sawing plywood. They stilled when they realized I was there, then whirled around, the knife in their hand ready to go. Byron. He was covered in so much blood that it looked like he'd rolled around in it. A menacing mask of red was sprayed across his face. I raised the gun just as he stalked toward me. "Don't fucking move!" I yelled, the gun aimed right between his eyes. He stilled, his eyes boring into mine. "Now come, Cher. I can explain this." The dim streetlight reflected off the blood-stained knife clutched in his guilty hand. "Bailey." John barreled through the bushes behind me. "What the... Holy shit." John was a smart man. He put 2 and 2 together pretty quickly. "You're the asshole going round killing when we got enough shit to worry about." "This looks pretty bad, I'll say that," Byron said. My eyes slipped back to Darren's lifeless corpse. His head was barely attached, his mouth hanging open in a silent scream. Byron must have been trying to decapitate him. Poor Darren. My friend is dead. Apocalypse or not. That was a brutal way to go. This was worse than finding Raina's cut-up body. I hadn't known her, but I knew Darren. Not 2 hours ago he'd been at the party. Now he was dead, at the hands of this psycho. I took a small step forward and jerked the gun, ready to pull the trigger, my finger no longer ruled by my brain. What was going to happen to Zoe? This would destroy her. I had to avenge my friend. Darren would have wanted that. "No, Bailey. It's not your place to punish him. We'll decide as a group what to do," John said a few steps behind me. The gun vibrated in my hand, demanding its pound of flesh. An eye for an eye and all that. John didn't move to stop me. He was trying to restrain me. He was telling me it was my choice. But neither choice, kill Byron or leave him at the mercy of the community, would leave me fulfilled. Who was I to play executioner? I'd done it before, and all it had left me with were nightmares and guilt. Killing Byron would make me no better than him in the end. "Drop the knife," I demanded. Byron cocked his head as if testing the waters. I didn't have to kill him, but I could make him suffer. I aimed lower, and before he could move, I shot his leg above the kneecap. He screamed in agony and dropped to the ground. John burst into action and kicked the murder weapon away. He rolled Byron onto his stomach and gathered his hands. John looked up at me and nodded. He was glad I hadn't killed Byron. What John didn't know was how badly I'd wanted to. Alerted by the gunshot within the walls, 2 of the guards ran up to us and stopped in their tracks when they spotted Darren's corpse.
"What's going on?"
the taller one asked.
"We caught the killer,"
John said, still holding down Byron underneath him. I walked over to where Darren was lying and kneeled down. "Rest in peace, friend." I closed his eyes for good. Chapter 40. All the mirth from yesterday's festivities had been long forgotten as people rallied for justice. Civil unrest ruled in Hargrove as the villagers finally smartened up. Too bad it had taken the death of one of my companions to get them there. It was early, the sun having risen a couple hours ago. None of us who'd witnessed the atrocity had gotten any sleep. Everyone else was hungover and tired. Not the best time for a trial. Well, trial maybe wasn't the right word. It was more like a democratic vote. Wyatt had been forced to take action in the face of the evidence. Byron was the killer, and Wyatt couldn't sweep it under the rug this time. Everyone had gathered to decide what to do and came up with the idea to vote on the murderer's fate, death or exile. Witnessing the killer in action could have ended like the situation at the apartments with the angry mob, but these people were more organized. Everyone over 18 had been given a paper to cast their vote, and a group of randomly selected villagers were tallying the votes in front of the crowd. If the majority voted for death, then the issue would become who would carry out the execution. Unbeknownst to them, I'd turned down the role of executioner earlier this morning. Byron hadn't said a word in his defense since I'd caught him. He didn't even deny being the killer. His plan must have been to kill Darren while everyone was preoccupied with the wedding party, assuming we'd be too drunk to notice him in the shadows. As he had been since his capture, Byron was sitting in a condo under the constant supervision of a guard, awaiting the decision. Zoe was not doing well. She'd demanded to see the body, even after we'd tried to talk her out of it. She'd been almost catatonic since. I kept thinking back to yesterday. I'd spent most of the day with Darren. Then, suddenly, he wasn't here anymore. He was really gone. His body had been moved by Oscar and the guards to the clinic, where they'd prepared him for his funeral this evening. I'd watched as the last evidence of Byron's horrendous crime was washed into the sewer grates. The grass and pavement hosed down until they no longer ran red. Wyatt's announcement that the votes had been tallied drew me out of my sad recollection.
"Folks, we have a decision. It was close, but the majority voted for exile."
The crowd erupted, some yelling about how killing Byron was more just, while others were glad their choice had won. John stood beside me, his approval of the town's decision evident in his face. I'd honestly been torn while filling out my ballot. If we merely shoved Byron out the front gate, what was to stop him from coming back and killing us all? Wyatt could sneak Byron back in. I knew John would have been disappointed, but I'd voted for death. I just didn't want to be the person who pulled the trigger. Cowardly, I know.
"You're the one who found him?"
The groom from last night stood next to me. This probably wasn't what he'd had in mind for a honeymoon. "Yeah," I answered.
"I'm sorry about your friend, for what it's worth. I knew Darren wasn't the killer,"
he said softly. I turned to face him fully. "What do you mean?" John leaned in, our conversation catching his ear. The groom looked around, then whispered, "There were other murders before Darren arrived. Wyatt told us if we wanted to stay in Hargrove, we had to keep it to ourselves. He said he was taking care of it." "And that didn't set off any alarm bells in your head?" I scoffed. "Just when my opinion of these people was improving, he tells me that."
"Of course it did, but we kept quiet so we could stay here."
He leaned in closer to me.
"There's going to be a meeting later tonight about getting rid of Wyatt as the leader."
I raised a brow. "You're talking about a coup?"
"Not like we're going to raid his place and drag him out into the street or nothing, but he and his associates need to step down."
"Where and when?" John interjected.
"Right after Darren's funeral, in unit number 11.
He distanced himself from us as Wyatt addressed the rowdy crowd again. In light of the situation surrounding Darren's death, there wouldn't be a party like the one after Raina's funeral once Darren was buried. John and I shared a look. We'd be attending that meeting. I'd have to tell Roy, who was currently babysitting with Colin, because most of the adults were here. Colin hadn't volunteered for the job, but his nasty hangover was keeping him housebound. Someone from the crowd scurried off to fetch Byron.
"He won't be getting extra supplies, Willie,"
an enraged villager yelled from the front of the group, and the question was met with a resounding murmur of agreement. Wyatt didn't look pleased.
"Surely we can spare a water bottle and some food. But that's it. No weapons. The murderer doesn't deserve it," another added.
I agreed. If it were up to me, he'd be thrown out of the gate naked, without so much as a granola bar. Wyatt would undoubtedly sneak something extra for Byron. He was his crony, after all. Wyatt was obviously frustrated with this new democratic decision-making process. He was used to acting as the sole judge and jury of this place. He wasn't his animated self. He only moved to crack his knuckles when more people spoke up against him. Perhaps Wyatt sensed the end of his reign was near. The guards brought Byron out, and they were met with a chorus of boos. Someone even threw a shoe. It landed a good couple of feet in front of them, but the message was clear.
"Get out."
They walked him to the gate, the rest of us trailing behind like a lynch mob. A guard handed Byron a small plastic bag with enough water and food to barely last a day. The guards cracked open the gate before untying his restraints.
"Any last words?"
Odd thing to ask a person getting exiled. Wyatt didn't offer anything to Byron. No goodbye, no handshake. He didn't want to further tarnish his reputation. Byron didn't answer. He simply limped through the opening in the gate as if he were taking a stroll. The guards quickly shut it behind him.
"He'll be dead within the hour,"
the groom said. Later, Darren's funeral was sparsely attended. The small number of people that showed up was insulting, actually. I had to fight the urge to go bang on everyone's doors, demanding they show their respects to the man they'd had no qualms about pointing a finger at. Darren may not have been here as long as the others, but he'd contributed. He'd gone on supply runs that had kept them fed. I placed a hand on Zoe's shoulder, but she didn't even look up from the coffin lying in the ground. She was beyond crying at this point. Her face was swollen from the tears she'd shed. There was no way she'd slept a wink since Darren had left her last night to go cool off after his fight with Byron. I let my hand fall back beside me as I looked around. All of our friends were standing front and center. Even Colin had managed to drag his hungover butt off the couch to attend. If someone who'd only known Darren for a day could pay his respects, then the other villagers could have damn well shown up too. I took a few deep breaths. I was tired and needed something to focus my rage on. I'd be bringing up this slight at the meeting later. I turned to Zoe as they started to fill the grave and watched her wince every time dirt hit the pinewood coffin. Under the guise of the night's